very much for coming. You guys stop coming, we're going to be out of business. My name is Russ Carlson. For those of you who don't know me, I'll be conducting the auction today. I also have Mr. John Wilt over here, who's handling left bids and phone bids, and he will assist me when I run out of juice. In terms of the sale, I'm sure everybody's acquainted. There is a 20% buyer's premium bidding here in the room, and 25 online. Today we have two platforms, that being Invaluable and Live Auctioneers, and our attendants will be fielding bids from them, and I guess we can start the sale. What's the first lot? Lot number one, graduated natural turquoise nugget necklace, 38 inches long, real gutsy thing. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $200 for it. $100 where? Anybody like to be in for $100? $50 and get it going. 50, thank you. And 60, would you go? 50, 60, $70, $80. You're going to be $80, $90 now. $100, would you go? 100. 90's been 100. Would you go? $100? Anybody like it for 100? $90 is offered and $100. Anybody like to be in for 100 bid? 110, 120. I'm sorry, it'll be 1 1/4. 1 1/4, Jack. 125. Would you go? 125. I have 110 offered and 125. 125. 150 now. 150. Would you go? 150. 125 is bid and 150. Fair warning. Once, twice, down it goes. $125 to number 18, the buyer, 18. Lot number two. Old Pawn Navajo concho belt with turquoise and coral. This is a nice old one. 6 medallions and the buckle. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go? $300? $100 is where? 100 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. Now 300. Now 350. Now 400. Now 450. 500 now. 450's bidding. $500. Anybody? 500's bidding. 550. 550. Would you go? $550. 500's bidding. 550. Would you go? 550. Now 600. Back to you for 600. 600 now. 650. 650. Would you go? $650. Anyone else for 650? Fair warning. Once, twice. $600 buys. Number 21. 21, the buyer. Lot number 3 is a 14-karat gold Nantucket basket pendant. This has a little miniature penny inside, 5.9 penny weight, and $300 quick for it. 450 and 500. 450's bidding. $500. Would you go? 5? Anybody like to be in for $500? 450 is offered, and $500. Would you go? 5? Anybody like to be in for 5? Fair warning. 450 and 500. $450 your way. Number. It's all right. 3009. Lot 4 is 3 vintage diamond rings in 14-karat gold settings. And I have a little bit of bidding on this. It starts at 150 and 175. Would you go? 175, now 200. You've got to be 200. 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. Now 300, sir. Now 350. 350. Would you go? 350. Now 400. 450. 450. Would you go? $450. You're going to be 450. I've got $400 offered and 450. Now 500. $500. You've got to be 5. Would you go? $500. Anyone else for 500? $450. Buys at number 11. 11, the buyer. Next lot. Pair of gold earrings with diamonds and blue stones. I believe that they're sapphires. And $300 for those. $300. $100 is where? Anybody like them for 100 1/4? Would you go? 1 1/4? Anybody want to go 1 1/4? 1 1/2? 1 1/2? 175. Now 200. 200. You've got to be 2. Would you go? 200? I have 200 on John. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. One of you. 2 1/2, sir. Would you go? 2 1/2? I've got 2. I've got 2 1/2 ahead of you, John. 2 1/2 and 275. 275. Now 300. $300. Anybody like them for 3? Would you go? $300? Anybody like 300? Now 350. 300's bidding. 350. Would you go? $350? Anybody like them for 350? $300 your wage. Number 517. 517, the buyer. Lot 6 is the Waltham pocket watch with a Victorian hair jewelry, including a pendant, brooch, earrings, and the watch chain. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $300 for it. $300, $200, $100 is where? Anybody like to be in for $100? What do you go? $100, $150, $175. $150's been $175. Would you go $175? Anybody like it for $175? $150 buys number 901. Thank you. Lot 7 is a cameo in 14 karat gold with a diamond and an emerald. Never had a cameo with an emerald before. Kind of nice. And beautifully carved. And I should think 300. Would you go 3? Anybody like to be in for 300? $100 is where? 100, 175, and now 200. 200, now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 225? I've got $200 offered and 2 1/4. 2 what? 225, 250 now. 250, would you go $250? You bidding 250. $250. Anyone else for 250? I've got 2 1/4 bid and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys number 4923. Lot 8, 14 karat yellow gold ring with 3 diamonds. And $300 for it. 300, 200, 225, 250, 275, 300, 300, 350, 400, 450, 500, 550, 600, 650, 650, 700, 700. Would you go $700? You've got to be 700. 700 I have. 750. 750, $800 now. $800, you're bidding 8. Anybody else for 800? 7 1/2 is bid and 8. Would you go? 800, 850. 850, would you go $850? Anyone else for 850? 800 and 850. Fair warning. $800 buys number 901. Lot 9, 7-inch diamond and colored stone bracelet in 14 karat gold. And $300 quick for it. 300, 350, what do you, 350, now 400, 400, now 450, 450, 500, sir, 500, 550, 550, 600, 650, back to you for 650. I've got $600 bid and 650. Would you go $650? Anyone else for 650? $600 buys, 26, the buyer 26. Lot 10, a band with 5 diamonds and 14 karat yellow gold, approximately 1 carat total weight, and $300 quick for it. 300 and 350. 300 and 350, now 400. $400, you've got to be 4. Would you go $400? You're bidding 400, now 450. 450, now 500. $500, you've got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? Fair warning. $450 buys, 26, the buyer, 26. Lot 11, 14 karat yellow gold ring and diamond filigree. A long ring, good for anyone with pianist fingers. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. 150, 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. Now 300, 300, 350. Now 400, $400. What do you go for? Anybody else for 400? I've got 350 bid and 400. $350. I'm sorry, I had her behind you. 350, number 2. I never had you. I'm sorry. Lot 12. Enamel decorated gold brooch with diamonds. And some of these diamonds are nice size and beautifully cut, almost like an Asher cut. Beautifully decorated, and 21 pennyweight of 18 karat gold. And somebody give me about $2,000 for it. $2,000 where? Anybody like to be in for $2,000? $1,000 is where? $1,000. $850, $900, $950, $1,000, $1,100, $1,200, $1,300, $1,400, $1,500, $1,600, $1,700, $1,800, $1,900, $1,900. Anybody else like it? $1,900. Now $2,000. $2,000. You've got to be 2. Would you go $2,000? $1,900's bidden. $2,000. Any advance on $1,900 and $2,000? Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,900 buys number 11. 11, the buyer. Amethyst pendant. This is Bucalati, $750. On a 14 karat gold 20-inch chain. Beautiful amethyst, huge size. And someone give me $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for it? What? 700. Thank you. I never thought of that. 750, 800, 850, 850, 900, 950, 1,000, $1,000. Anybody? 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,400. Anyone else for 1,400? I've got $1,300 offered and 1,400. Fair warning. 1,400, 1,500, 1,600. 1,500's bidden 16. Would he go 16? Fair warning. Once, twice, 1,600, 1,700, 1,700. 16 is bidden 17. Would he go $1,700? Anybody else for 17? Now 1,800. $1,800. You're going to be 18. Would he go 1,800? Fair warning. $1,700. Buys number 13. The buyer 13. Lot 14. Diamond necklace with 3 floating diamonds, marked 14K, and $500 quick for it. $100 for it. Get it on the road. Hundreds bidden 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 275. Now 300. 300. Would you go 3? Anybody else like it for 300? 300. Now 350. Now 400. 400. Yes. 400. 450. 400 and 450. Any advance on 400 and 450? Fair warning. $400. 24. The buyer 24. Lot 15 is a 12-karat gold bangle with a shell cameo with gold chain and frame. The bangle is approximately 15 pennyweight. And $300 for this lot. $100 for it. $100 for the bangle and cameo. Anybody like to be in for 100? Would you go $100? $50 and get it going. 50. Thank you. 60. Would you go? 50. I haven't. 60. Would you go $60? Anybody else like it for 60? 50. 6. That's 70. Now 80. Now 80. $80. You've got to be 80. 80. Now 90. $90. Would you go 90? 90. Now 100. $100. Anybody else? 100. Now 1 1/4. 125. Now 150. 150. Would you go 150? Now 175. 175. Now 200. You've got to be 200. 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 225? You've got to be 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Anybody else like it for 2 1/2? 275 now. Back to you for 275. 250's been in 275. 275 now 300. Back to you for 300. 275 has been 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else like it for 300? Now 350. 350 now 400. $400. You've got to be 4. Would you go 400? Anyone like it for 400? Fair warning. Once, twice. $350. Buys. $49.23. Better late than never. All right. Well, lot 16 is the 18-karat Oyster Perpetual Day and Date Rolex watch with diamond face. A magnificent watch in wonderful condition, beautifully maintained, last cleaned by Howie's Jewelers in Troy. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 5,000. 5,000, thank you, and 5,500. 5,500 and 6,000 and 6,500 and 7,000, 7,500 and 8,000. 8,000. 8,000. 7,500's bid and $8,000. We've got to be 8. 8,000. 8,500. 8,500. 8,500. What do you go? 8,500. 9,000 now. $9,000. You're bidding 9,000. Anyone else for 9,000? John, back to you for 9,000. 8,500 is offered and 9,000. Fair warning. 8,500 is offered and $9,000. Once, twice, down it goes. $8,500. Buys number 901. Lot 17 is the Swiss wristwatch, 14-karat gold with leather band, and I have 175 to open and 200. Would you go? 175 is bidden 200 and 2 1/4. 200 is bidden 2 1/4. You're bidding 2 1/4. Anybody like 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Now 75. 275. 275. Now 300. $300. You're bidding 300. Now 350. 300 is bidden 350. 350. Now 400. $400. You're bidding 400. Now 450. 450. Now 500. $500 bidding 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? 4 1/2 is offered and 5. Would you go? Fair warning. 450 and 500. Once, twice, $450 to the internet number 907. Lot 18 is 4 14-karat gold rings, 3 with stones, approximately 8 pennyweight. And someone give me about $300 for these. 300, 200. 200's bid, 250, now 300, 350. 300, I have 350 in the book, now 400, 400, now 450. Now back to you for 500. 450's bid in 5, you gotta be 5, but you go $500. Anybody else for 500, now 550, now 600. Back to you for 600, now 650, the book is out. 600's bid in 650, what do you go $650? Anybody else for 650? $600 buys, number 11, 11 the buyer. Lot 19, 5 vintage rings, including cameo, jade, moonstone, etc. And somebody give me $400 for those. 400. $300, you get them going, 300, 3.5. 300's bid in 350, now 400, 450, now 500. Back to you for 500, 500, 550, now 600, 600. $600, anybody else for 600? I got 550 bid in 600. $550 buys, number 17 the buyer, 17. Lot 21, or 20 rather, 18-karat gold cocktail ring and a 14-karat jade nugget ring. And a little bit of interest in these. Bidding starts at 200 and 2.25. 350, now 400, 400, 450. 400's bidding 450. What do you go for? 450, 500, 550, 600, 600, 650, 700. $700 bidding 700 seated way in the back. 700, 750, 800. Back to you, sir, for 800. 800, yes, 800, 850. 850, what do you go? $850. You're going to be 850. I got 850 now. 900. Back to you for 900, 8.5, and 900. Fair warning. Once, twice. $850. Number 11, 11 the buyer. 21, 5 sterling silver pocket knives. The coin is actually a pocket knife too. It has 2 blades that open up. The coin is by Hoffritz, New York, and the others are unknown. And $300 for this lot. 300, 200, $100, 100 and bid and 1.25. 100's bid and 1.25, now 1.5. Anybody like it for 1.5, 1.5 and 175. 175, now 200. $200 bidding 2 and bid and 2.25. 2.25, now 2.5. Internet against internet. 2.25, 2.5, 275. 275. Anybody like it for 275? 250's bid and 275, now 300. 300, now 350. 300 and 350. What do you go? $350. Anyone else for 350? I've got 300 up, 350, now 400. $400. What do you go for? Anybody else like it for 400? I've got 350 bid and 400. Fair warning. Anyone here in the room like it for 400, 350, and 400? 350 to the internet number 909. Lot 22, Chinese silver vermeil bracelet with jade panels. Jade panels are beautifully carved, and it's an exquisite piece of jewelry, real power jewelry. Somebody give me about 400 for it. 400, thank you, and 450, now 500, now 550. Back to you for 550. I got 500 bidding 550. Would you go 5.5? Anybody like it for 5.5? Fair warning. $500 buys, number 13 the buyer, 13. 23, silver card case with semi-precious stones, pretty nice. And $300 for this lot. 300's bidding, 3.5, where do you go? 300's bidding, 350, 400, 450, 450, 500, 550, 550, 600, 600, wrong answer. 600, 550's bidding, $600. Anyone else for 600? I've got 550 offered and 600. Down it goes, $550 to 17 the buyer, 17. Lot 24, 14-karat gold pendant with green stones and seed pearls and a pair of costume dangle earrings. Now, somebody said that they thought that they were gold-plated sterling, but I don't know. We don't know what those earrings are made of. We just know that they're dressy. And somebody give me $100 to open, 125 and a half and 75 and 200 and 2.25, 2.5 and 75 and 300, 3.25, 3.5 and 75 and 400 and 450. 400's bidding 450. Would he go 450? Now 500. Now 550. 500's bidding 550. Would he go $550? Anybody else like it for 550? Now 600. Now 650. 600's bidding 650. now 700, now 750. 700's bid at 750. Fair warning. Once, twice. $700 buys. Number 17, the buyer. 17. Lot 25. Seaman and Shep's pearl, emerald, and diamond bracelet. 7 inches long. Really beautiful. A woman came in the other day. She said, oh, that was my mother's favorite jeweler. Seaman Shep's, of course. How much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. 500, thank you. 550, where do you go? 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 950, 1000, 1100, 1200, 1300, 1400, 1500, 1600, 1700, 1800, 1900, 2000, 2250, 2500. 2250's bid in 2500, out 2500, now 2750. Yes, now 3000. Back to you for 3,000. 2750's bid in 3. Would you go $3,000? Anybody like it for 3,000? 2750's bid in $3,000. Anybody like to be in for 3,000? 2750 buys. Number 11. 11 the buyer. 26. 18. Ate your Wheaties this morning. 18 karat gold coin ring. Diamond, and there's a little coin inset in the center of that. We believe it's either Greek or Italian. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300. 450 and 500. 500, 550. 500's bid in 550. Would you go 5.5? Anybody like 5.5 and 600, 6.5, 6.5 and 700 and 750? 700 and 750. Anyone else for 750? Yep. Now 800. $800. You got to be 800. $800. Anyone else for 800? I've got 750 bid and $800. Anybody like to be in for 8? $750 to the internet. Number 904. And I thank all of you. Lot 27 is the Star Ruby and Diamond in Platinum cocktail ring. Pretty nice. And a couple of thousand for it. $1,000 is where? 1,000 is bid and 1,100. 11, now 12 and 13 and 1,400, 1,500, 1,600, 1,700, 1,800, 1,900. $1,900, you got to be 19. I've got $1,800 offered, $1,900. Anyone else for 1,900? I have 18 bid and 19. Fair warning. Once, twice, $1,800. Number 17, the buyer, 17. Pair of diamond studded post earrings in white gold. They weigh about 2.04 total weight. We've had them calibrated, and we believe that that is correct. They are I1 in clarity and I in color. Very lively stones. And how much for those? Someone give me about 2,000. $1,000 is where? 1,000 and 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500, 1,600, 1,700, 1,800, 1,900, 2,000, 2,250, 2,500, 2,750, $3,000, 3,250, 3,250, 3,500, 3,750, 3,750. She said not to come home without them. 3,750, 3,500 is bid and 3,750. Anyone else for 3,750? Fair warning. 3,750? Yes? 4,000. 4,000. It's against you at 3,750. Seated up here. $4,000. You've got to be 4. You're both out in the back. $4,000. 3,750 buys. Number 11, the buyer. 11. 29 is 5 fashion rings with colored stones and diamonds. Kind of nice. And $500 for this lot. $300 for the lot. 300 where? Anybody like to be in for 300? $100 and get it going. 100's bid in a quarter, 2, 2 and a quarter, 2.5, 275, 275. Yes. Yep. 275. 300, sir. 300, 350. 300's bid in 350. Would you go 350 now? 400. $400. You got to be 4. Would you go $400? 375 is bid, or 350. 400. 450. Back to you for 450. I've got 450 now. 500. $500. What do you go 5? Anybody like them for 500? 450 and 500. $450. Buys number 901. 901. Lot 30. 56. Now there's 56 silver bars. 56 ounces in silver bars. There's also medallions and a big Cooperstown sterling paperweight and some Olympic coins. 85 ounces total. And bidding starts at $800 and $850, $850, $900, $950, $1,000, $1,100. You've got to be $1,100. I've got 10, 11, now $1,200. Back to you for $1,300. 13, now $1,400. $1,400. What do you go? $1,400. Anyone else for 14? $1,400. $1,500. $1,500. You got to be 15. Now $1,600. 16. You got to be 16. What do you go? $1,600. Anybody else like it for 16? I got 15 bid and 16. $1,500. Buys number 918. Lot 31. 2 fashion rings and a pair of Christopher's earrings, all set in 14-karat gold. That one ring is pearls and rubies. Absolutely, it's beautiful. Looks beautiful on. And bidding should start at 300, but I'll take 200 to open. Anybody at 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275, 300, 350, 400, 450, 500, $500, 500, 550, 550. What do you go? 500, 550. New fire. Now 600, 600 to you, sir. 600, 650, 650. What do you go? $650. Anyone else for 650? I've got 600 bid and 650. $600 buys number 11. 11 the buyer. 32 is the E-Courier shown over there. Now the original glass, throat glass, is all intact. The lower tablet has a crack, so you're buying it as you see it. Bidding starts at $350 and $400, $500 and $550 here in the book. Now it's $600, $600, $650. Back to you for $700. $700. I've got $800. Would you go $850? I've got $850. The book is out. $850 and $900. Would you go 9? Anybody like it for $900? $850 is bid and $900. Anybody like to be in for $900? I've got only $850 offered and $900. Fair warning, $850 and $900. Once, twice, down it goes. $850. $36.28. Lot 33 are the 2 Austrian 100 Corona coins, approximately 2 ounces in gold. And I've got bidding starts at $2,750 and $3,000. Would you go? Anybody like them for $3,000? $2,750 is bid in 3. Would you go $3,000? Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go $3,000? Anybody like to be in for 3? I've got $2,750 offered and $3,000. Fair warning. Once, twice. $2,750 buys. Number 455, the buyer. 455. 50 peso Mexican coin and a 1.5 ounce Peruvian coin, which actually only has about 1.2 ounces of gold in it. Okay. Bidding starts at this at $4,000 and $4,500. What do you go? $4,500. Anybody like it for $4,500? $4,000 is bidding $4,500. Anybody like to be in for $4,500? I've got $4,000 offered and $4,500. Fair warning. Once, twice. $4,000. The bid card 455, the buyer. And the Krugerrands, 3 South African Krugerrands. Bidding on this has to start at $4,500, and I have $4,500 and $4,750. What do you go? Or $4,500 and $5,000. $4,500 and $5,000. You're going to be 5. Would you go 5,000 or $4,750? Would you go $4,750? $4,750. Would you go $4,750? $4,500 buys number 25. The buyer 25. Next lot. 3666 Morgan Silverhead dollars, assorted dates and conditions, and bidding starts at $1,400 and $1,515, now $1,600, $1,600. Anybody like them for 16? 16 and 17, now $1,800, now $1,900, $1,900. Would you go 19? I've got 18 bidding, $1,900. Anybody else for 19? $1,800 buys number 30, the buyer 30. Next lot, 37 or 36B. 102 troy ounce silver ingot, marked 999 pure. And I've got 1,800 to open and 1,900. Where do you go? 1,800's been $1,900. Anybody like it for 19? Makes a wonderful doorstop. You paint it black, and they'll never. They might steal the TV, but they'll stub their toe on this on the way out the door. Somebody give me about $1,900. Anybody like it for 19? I've got $1,800 bidding, 1,900, now 2,000. $2,000. Anybody like to be in for 2,000? 1,900's bid and 2,000. Fair warning, 1,900 and 2,000. Down it goes. $1,900 buys number 4939. 37 is 3 Carson City Morgan had silver dollars. Carson City was a very small mint and was of low production. Therefore, these are coveted. And I got a number of bids on this, and it opens at $750 and $800. $800 would you go 800 and 850, now 900, now actually 1,000, now $1050, $1050, now 1,100. One of you, $1,100. Anybody else like it for 1,100? I've got $1050 bidding, $1,100, $1,100, $1,200, $1,200, $1,300, $1,300. You got to be 13. What do you go 1,300? I got 12 bid and 1,300. 1,200, 1,300, 1,400. I'm sorry, with the hammer. I took your bid. Is that 1,300, $1,400? Anybody else for 14? I've got 13 bid and 1,400. $1,300 buys number 30. Is it 30? The buyer. Next lot, 37B, 99.45, silver ingot. And again, bidding has to start at 1,800. I've got a cluster of bids all around the same. So bidding has to start at $1,800 and $1,900. What do you go 1,900? 1,800 is bidding, $1,900. Anybody like to be in for 19? What do you go 1,900? 19. Now the book is out. $2,000. Anybody like to be in for 2,000? I got 19 bid and $2,000. Anybody like to be in for 2,000? 1,900 is bid and 2,000. Fair warning. Yes. 2,000. 2,000. 2,250. 2,000's bid and 2,250. What do you go 2,250? Anybody else for 2,250? I've got 2,000 offered and 2,250. $2,000 buys number 30. The buyer 30. 38, 73 peace dollars, assorted dates and mints, and I've got bidding has to start at $1,500 and $1,600. You're bidding 16. Anybody like it? 16, now 17. Back to you for 18 is in the back of the room. $1,900. Anybody? 19. I've got 2,000. What do you go? 2,250. One of you? 2,250 or 2,100? 2,100 if that's of interest. Anybody like it for 2,100? I've got $2,000 bid and 2,100. $2,000 buys number 426. The buyer 426. Lot 38B is $200 in face value pre-1964 assorted half dollars. And I've got bidding that starts at $3,000 and $3,250. Would you go? 3,000's bid and $3,250. Would you go 3,250? Anybody like them for 3,250? I've got $3,000 offered. 3,250. The book is out. 3,500. Now 4,000. Now 3,750. 3,750. Anybody like them for 3,750? 35 is bid and 3,750. Once, twice. $3,500 buys number 4939. 39 is a $155 in Liberty and Roosevelt pre-1964 coinage. And this bidding has to start at $2,000 and $2,250. Would you go? 2,000's bidding, $2,250. Would you go 2,250? Anybody like them for 2,250? I've got $2,000 offered and 2,250. The book is out. And 3,000 and 2,250 and 2,500. $2,500. Anybody like to be 25? Now 2,750. 25 is on the internet and 2,750. Would you go 2,750? Anybody? 2,750 is on the internet. And now 3,000. $3,000. Would you go 3,000? Anybody like them for 3,000? 3,000. Fair warning. 2,750 buys number 4939. Lot 40 is $588 in face value, Franklin half dollars, and bidding starts at $9,000 and $9,500. What do you go? 9,000's bidding $9,500. Anybody like them for 9,500? 9,000 is bidding $9,500. Anybody like to be in for 9,500? Well, hello, John. Nice to see you. 9,500. Now 10,000. $10,000. Any advance on 9,500 and $10,000. Anybody like to be in for 10? Would you go $10,000? 95 and 10,000. $9,500. Buys number 4939. Lot 41, $296.50 in standing Liberty $half, and bidding starts at $4,500 and $47.50. 4,500's bidding $47.50. Would you go $47.50? Anybody else like them for 40 and 5,000? 5,000, sir? Would you go 5,000? I've got 47, 5,000, 5,500. 5,000's bidding $5,500. Would you go 55? Anybody like them for 5,500? I got $5,000 offered. Now 6,000. Back to you for 6,000. It's only money. $6,000. Would you go 6? Anybody like to be in for 6,000? 5,500's bidding $6,000. Anybody like to be in for 6? 5,500 buys. Number 4939 again. Lot 42, $492 in face value of JFK $half. These are all 1964, and there's no clad coinage in the lot. And I've got bidding that starts at $7,500 and $8,000. Would you go? 7,500's bidding $8,000. Anybody like to be in for 8,000? 7,500's bidding 8. Would you go $8,000? Anybody like to be in for 8,000? I've got 8,000 now 8,500. 8,000 is bid and 8,500. Anybody like them for 8,500? I've got $8,000 offered and 8,500. Fair warning. Down they go. $8,000. $49.39. 43. $600 in face value of 1964 or earlier quarters. And let's open it at 7,000. 7,000's bidding 7,500. Would you go 7,500 now? 7,500, 75 now, 8,000 now, 85. I've got 85 here in the book. Now 9,000. One of you, $9,000 and 9,000, 9,500. The book is out. $9,500. You're bidding 95. I've got $9,000 offered and 9,500. 9,000 is bid and 9,500. Once, twice. $9,000 your way. 49.39. Lot 44. A collection of strawberry luster, including 4 teapots, 3 cream pots, and 3 sugars. Now, it's not all strawberry luster, but it's all nice early Staffordshire, decorated in the same sort of palette. And there is some strawberry luster in there. So somebody give me about $300 for the lot. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go $200? $100 and get it going. 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Well, 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. Fair warning. Once, twice. 1 1/4 buys. Number? Sorry, Rob. 21? That's right. Your age. 21. Mentally that is. Wallace sterling silver flatware. This is the golden Aegean pattern, golden Aegean weave pattern. Service for 12. Lovely set. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 quick for it. 90 ounces. $1,000. Anybody like to be in for $1,500 and get it going? 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900. $900. Would you go 9? Anybody else like it for 900? I got 950 now, 1,000 now, 1,100, 1,100 now, 12, 1,300, 13, 1,400, 1,400. We're getting along so nicely. 1,400. I've got $1,300 offered and 14. Would you go $1,400? Anyone else for 14? $1,300 buys. Number 4918. 46 is the Dodger team ball. This has got Joe Black on it, and I think Black only pitched for the Dodgers 2 years, 54 and 55, if I'm not mistaken. And it also has Roy Campanella, Jackie Robinson, Gil Hodges, Carl Erskine, etc. And I've got a rather low bid to open, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 350, now 400, 1,100, now 1,200. 1,100's bid and $1,200. Anybody like to be in for 1,200? 1,100's bid and 12. Would you go $1,200? Anybody like to be in for 12? Got to be 12. Would you go $1,200? Anybody want to be in for 12? 12. Now 13. $1,300, it's gonna be 13, what do you go, 13, now 1,400. 13 is bidding $1,400, anybody like it for 14? 14, now 1,500. $1,500, now 1,600. $1,600, what do you go, 16? 15 is bid. Did you hear about the Mickey Mantle card? Sold for like a couple $1 million. $1,600, you're gonna be 16. Is that right? 15 I have, and $1,600, what do you go, 16, now 1,700. $1,700, anybody like to be in for 17? I've got 16 bid and 17. Fair warning, once, twice, 1,700 with the hammer, now 1,800. 1,800, 17 is bid, and $1,800, anyone else for 18? 17 is bid, the hammer's up. 1,700 and 1,800, once, twice, $1,700. Nate, your number, please. 924, the buyer. I love these little vinaigrettes. 5 English sterling vinaigrettes and a sterling baby rattle. Now, the baby rattle's very early. Has a mother of pearl teething ring on the end of it. And how much for that lot? Someone give me 400 for it? $300 to start it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? $200 for it. 200's bidding, 2.25. I've got 2.5 actually. Would you go 275, Jack? 275 now, 300. Book is out. $300. You've got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else like it for 300? 275 and 300. 300? Yes. 350. 350. Would you go $350? You got to be 350. I've got 300 bidding, 350. Would you go 350? Fair warning. Once, twice. $300. Ooh, sorry, Jack, I missed you. Number 21, the buyer, 21. Oh, 48, soapstone Buddha pendant. And we said it's an amber snuff. We're not sure what that snuff is made of. And a hinged lid Persian purse with specimen stones set in it. And $300 for this lot. $100 for this lot. Anybody like it for 100? What do you go, $100? Anybody like to be in for $100? 100's bid, and 1.25. Anybody like to be in for 1.25? $100 your way, Jack? 18. I'm sorry, I missed you on that last one. 49 sterling items to include a rare tussock vase, collapsible cup, alcohol lamp, box trays, etc., approximately 15 ounces, and $300 quick for it. $100 for it. 1.25 and a half, and 175. One of you, 175. We got 150, 200, 2.25, 2.5. 2.5. What do you go? 2.5. 2.25 is bid in 2.5 and even advance. And 2.25, 2.5. Fair warning. 2.5. 275. 275. What do you go? 275. Now 300. Back to you for 300. 275 and 3. What do you go? 300. $275. Buys number 18. 18 the buyer. Lot 50 is an 19th century soup tureen, I believe probably Old Paris maybe. Knotted finial and handles, kind of nice, with the ladle. Nice to find one with the ladle, and $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody, 100's bidding, 1.25. Anybody like to be in for 1.25? 100's bidding, 125. Anybody, any advance on $100 and 1.25? Would you go 1.25? Anybody like to be in for 1.25? Wow. $100 buys, Nate. 927. Lot 51, pair of 19th century Blackamoor figures on pedestals shown over here. They're nice early ones. And somebody give me about 3,000 for them. 3,000, 2,000. I'll take 1,000 to open. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 and get it going. $500, any advance? Anybody out there for 500? I've got 5, now 550, now 600. Say 600. I've got 550 in the book here, and $600. You've got to be 6. 550's bidding 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 850, 900, 900. 850's bidding $900. Would you go 9? You got to be 9. Would you go $900? You've got to be 900. 850's bidding 900. Anybody else for 900? I've got only 800 and 900. Now 950. 900's bidding 950. Would you go $950? Anyone else for 950? I've got $900 offered and 950. Fair warning. Once, twice. $900 buys. Number 928. The buyer 928. Philip Halsman photograph of old Blue Eyes. Frank Sinatra. This is the iconic Halsman photograph of Sinatra, and how much for it? Somebody give me about $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go $200? Anybody like it for $200? $100 for it. My goodness. $100. Hundreds bidding. 1 1/4. Would you go? Hundreds bidding. 1 1/4. Would you go? 125. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding. 1 1/4. $100 your way. Number. Was it 39? The buyer 39. 53. Sepia tone photo by Hal Fife. That's Duncan Fife's grandson. Great-grandson. It is autographed by J. Harold Murray. And how much for it? Someone give me about $300 quick for it. $300, $200, $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for $100? Would you go $100? $100, yes? $100 buys and 1 1/4. Would you go? Hundreds bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? Hundreds bid and 1 1/4. $100 buys. Number 30. 30 the buyer. 30. 54. Chinese enamel decorated silver peacock vase with peacock handles, beautifully enameled. And we didn't polish it up because it had such a consistent patina. I said, just leave it as it is. And I should think a couple of $100 for it. 200. 200's bidding. 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 275. 275. 300. 350. 300's bidding. 350. Would you go? 350. 350. 400. 450. 400's bidding. 450. Would you go? $450? Anyone else for 450? 450 with the hammer. 500. 500. I'm sorry. 450's bidding. 5. You got to be 5. Would you go? $500? Anyone else for 500? $450 to the internet number. 926. 55. These are rare baskets. These are beautifully, beautifully made Panamanian baskets. There's 5 in the lot, including one which shows how they're constructed, and the book goes along with them, with this lot. The largest is 6 inches tall. They're really gorgeous. Wunan and Embra Indian baskets from South America. And $300 for this lot. $300, $200, $100 for them. Hundreds bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like them for 1 1/4? Now 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. 175, 150's bid and 175. Now 200. $200. Would he go 200? 175 is bidding $200. Anybody like them for 2? Once, twice? $175. Number 18, the buyer. 18. Lot 56 is the other 4. There's one there with parrots on it and exotic birds. A couple of geometrics, which are really beautiful, and one with butterflies. And I should think $300 quick for these. 300. Anybody like to be in for 300? These are the larger of the bunch. $200 for them. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. 275. Would go 275. 250's bidding. 275. Anyone else for 275? Now 300. $300. You got to go 3. Would he go $300? Anybody like him for 300? 275 is bidding 3. Would he go $300? They should be worth that a piece. $300. Anybody like to be in for 300? 275 buys. Number 29. The buyer 29. 57. Exceptionally, this is an exceptional table. Single board leaves, 20 inches wide. There are 3 of them that go with the table. The table is an extension table. It is 132 inches long when it's opened, and all the leaves are utilized. It has tuck-away legs and 2 legs that screw in, and I think that's by original design. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $3,000. $2,000 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go $2,000? Who's got $1,000? Thank you, sir. And $1,100, $1,200, $1,300, $1,300, $1,400, $1,500, $1,600, $1,700, $1,800, $1,900, $2,000, $2,250, $2,500, $2,750, $3,000, $3,250, $3,500, $3,500. Stay with me. $3,500, $3,500. I've got $3,250 offered. $3,500. Would he go 35? Anybody else for $3,500? $3,250's bid and $3,500. Fair warning. $3,250 buys. Number 10, the buyer. 10. Lot 58, 1892 sterling silver loving cup by Whiting. 4 pints, including approximately 23 ounces. And 4 pints of beer, you'd need a couple of people to help you out, you know, pass it around. So bidding starts at 150 and 175, and now 200. 200, now 250, now two and a quarter, 2.5, 275, now 300, 350, 400, 450. 400 is bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? I got $400 offered and 450. $400 buys, number 13, the buyer, 13. Thank you. 59, oil on canvas by Francois Stanislas Rosignon. He was a French artist, painting at the same time as American portraiture was being performed by the likes of M.I. Phillips, etc., but he was in France. Lady with a Red Cape, I think beautifully rendered. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it? $500 and get it on the road. $5, you gotta be $5, would you go $500? $300 to start it. Anybody like it for $3, would you go $300? $200 and start it. $250 and $275. $250's bidding $275. Anybody like to be in for $275? No money at all for this painting. $250 offered and $275. Now $300. $300. Back to you for $3. Would you go $300? Anybody else like it for $300? $275 and $300. Fair warning. Once, twice. $275 buys. Number 28, the buyer. 28. Lot 60 is a partial set of heirloom sterling silver flatware, Virginia pattern, approximately 50 ounces, and $300 for this lot. 300, 300, thank you, and 350. Would you go? 300's bidding 350 now. 4, would you got to be 4? Would you go 400? 400, 450. 400's bidding 450. Would you go 450 now? 500's bidding 550. Now 600. Now 650. Back to you for $650. I've got $600 bid and $650. Would you go $650? Anybody else like it for $650? I've got $600 and $650. Once, twice. $600 buys. Number 933. 61. Pair of English occasional tables with floral inlays, satin woods, segmented tops, hairwood banding. These are very high-end Regency occasional tables. And how much for them? Somebody give me about $1,000 for them. 1,000 where? $500 and get them going. 5, you got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 to start. 400's bid and 450. Would you go? 450. Anybody let 450 now? 500. 450's bid and $500. You're bidding 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like them for 500? 450 is bid and $500. Would you go 5? Anybody like to be in for 500? 450 and 500. $450 buys. Number 509, the buyer. 509. Lot 62 for early 19th century fluid lamps. Probably New England Glass Works, sandwich glass bases on a couple of them. And $300 for this lot. $300, $100 for it. $100 for this lot. Anybody like to be in for $100? These are fine oil lamps for $100. My goodness, they should be bringing that a piece. $100. Anybody like them for $100? Well, $50 then. How you doing? Are you bidding, sir? Or are you just waving at me? $50. You got to be 50. Would you go $50? 50. Thank you. And 60. Would you go 50? I haven't 60 now. 70. We've got to be 70. Would you go $70? You've got to be 70. Now 80. Now 90. Back to you for 90. 80's offered and $90. Fair warning. Once, twice. $80 buys. Great buy. Number 19, the buyer. 19. 63. Alvin sterling silver flatware Vivaldi pattern. Service for 8. And $300 quick for it. $300 for this lot. Anybody like to be in for 3? We got to be 3. Would you go 300? 350. 350 now 400. For 450 now 500. 550. 500 and 550. Yes, 550 now 600. 650. 700. 750. 700's bidding 750. Would you go $750? Anybody else like them for 750 on the phones? Now 800. $800. We've got to be 800. 850. Back to you, Leah, for 850. I have $800 offered and 850. 800 and 850. $800. It's gone. Number 933. $64. English sterling silver cake basket, approximately 23 ounces. And $300 quick for it, $300. $300. Anybody like to be in for three? Would it go to be three? Would it go 300? 300, thank you. And 350, would it go? 300 I have, and 350, would it go $350? Anybody else for 350? Now 400. 400 standing, now 450, now 500. 500, $500. You're going to be five. Get it back, Dave, at 500. I've got 450 offered and 500. 450 and 500. Once, twice. $450 buys. Number 9, the buyer, 9. 65, Japanese bronze circus elephant on the ball. And my wife accuses me of not being on the ball very often. Somebody give me $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 300? Thank you. And 350, would he go? 300 is bidden. 350, would he go? $350. Anybody else like it for 350? Now 400, Steve. 400, 450. 400 and 450. Now 500. Now 550. 500 is bidden. 550. You're bidding 550. 500 and 550. Fair warning. 550. 550. I'll take Kenneth's 550. You've got to be 600. 550, 600. Stephen, you're out. It's $550 and $600. Anyone else for 600? 550 and 600. $550. Ken, number 531, the buyer. 531. Lot 66, the Rose Lady, signed F.H. Kammerer, beautifully rendered, and like the day it was painted. Beautiful condition throughout. They have a procession of monks walking along behind them and a little vagabond minstrel. Lovely painting. And how much for it? Somebody give me $2,000 for it? $2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $1,000 and started. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 and go. 500, thank you. And 550, would he go? 500 I have, and 550, would he go? $550. Anybody like it for 550? Now 600. $600, now 650. Back to you for 650. I've got 600, 650, now 700. $700, you've got to be 7. Would he go $700? Anyone else for 700? I've got 650 bidden. 700, 700, now 750. 750, would he go 750? 750, now 800. $800, you've got to be 8. Would he go $800? 7.5 is bidden. 8, would he go $800? Anybody else for 800? I've got 7, 800, 850. 850, 800, new fire, 850, now 900. Back to you for $900. You've got to be 900. 850's bid and 900, now 950. 950, this is where we should have started. 950, now 1,000. $1,000, you've got to be 1,000. 950's bid and $1,000, now 1,100. $1,100, would he go 1,100? 1,100, 1,200. $1,200, you've got to be 12. Would he go $1,200? You've got to be 1,200. I've got $1,100 offered and 1,200, now 1,300. Back to you for 1,300. 13, now 1,400. $1,400, you're bidding 14. Would he go 1,400? 13. I'm sorry, 1,300's bid 1,400. 1,500. Back to you for 15, John. 1,600. You've got to be 16 now. 15. It's against the internet on the phone. 1,600, now 1,700. $1,700, John. 17, now $1,800. They're out in Lisbon. $1,800. You've got to be 18. You've got $1,700 offered and 1,800. Fair warning. Once, twice. 1,800, 1,900, John. $1,900. Been a long walk. 1,900. 1,900, 1,900. Now 2,000. $2,000. You've got to be 2,000. 19 is bidden too. Would you go $2,000? Anybody else for 2,000? Fair warning. Once, twice. Hammer's up. 2,000 with the hammer. 2250, John. Get it back at 2250. 2250. Would you go 2250? You got to be 20. I'll go to 21. You've been with me from the start. 2,100. 2,100. I've got $2,000 on the internet. You've got to be 2,100. $2,000 buys. Number 937. The buyer 937. Nautilus shell with a carved cameo in it. This is quite lovely. Beautifully carved cameo shown in the middle of the shelf right there. It's 5 inches. Nice size. And $300 for it. 3, would you go $300, $200 for it? Anybody like it for $200? $100 for it. $100 for the Nautilus shell with the cameo. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like to be in for $100? My goodness, $50 for it. 80, now 90, now 100. 90's bidding 100, now 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Fair warning. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Once, twice. $100 owns it. Number 9, the buyer, 9. 68. 68. Number 9, sorry. 68 is a Continental 19th century octagonal top candle stand, ebonized base, pretty sassy, and $300 quick for it. $100 for it. Let's go. What? 100 and 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4, now a half, 1 1/2, and 175. You got to be 175. 150's bidding 175, now $200. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? Anybody else for 200? 175 is bidding 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? 200, now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Dan, get him back at 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/2? Fair warning. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Once, twice, 2 1/2. 275. 275. 275. 300. You won't scare me if you shout out. 300. 350. 350. Back to you, Dan, for 350. Now 400. Back to you for 400. 3 1/2 is bid and $400. Anyone else for 400? Fair warning. $350 buys. 509 the buyer. 509. 69 is a Clark and Coit and Company double branch argon lamp, electrified but could be returned to the original. They did not clip the tubes. Original shades, prisms, everything there and complete. And how much for it? Somebody give me $500 for it. $500. Anybody like to be in for 5? You got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 and get it going. $300. Anybody like it for 3? You got to be 3. Would you go 300? $200 and start it in 2 1/4. 2 is bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 1/2. 2 1/2 now. 2 1/2 I have and 275 now. 275. And that's out. 275. Anybody like it? Now 300. Now 300. Now 350. 300. Now 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? I've got 300 bidding 350. Would you go 350? 350. Now 400. $400. Would you go 4? You got to be 4. Would you go 400? 3 1/2 is bidding 4. Would you got to be 4? Would you go 400? 350 and 400. My goodness. 400. Yep. Now 450. 400 and 450. I'd like to get back to what I originally asked for, which is 500. 450. Anybody like it for 450? I've got 400 and 450. Once, twice, sold it. $400. Away it goes. Number 938. And lot 70, Old Master, attributed to the circle of Peter Castile. He was Dutch school, and this painting has been through Christie's Old Master. Came out of one of those sales. It is a floral still life, 18th century. And how much for it? Somebody give me someone give me 4,000 for it, 3,000. I'll take 1,000 to open. Anybody like it for $1,000? 1,000 is bid, and 1,100. Would you go? 1,000 I have, and 1,100. 2,000, thank you, and 2,250. 2,000 is bid and 2,250. Any advance on 2,000 and 2,250? Would you go 2,250? Anybody like it for 2,250? 2,000 is bid and 2,250. Would you go 2,250? 2,250 and 2,500. 2,500. Back to you for 2,500. 2,750. 2,750 should be 2,750. If you buy it for 2,750, you buy it for less than 5. You're buying it right. 2,750. Would you go 2,750? 2,500 is offered and 2,750. Once, twice. Fair warning. Down it goes. $2,500. Is it number? 4887. Lot 71 is a 19th century mahogany peat bucket, and bidding on this starts at $350 and $400. Would you go? $350 is bidding 4. Got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody like it for 400? $350 is bidding $400. Anybody like to be in for 400? I've got 3 1/2 offered and $400. Anybody like to be in for 400? Absentee bid against absentee bid, 350 and 400. Fair warning, 350 and 400. Once, twice, $350 buys it. Number 25, the buyer, 25. 72, Arthur Deal, 1912, Bridge over the Seine in Paris. Lovely painting. Wonderful original condition. How much for it? Someone give me about, I should think $500 quick for it. 500, 300, 200, thank you, and 250, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275, 275, now 300, now 350, 350, now 400, $400, you gotta be what do you go 400, 3 and a half is offered, and $400, what do you go 400 on Abbey, 400, 450, now 500 Ab, 500, get it back at 500, 500, now 550, 550, now 600, back to you Abby for 600, I've got 600, now 650, 650, what do you go $650 now at 700, back to you for 700 Abby, 700, now 750, 750, what do you go $750, anybody else for 750, I've got 750, now 800, $800 Ab, what do you go $800, you've got to be 800, now 850, 850, what do you go $850, anybody like it for 850, I've got 850, now 900, $900 Ab, what do you go 900, now 950, 950, what do you go $950, anybody else for 950, I've got $900 offered and 950, fair warning, once, twice, $900 buys. Number 503, the buyer, 503. 73, New York Butler's Desk. This is possibly Michael Allison. Matter of fact, it's attributed to Michael Allison. 1815, 1820. Beautiful condition, original brass as I recall. And I should think 1,500, but I'd take 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 500? $300 and get it started. $300 and start it. Would you go 3? Would you go 3? Would you go $300? Anybody like up at 300? Now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? I've got a 300 bid and 350. Would you go $350? A lot of furniture for $350. 300 and 350. Fair warning. Once, twice, $300 buys it. $43.35. Mark that stolen. 74, New Hampshire Mirror Clock, and a nice one by Merrill from Boscawen, New Hampshire. Has the original label on the interior, and it's in a nice state of preservation. Bidding starts on this lot at only $750. $950, that's better. $1,000, now $1,100. $1,200, $1,300. $1,300. Anyone else for 13? I've got 1,200 on Nate. $1,300. What do you go 13? 13, now 14, now 1,500. $1,500. You've got to be 15. Now 15, 16, 1,700. 1,700, Moira. Get them back at 17. 17, now 1,800. 18, now 1,900. $1,900. Bidding 19. 1,900, now 2,000. Now 2,250. 2,250. What do you go 2,250? 2,250 and 2,500, now 2,750. 2,750, what do you go 2,750? 2,500's bid and 2,750. 2,500's bid and 2,750. Fair warning, 2,750. 2,500 is bid and 2,750. Down it goes, $2,500. Nate, your number? 920, the buyer, 920. Lot 75, Americana accessories, including a loom basket. The loom basket's beautiful, beautifully painted loom basket. Top shelf in the back case. A toll theorem, a candle snuffer, hog scraper candlestick, and how much for it? Somebody give me about, I should think 500, but I'll take 300 to open. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300, 200? 200, thank you, and 2 and a quarter. 200's bid, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 275. Now 300. $300. Would you go 3? You've got to be $300. We've got to be 3. Would you go 300? Anybody else like it for 300? I've got 275 and 300. Fair warning. 275 buys. Robbie, number 21. 21, the buyer. Lot 76, 4 Gorham silver fluted column candlesticks, and $300 for this lot. 400's bid and 450. Would you go? 400 is bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like it for 450? 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like to be in for 450? 400 and 450. 450 with the hammer. 500. $500. You've got to be 5. Would you go 500? I've got 4.5 in the audience and $500. Anybody like it for 500? 450 and 500. Fair warning. Once, twice. $450 to number 36, the buyer. 36. 77. Chippendale wingback chair in a beauty. Lovely chair in beautiful condition shown here. Josh will attest to the fact that it's quite comfortable. Caught him nodding off in it the other day. Somebody give me about, I don't know, $2,000 for it? $2,000? $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? I've got 600 bid and 700. What do you go? 600 is bid and 650. What do you go? 650 and now 700. 700 and 750. 750. You've got to be 750. Now 800. 800. 850. Back to you for 850. Now 900. 900. Now 950. 950. One of you. 950. What do you go? $950. Anybody like it for 950? I've got 900 bid and 950. We've got 950. Now $1,000. You've got to be 1,000. 950's bid and $1,000. You got to be 1,000. What do you go? $1,000. Anybody else like it for $1,000? 950 is offered and $1,000. Fair warning. You're out on the phones at $950 and $1,000 once, twice. $950. Buys number 49.59. Lot 78. Silver, including an English tray, 3 Russian spoons, and a Continental covered pot that has pierce work around the top edge. And I should think $300 ought to be pretty easy money for it. 300. 400's bid and 450. What do you go? 400's bid and 450. 450 now 500. 450's bid and 5. You got to be 5. What do you go? $500. Anybody like it for 500? 500 now 550. 500 and 550. What do you go? 550 now 600. $600. You've got to be 600. I've got 550 bid and $600. You've got to be 6. What do you go? 600. 550 and 600. Once, twice. Down it goes. $550. 48.84. Lot 79. 18th century China trade cider jug. Bidding starts at 200 and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go? 225. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go to be 2 1/2? Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody like it for 2 1/2? How else are you going to enjoy your cider this fall? 2 1/2. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. 2 1/4 buys. Number 3169. Lot 80. Fife School, New York City mahogany Pembroke table. I can't tell you that Fife made it, but I can't tell you that he didn't either. This is a beautiful table. And somebody give me, I should think, $800 for it. 800, 500, $300 for it. 300's bid and 350. What do you go? 350's here in the book and $400. Get it on the road at 400. 350's bid and $400. Anybody like it for 400? 3 1/2 is offered and $400. Got to be 4. What do you go? 400. 350's bid and 400. Would you go? $400. Anybody else like it for 400? 350 and 400. Fair warning. Once, twice. $350. Bid card number 1, the buyer. 1. Lot 81. The Young Prince with Court Ladies. This is by Kunihara. He flourished in the 1840s and 50s, and this is from 1849 to 1853. It's published by Horaido. And how much for it? Beautiful triptych shown over there. And $300 quick for it. 300 should be hands in the air at 3. You got to be 3. Would you go? $300. Anybody like to be in for 300? $200 and start it. My goodness, $200. Anybody like it for 2? We got to be 2. Would you go? 200? $100. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Would you go? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Now a half. You got to be 1 1/2 and 75 and $200. Got to be 2. Would you go? 200? 175 and 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go? 2 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Any advance on the internet at 200 and 2 1/4. Fair warning. 1, 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Almost owned it. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. You have partial custody. 2 1/2. I've got 2 1/4 bid and 2 1/2. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. 2 1/4. Number 40. The buyer. 40. 81, 82 now. This is by Toyokuni the third. He lived from 1786 to 1864. And this is a Oban triptych, Four Seasons in the Snow with a Garden, published in the heart of the 19th century. And let's see, $300 quick for it, 300. 100's bidden, 1 1/4 now, 1 1/2, half into 175. I've got 175 here and 200. Would you go 200, Jack? You've got to be two. Yes, 200. Now 2 1/4. 200's bidden, 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anyone else for 2 1/4? The book is out at 2 1/4. Fair warning. Once, twice. $200 buys. Number 18. The buyer 18. 83. This is Hirosiji. This is the single print shown on the back wall, autumn at the Ashayuma Temple, and 1857 on this one, and $300 quick for it, 300. He's probably the best regarded woodblock artist of the 19th century. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would got to be two. Would you go 200? $100 and start it. And a quarter. Would you go? 100's bid and a quarter and a half and 175 and 200 now. $200. Would you go two? You got to be two. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 is bid and two. Would you go $200? 200 now. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anyone else for 2 1/4? I've got $200 offered and 225. Down it goes. $200 number. 43.35. 84. Genji period woodblock triptych signed Toyokuni. This is, it has double censor seal. Wind is the title. And it is 1848 to 1852. And $300 quick for this one, 300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in two? You got to be two. Would you go 200? $100 and get it going. 100's bidden 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. 175, yes. Now 200. 200, now 2 1/4. 2 1/4, would you go 2 1/4? 2 is bidden 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. 2 1/2, would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidden 2 1/2. Anyone else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys, nice buy. Number 40, the buyer, 40. Lot 85. This, I love this one. The brilliant scene of fireworks in the cool evening under the Ryogoku Bridge. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it. 300, $200 for it, $100 for it. 100's been 150, 175. One of you, 175. Now 200. Now 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, 250, 275. Dan, get it back at 275. 250's bid and 275. Fair warning. Once, twice. $250 buys. Number 48.35. 86. New York classically carved 3-drawer work table shown right here. Lovely table on paw feet, beautifully carved classical furniture, and $500 quick for it. $200 for it, and a quarter, and a half. You've got to be 2 1/2 now. 2 1/4 is with me, and 2 1/2. You got to be 2 1/2 with 2 1/2 and 275. I've got to be. I'll go 300. Would you go 350? 300 and 350. 350 now. 400. 350 is bid, and $400. You've got to be 4. Would you go 400 now? 450. 400 and 450. You're bidding 450. I've got $400 offered and 450 now. 500. Back to you the phones for 500. I've got 500 now. 550. 550. Would you go 550? 500 and 550. 550 now. 600. Back to you, Dan, for 600. I've got 550 offered and 600. Fair warning. Once, twice. $550. You got it. Number 31. The buyer. 31. 87. A pair of bronze gilded 4-light candelabras, and these are heavy. The butler did it with the candlestick. Someone give me $300 for the lot. 300, 200, $100 for this lot. Anybody like to be in for $100? These are French, 19th century. $100, $50 for the lot. 50, thank you. And 75, would you go? 50's bid, 60, would you? 100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4, would you go 125? 125, you've got to be 125. Anybody else for 125? I've got 100 bid and 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. One and a half. What do you, one and a half? One and a quarter's bid and one and a half. One and a half, 175. 175, 150 and 175. $150. Buys number? 949. This is beautiful. A beautiful little French bronze gilded dresser mirror, 18 inches tall, shown right here in this cabinet. And $300 quick for it. $300, $200, $100 for it. $100. 100's bidding, one and a quarter. Anybody like to be in for one and a quarter? 100's bidding, 125. It's going to be one and a quarter, one and a half. One and a half. What do you go? One and a half. One and a quarter's bidding, one and a half. Anyone else for one and a half? Now 175. Now 200. Now two and a quarter. Two and a quarter. Would you go two and a quarter? Two and a quarter. Two and a half. You've got to be two and a half. Would you go 250? Two and a quarter is bid, and two and a half. Fair warning. Once, twice. Two and a quarter buys. Number 40, the buyer. 40. 89. Sterling silver pierced Mappin and Webb cake dish, English hallmarked, 15 ounces and $300 quick for it. 100's bid, one and a quarter. 200's bid and two and a quarter. Two and a quarter. Anybody else for two and a quarter? I've got 200 bid and two and a quarter. Would you go 225? Anybody like to be in for two and a quarter? Two and a quarter. Two and a half. I've got two and a quarter in the back. Two and a half. Two and a half. Yes. Two and a half. 275. 275. 250 and 275. Anyone else for 275? $250. Buys number 13. And I thanks for the help. Number 13, the buyer. 19th century American school landscape oil on canvas. Unsigned, initialed in verso, but we're not uncertain as to who might have painted it. Typical Hudson River School painting. Someone give me about 500 for it, down low to start. $500, it's going to be five. Would it go 500, 300, $200? What? 250, 275, now 300. 300, you've got to be three. Would it go 300? I took you for 275. 300, now 350, John. 350, would it go $350? You got to be 350. Now 400. Back to you for 400. 350's bid 400, now 450. 400 and 450. You're bidding 450. 400's bidding 450. Fair warning. 450, now 500. 450's on the floor. And $500, you got to be five. You got to be five. Would you go 500? Fair warning. Once, twice. $450 buys number 40, the buyer. 40. Lot 91, New York Federal Mahogany Tilt-Top Candle Stand. I have never seen this shaft, the way this shaft is carved. Never seen it before. A beautiful little candle stand, and how much for it? Someone give me 500 quick for it. 500, $200 for it. Anybody like to be for 200's bid and two and a quarter. 200's bid and two and a quarter. Would you go two and a quarter? Anybody like to be in for two and a quarter? Two and a half, 275. 275. Got to be 275 now. 300. 300, you got to be three. Would you go 300? Now 350. 350, would you go 350? Now 400. $400, you're bidding four. Got to be four. Would you go 400? 400, now 450. 450 and 450, now 500. $500, would you go five? Anybody else for 500? I've got 450 offered and 500. Fair warning. Once, twice. 500, now 550. 550, would you go $550? 550, now 600. 600, 550's bid and 600. Fair warning. Once, twice. $550, Dan. Your number, please. 509, the buyer. 509. Lalique Art Glass. A bird vase in a leaf-bordered bowl. And bidding will start at $100 and one and a quarter. Would you go? 100's bidding one and a quarter. One and a quarter, one and a half, 175. Back to you for 175. I've got an order bid here. 150 is it with me, and 175 going to be 175. Anybody else for 175? 150's bid and 175. Fair. 175. Now 200. Back to you for two and a quarter. Two and a quarter. 200's bid and two and a quarter. Would you go 225? Anybody else for two and a quarter? 225. Now 250 is with me. 275. Back to you for 275. 275. Now 300 is with me. You've got to be 350. 350, what do you go, $350? You got to be 350, 300 and 350. Fair warning, 300 and 350. Once, twice. Down it goes. $300 to bid card number 515. 515, the buyer. Sterling silver pitcher by Merman and Jacquard. 32 troy ounces, beautifully repuseed decoration. Got a little ding on the side. You buy it as you see it, but $500 quick for it. 500's bidden, 550. What do you go? 500's bidden, 550. Now $600. You got to be six. What do you go? $600. Now 650. 600 and 650. Now 700. $700. You got to be seven. What do you go? $700. Anybody else for 700? I've got 650. 700 on Ken, and now 750. 700 and 750. What do you go? 750. Any advance on 700 and 750? Fair warning. Once, twice. $700 buys. 503 the buyer. 503. 94. 18th century China trade porcelain platters. Green band with floral garlands. These are beautifully decorated. Great condition. How much for them? Somebody give me about 500. $200 to open. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 200? 18th century. $200. Anybody like them for $100? 100 and a quarter and a half and 75. 175. You got to be 175. 150 is bid in 175. 150 is bid in 175. You got to bid in 175, 150 and 175. Fair warning. 150 and 175. Once, twice. $150. Bid card 534. The buyer 534. Next lot. A fabulous piece of furniture now. 18th century mahogany chest on chest, original brass. There's one in the American wing of the Met that is probably out of the same cabinet shop. That one has OG bracket feet in the back and ball and claws in the front. This one has ball and claws all the way around. The one in the Met is Van Rensselaer family provenance. This one bears no such wonderful family provenance. Somebody give me about, I should think, $3,000, $2,000. Anybody like it but two? Got to be two. What do you go to? $1,000 is where 1,000 I have, and 1,100. 1,100 now, 1,200. Back to you for 1,200 now. $1,300 is going to be 13. 1,300, 13 now, 1,400. $1,400 is going to be 14 now, 1,500. 1,500 now, 1,600. 16, you got to be 16. What do you go? $1,600. You got to be 16 now, 1,700. Getting back at 17. 16 and $1,700. You got to be 17 on the phones. Now 1,800. $1,800. You got to be 18. What do you go? $1,800. Anybody else for 18? Now 1,900. Dan, getting back at 19. 1,900 and 2,000. $2,000. You got to be two. What do you go? $2,000. 1,900's bid and 2,000. Fair warning. 19 and 2,000. Once, twice. $1,900 buys it. 509. The buyer 509. Lot 96 is the Carl Wermer. Beautiful painting. It feels like you could walk right into it. Original Carl Wermer labels on the back, titling it and also indicating the type of paint that was used, et cetera, et cetera. Impeccable condition. How much for it? Bidding starts at $1,700 and $1,800. What do you go? 18 now, 19. You've got to be 2,000. 2,000 now. I'm 2,250. You've got to be 2,500. I'm 3,000. Would you go 3,250? 3,250 and 3,500. The book is out. 3,250's bid and $3,500. Anybody else like it for 3,500? 3,250's bid and $3,500. Any advance on 3,250 and 3,500? Fair warning. 3,250 and 3,500. Once, twice. 3,250 buys. Number 955. Next lot, 97. Jacoby and Jenkins. This is Baltimore Sterling at its best. Beautiful footed salver with ball and claw feet. Wonderful star decoration in the field. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it. $300. Anybody like to be in for three? Got to be three. Would you go 200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like it for $100? Anybody even remotely like it? The hundreds bid. 1 1/4. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. You've got to be 1 1/2. Yes, 1 1/2. 175. Now 200. $200. You got to be two. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 200 now 2 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Would you go 225? 225 now 250. 250. Would you go $250? Anyone else for 250? 2 1/4's bid and 2 1/2. You got to be 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody else like it for 2 1/2? Fair warning. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys. Number 21. The buyer 21. Next lot 98. I love this jelly covered. Beautiful green gray paint, from the Stockade District in Schenectady. A one-door jelly cupboard in green gray paint, very nice, 19th century. How much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it to start. 300 and 350, now 400. $400, it gotta be 400, now 450. 400 is bidden 450, now 500. $500, 500, now 550. Now 600, now 650, now 700. 700, 650 is bidden. $700, anybody else like it for 700, now 750. 750, what do you go, 750, 700 is bidden, 750, now 800. 800, now 850. 800 is bidden, 850, you gotta be $850. Anybody else for 850? I've got only $800 offered and 850. Fair warning, 800 and 850. Once, twice. $800 buys, number? 957. 99 is a Wallace sterling silver water pitcher, 4-pint size, from a beautiful home in Schenectady County, and $500 for it. 500, $200 and get it going. 300 is bid and 350. Would you go? 300 I have and 350. Would you go? $350. Anybody else for 350? I've got only $300 offered and 350. Would you go? $350. Anybody like to be in for 350? Fair warning, 300 and 350. Once, twice, down it goes. $300 and your number, please. 933, lot 100. An important pair of American school portraits. John James Trumbull Arnold, 1840, original frames. These paintings have provenance of Carlson Gallery, as well as the Downtown Gallery. Early Downtown Gallery sticker on the back of one of them. They're in their original frames. Frames are a little scruffy, but the paintings are in beautiful condition. And how much for this lot? Somebody give me $10,000 for them? $5,000 for them. Anybody like to be in for $5,000? Got to be $5,000. Got to be $5,000. $2,000 and get them started. $2,000. Anybody like to be in for $2,000? $1,000 is bid. I have $2,000. $1,000 is bid. And $1,100, where do you go? $1,100, $1,200. $1,200, you've got to be 12, would you go $1,200, now $1,300. $1,300, would you go 13? 13, now $1,400. $1,400, back 14, now $1,500. $1,500, you got to be 15, now $1,600. $1,600, 16, now $17, now $1,800. $1,800, $1,800, are you bidding 18? $1,800, 18, now $1,900, Leah. $1,900, what do you go? 19, now $2,000. $2,000 now, 2,000, 2,000, $2,250, Leah. $2,250, what do you go? $2,250. $2,250, now $2,500. Back to you for $2,500. 25 now, $2,750. $2,750, you're bidding $2,750, Leah. $2,750, now $3,000. Now $3,000, what do you go? $3,000. $3,000, now $3,250. $3,250, what do you go? $3,250, Leah. $3,250, $3,500. $3,500. $3,500, you're bidding $35. I have $3,250 bid and $3,500, you've got to be $35. We should be going right along. These are great paintings. $35, now $3,750. $3,750, Leah. $3,750, $3,750, now $4,000. $4,000, you're going to be what do you go? $4,000. $4,000. $4,000. $4,000 back to the internet for $4,000. I've got $3,750 on Leah. Let there be no mistake. $3,750 and $4,000. Once, twice, down they go. $3,750 to $514. The buyer, $514. Lot 101, 19th century blue wallpaper covered bandbox in the manner of Hannah Davis. No label, but beautiful bandbox. And the pattern of the wallpaper is identified on an accompanying sheet that is with it. And $300 quick for this lot. $300, $200 for it. And 200's bid and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, $275. Now $300, now $350, now $400. $350's bid and $400. You got to be $4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for $400? 3 1/2 is offered and $4. You got to be $4. Would you go $400? Fair warning. Hammers up. $400. Once, twice. $350 number. 14, the buyer. 14. That's a great box. Good luck with it. Early 18th century George II So that's like 1740, okay? George II, walnut veneered chest on chest. This has a brushing slide, which is pretty cool. And bidding on this starts at $1,000 and $1,100. Where do you go? 1,000. I have an 11. What do you got to be at $1,100? Anybody like it for 1,100? 1,100, 1,200. Back to you for 1,300. $1,300. You're going to be 13. 1,400 is in the book. Now 1,500. Back to you for 15. I'm going to be 1,600. You've got to be 1,700. I can go 1,750. Would you go 1,800? Would you go 1,800? 1,800. The book is out. $1,800 is on the phones, and $1,900. You're bidding 19. Would you go $1,900? Anybody else for 1,900? I have only $1,800 offered and 1,900. Fair warning. 18 and 1,900. You're out in the back. You in? 1,900. 1,900. Now 2,000. $2,000. You're going to be two. Would you go 2,000? Now 2,250. 2,250. You're bidding 2,250. Fair warning. 2,000 and 2,250. $2,000. Buys at number 509. The buyer. 509. Lot 103. Leather-covered rhinoceros. How often do you get the opportunity to own one of these? My goodness. Never know what's going to show up at these country auctions, you know. Somebody give me 500 to open. I've got 500 bid and 550. What do you go? 500 is bidding 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody like it for 550? 500 is bidding 550. What do you go? 550. Now 600. Now 650. Back to you for 650. I've got 600 here and 650. Now 700. 700. Now 750. Back to you for 750. I've got 700 bidding 750. You're bidding 750. 700 is bidding 750. Any advance on 700 and 750? You're going to be $750. 700 and 750. 750. Fair warning. 700 and 750. $700 buys number 25. The buyer 25. 104. Pair of Louis Joseph Noyle oil on panels. Girl with a guitar and a girl with a wine glass. Both of them elegantly dressed. And how much for these? Someone give me about 300 for them. $300 for the two of them. Anybody want to be in for three? Got to be three. Would you go $200 and start them? 200, $100 is where. Anybody like them for $100? My goodness, 1.25. 100 is bidding 1.25. Now 1.5. Anybody like them for 1.5? 1.5 and 175. 150 is bidding 175. Now $200. You've got to be two. Would you go 200? Now 2.25. 2.25. Would you go 2.25? 2.5. 2.5. You're bidding 2.5 and 275. 250 is bidding 275. 275. Did one of them fall asleep on you, Nate? 275. 250 is bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? Fair warning. Once, twice. $250, Nate. You bought them in the number? 925. 925. 105. Classically seated Muse of Music in bronze. And how much for her? Somebody give me about $300 for her. 300. $200 for her. Anybody like her for $100? $100 and started. Anybody like to be in for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like it for $50? 50, thank you. 50, 60, 70, 70, 80, 90, now 100. $100, you've got to be 190 is offered, and $100. Anyone else for 100 and 1.25? 1.25, Jack, would you go 1.25? 100 is bidding 1.25. Fair warning. Once, twice. $100 buys number? 4630. Now this is a beautiful piece of furniture. New York City mahogany secretaire habitant. This is, I'm certain, this is from the Fife workshop. Beautifully carved, beautifully constructed, magnificent piece of furniture. And I've got $750 to open and $800. Would you go? $750 opens and $800. You've got to be would you go $800? Anybody like it for $800? $750 is bidding 8. Would you go $800? Anybody like to be in for $800? I've got $750 bidding 800. $750 is bidding $800. Any advance on $750 and $800? Would you go $800? Fair warning. $750 and $800. Once, twice. $750 buys number 25. The buyer 25. 107 is the Louis Icart dry point etching with the windmill stamp, copyright 1928, Paris, and $300 quick for it. $300 for the Icart. Pencil signed I-card. Anybody like it for 300, 200, $100? 200's bidding 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Got to be 2 1/4. We got anybody else for 225? 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 now. 2 1/4's bidding 2 1/2. You've got to be 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Fair warning. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Once, twice. $225. I'm sorry, $200. The number 225 to 4335. Sorry. 108. This is an oversized Nantucket basket created in 1990, so it's 32 years old. But typical Nantucket construction, but I've never had one of this size. Somebody give me 400 for it? $400. Anybody like to meet for 4, 3, 2, 200, 2 and a, what is it? 250, 275, 300. $300. We've got to be 3. Would you go 300? Anybody else for 300? 275 is bidding 3. Would you go $300? 300 now, 350 now, 400. Back to you for 400. 350 is bidding 4. You got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else like it for 400? 400 now, 450 now, 500. $500. You've got to be 500. 450 is bidding 5. Would you got to be 5? Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? Fair warning. Once, twice. $450 owns it. Number 13, the buyer, 13. 109. Peg rack with 21 hand-fashioned pegs. It's 96 inches long in the back corner over there. A terrific peg rack. You could probably make 2 or 3 out of it. And someone give me about, oh, I don't know, 500 for it? $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? 200 I have and 2 1/4. Would you go? 2 is bidding 2 1/4. Got to be 225, 225, 250, 275 now. 275, 275 now, 300 now, 350, 300 now, 350. You've got to be 350. I've got 300 bidding 350. Would you go 350 now? 400. $400. You've got to be 4. Would you go 400? Anyone else for 400? 3 1/2 is offered and $400. Anybody like to be in for 400? 350 and 400. $350 your way. Number 958. 958. 110. Side wheeler Mary Powell signed with it just a JP down in the corner. Now at first we thought this was a painting. Then we thought it was maybe it's a painting over a print. Then we looked at it again. I took it out with a glass. It's a painting. So we've added this extra script in the cataloging, but it is not a painting over a print. It's a painting. So how much for it? Bidding starts at 600 and 650. What do you go? 600 I have and $650. Anybody like it for 650? I've got 600 bidding 650. What do you go? 600, 650 now, 700. Back to you for 750, Tom. 750, yes. 750 now, 800. You've got to be 850. Would you go 850? I've got 800 bidding 850. Would you go $850? Anybody else for 850? I've got $800 offered and 850. Fair warning, 800 and 850. $800 buys, bid card 519, the buyer, 519. Lot 111 is a swing-handled Taconic basket in red paint. Beautiful coat of red paint on this. Lovely basket in immaculate condition shown in the back cupboard. And $300 quick for it. $300, $100 for it. Anybody, 100's bidding, 1 1/4. 100's bidding, 1 1/4. Now I have and 75. 175, yes. 175, $200 now. 200, what do you go 200 now? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, you've got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/4's bidding, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 275. Now 300. Now 300, what do you go 3? You got to be 3. What do you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 3. Fair warning, 275 and 300. 275 buys. Number 5, the buyer, 5. Cinco. 112 is the low back plank seat Windsor bench in old paint. Bulbous turned legs. Plank seat is not broken. The spindles are all appear to be original to me. And it's got 3 or 4 coats of paint on it. You can pick a color. How much for? Somebody give me about, I would take 1,000 to open. Anybody like it for 1,000? $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? I get 500 bid and 550. Now 600. 600's here in the book and 650. You've got to be 650. 700, 750, 750, 800, $800. You've got to be 800, 800, 850 on Ken, 900, 900 on me, 900, 950 and $1,000 Ken, $1,000 on John, 1,100 with me, 1,200 one of you, 1,200, and I'm 13. You've got to be 1,400, 1,400, 14 on Ken. It's ahead of you. It's 14 and 1,500. 15, now $1,600. What do you go, 16? 16 on John, 1,700, 17 Ken, $1,700, 17, now 1,800, 18 on Kenneth, $1,900 one of you, $1,900, you've got to be 19, and now $2,000, $2,000, what do you go, 2, you've got to be 2, what do you go, $2,000, John, $2,000, you've got to be 2, what do you go, 2,000, I've got 1,900, and 2,000, I've got 2,000 ahead of you, 2,250 one of you, 2,250, anybody, 2,250 and 2,500 now, $2,500, you're going to be 25, 2,250's bidding $2,500, you're bidding 2,500, 2,500 now 2,750, back to you for 2,750, 2,750, you're bidding 2,750, fair warning, I've got 2,500 on the internet, 2,750, once, twice, fair warning, $2,500 buys number 958, 958. All right, 18th century polychrome decorated chargers don't come along every day. This one is in beautiful condition, 13 3/4 inch diameter. Typical glazed fritting around the exterior edge. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it? $500, $200 to start it. 200 and 250, 250, 300, $300. What do you go? 275. Now 300, 300, 350, 350, 400, 450, 450, 500, $500. You're bidding 5. You're going to be 5. What do you go? $500. 500 now 550, 550. You're going to be 550. Tom, 550. Any advance? 500 and 550, 500 and 550. Once, twice. Fair warning. Hammers up. $500 buys number 954, the buyer, 954. S. Kirk and Son, Repoussé, and heavily constructed Repoussé Sterling coffee pot or hot chocolate. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. 500 and 550. 500's bidding 550. What do you go? $550. 550 now 600. Back to you for 600. Now 650. Leah getting back at 650. Now 700. Back to you for 700. 650's bidding. $700 bidding 700. 6.5 is offered and 7. Would you go $700? Anybody else for 700? 650's bidding $700. Anybody else like it for 700? 650 and 700. Fair warning. 650, 700, 750. Leah getting back at 750. I've got 700 bidding. 750. Would you go $750? Anybody else for 750? 700 and 750. $700. Buys number 25, the buyer, 25. That's a lot. 115, 9-inch sterling silver fruit bowl by Toll Silversmith, and $300 quick for it. $300, $100 for it. 100 and a quarter, would you go? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like a quarter? Now a half. 1 1/2 and 175. 150's bidding 175. Anyone else for 175? 150's bidding 175. Anybody like to be in for 175? Fair, 175. Now 200. $200. You've got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning. $175. Number 9, the buyer. Number 9. 116. Classical sofa with dolphin feet and a beauty. Shown in the back of the room there. They're fully developed dolphins. I believe it's probably a Philadelphia sofa. And how much for it? Someone give me, I don't know. Somebody give me $1,000 for it. Should be hands in the air at 1,000. $500 and get it started. $500. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Got to be 5. $300 and set it in. $300. $200. $200. Anybody like it for $200? Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? Well, the owner of this is going to be impressed with my ability to sell Empire sofas. Somebody give me $100 to open. $100 to open this up. Anybody like it for $100? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody thinking about 1 1/4, 1 1/2? You're off the hook now, you know. 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is bid, and 1 1/2. Would you like to bid 150? 150? 175. Now 200. 200. This is just like an auction. 200. $200. You've got to be 200. 175 and 200. $175. Nice buy. 8675. 8675 is the buyer. 117 sterling silver coffee pot and covered dish, and $300 quick for those. 300. 400's bid, and 450. Would you go? 400 I have, and 450. Would you go? $450. Anybody else for 450? I've got 400 and 450. $400 and 450. Once, twice. Fair warning. $400 your way. Number 933. 118 German straw-filled teddy bear. This is Theodore, as he likes to be called. He doesn't really like Teddy, too much of a nickname sounding. So address him as Theodore. He is a lovely German bear, about 1910 old. And how much for it? Someone give me about 300 for it. $100 is where. Anybody like it for 100? 100's bidding. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. Now 200. $200. You've got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anyone else for 200? 175. 200. Now 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/4's bid, and 2 1/2. Any advance? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Once, twice. 2 1/4 buys. Number 5, the buyer. 5. Not so loud with that hammer. 119, a scholar sharpening his quill, unsigned. It is an oil-on panel, and $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. $100. Anybody like it for $150? He set it in. $50. Anybody? 50 is bid, and 60. Would you go? 50 and 60. Would it got to be 60? Would you go $60? Anybody else like it for $60? $50 is offered, and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? $50 buys. Number 44, the buyer. 44. 120. 18th century Chippendale tall case clock by Harrison of Liverpool. Moon phase dial. The receipt of sale in 1907 is framed and hanging next to it. Successful bidder will get that receipt along with it. And it's a magnificent clock. Very architectural, with 3 fluted columns in each corner of the bonnet in the front, 1 in the back. It's got the best wood is in the pendulum door, the best mahogany. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,600, $1,500. Somebody give me $1,000. $1,000 I have, and $1,100. Would you go? 1,000 I have, and 11. Would you got to be 1,100, 1,100, 1,200? You've got to be 1,300. $1,300 is bidding 13. 1,200 is bidding 1,300. 13 standing in the back of the room, and 1,400. $1,400. Would you go 14? 14 now 1,500, sir. Yes, 15. 1,600. 1,600. It's a killer clock. 16. 1,700. $1,700. Would you go 17? 16 and 17. Anyone else for 1,700? 16 is bidding $1,700. You got to be 17. Would you go 1,700? Fair warning. 16 and 17. Once, twice. $1,600 to the phone number. 518. 518, the buyer. 518. Early 19th century oil on canvas, portrait of a man and his pup in a nicely appointed interior. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I've got 300 to open and 350. Would you go? 300 to bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else like it for 350? I've got $300 offered and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like to be in for 350? 300 and 350. 350. 400. Would you go 450? 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? I've got $400 offered and 450. Would you go 450? 450 now 500. $500. You've got to be 5. 450 is bidding 5. You got to be 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? $450. Down it goes. Number 4962. 4962. Lot 122 is a rosewood Regency game table attributed to Gillows of Lancaster. It is that nicely made that we truly believe that this is probably Gillows. It is, it's got an adjustable reading or writing surface. It's got a chessboard, a backgammon board, a work basket, bins on both sides. It's beautifully constructed. And how much for it? Bidding has to start at 500 and 550. What do you go? 500 is bidding 550. 550, 600. Back to you for 650. 650. I've got 750. Would you go 800? 750 is bidding 800. The book is out. 800 is bidding 850. 800 is bidding 850 on the phones. Now 900. 850 is bidding $900. Anybody else like it for 900? 850 is bidding 9. You got to be 9. Would you go $900? Anybody else like it for 900? Fair warning. Once, twice. $850 buys it. Number 509, the buyer, 509. 123, English Hallmark sterling, including 6 early Victorian forks, 5 Georgian ladles, and a spoon. And $300 on this lot. $300 on the antique silver. Anybody like it for 300, 200, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275, 250, 275, now 300, now 350. 300, now 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? I've got $300 offered and 350. Would you go? $300 is bidding 350. Anybody like it for 350? $300 buys. Number 18, the buyer. 18. 124. 19th century China trade roosters. These are really nice. They're on custom-made teak wood bases, and they have size. They have scale, which I think, and I don't know, 300 for them. 300 is bidding. 350. Would you go? 350, now 400. $400. Would you go 400? 350 and 400. Anyone else for 400? Now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like them for 450? I've got 400 bidding 450, 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 buys. Number 3464. Thank you. 125, lot 125 is a portrait of Charles Delacour, signed H. Lariche. That's Henry Lariche. French cafe scene, back when everyone smoked. My goodness. In the cafe, oh, it's a cafe in Rome. And how much for it? Somebody give me about, I don't know, $1,000 ought to open. 1,000 where? 500 to open. 500, 550, 600, 600, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 950, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300. 1,200 is bidding $1,300. Anybody else like it for 13? 1,200 is bidding $1,300. Do you like it for 1,300, Ken? 1,300. Fair warning, I have $1,200. Hammer is up. 1,200 on the order bid, and $1,300 once, twice. $1,200 buys it. Number 536, the buyer, 536. 126 is an Albany, New York classical mahogany drop leaf table attributed to John Mead, shown right over there, and $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? You got to be 3. Would you go 300? $200 and start it. Anybody like it for 200? $100 and get it going. $100 on the Albany table. 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Got to be 125. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 125. 100's bidding 125. You got to be 125. Fair warning. 100 and 1 1/4. Wow. $100 owns it. Number 28, the buyer. 28. Some things fall through the cracks. Sterling silver centerpiece by Bailey Banks and Biddle. Beautifully shaped. And how much for it? Someone give me about 300 for it. 200. $100 and get it going. 100 1/4 and a half and 75 and 200. One of you. $200. One of you. Going to be 200. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/2. 275. 275. Bailey Banks and Biddle. The Tiffany of Philadelphia. 275. 300. 300. You've got to be 300. 275 and 300. You're bidding 300, 275 and 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go $350? You've got to be 350. 300 and 350. Oh, you'll like it more than you do your money, sir. 350. Fair warning. Once, twice. $300 buys. Number 969-128. George III adjustable candle stand. This is first quarter 19th century. Pretty neat thing from the house in Woodstock. And someone give me about $500 for it. $300. 300's bid and 3 and a half. Would he go? 300's bid and 3 and a half. You've got to be 350. Would he go 350? Now 400. Now 450. Back to you for 450. 450. I've got 485. Would you go 500? 500. 500 and 550. The book is out. 500 is bidden. 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? I've got $500 on the phones and 550. Once, twice. $500 buys it. Number 509. The buyer. 509. 129. 28 volumes of quarter-bound Moroccan leather books, 19th century, including 25 volumes of Washington Irving. Long, cold winter nights, you could sit by the fire reading Washington Irving, reflecting on your life, past loves and losses. Someone give me $300 for this lot. 300, 200 for it. 200, $100 for it. 100, 1 1/4, now 1 1/2, 175, now 200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, now 300, 300, now 350, now 400, 400, 400, should be 400, 400, the book is out, 400 and 450, $450. Anybody else for 450, 400 and 450? $400 buys, lovely books, beautiful bindings. 35 is the buyer number, 35. 130, circa 1740, Queen Anne wingback chair with shell-carved knees and pad feet. A beautiful chair. And I should think $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 where? Who's got 500 to set it in? $500 and start me off. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 and go. 300's bid and 350. Would he go? 300's bid and 350. Would he go $350? 350. Now 400. Now 450. 450. Would he go 450? 400 and 450. Now 500, sir. 500. Would he go 500? 4 and a half is offered and 5. You got to be 5. Would he go $500? 450's bid and 500. Fair warning. 450 and 500. $450. Number 509. Were you just stretching before? 450 and 500. Well, you almost bought a chair. Well, what do we have? Circa 1820 grain painted glazed door step back cupboard shown in the back of the room. Nice grain paint on this, about 1850 old. And $300 for it. 300, 200 for it. Anybody like it for 2? Got to be 2. Would it go 200? $100 and set it in. $100 on that beautiful step back cupboard. My goodness. $100. Anybody like it for $100? 100's bid and 1 1/4. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Going to be 1 1/4. Now a half. Going to be 1 1/2. Would you go 150? 150. 175. 175. No friends at an auction. 175. Now 200. 200 should be 200. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. You got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Any advance on 2 1/4 and 2 1/2? 2 1/2. 275. 275. Everybody's hitting this thing once. 275. 275. Now 300. $300. Would he go 300? 275 and 3. Would it got to be 3? Would he go 300? Fair warning. I have 275 offered and 300 once, twice. $275 to number 10. You can use, we'll put that right on top of the light poles. Yes. Oh, we've got pizza coming at 1 o'clock, everybody, so hang around. Okay, Autumn Landscape, signed C.A. Burlingame. I know some people that are actually just coming at 1 for the pizza. Somebody give me 500 for it. I've got 3 to open and 350. Would he go? 300's bid and 350. Would he go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 350 and 400. 350's bid and 400. Now 450. Back to you for 450, Kenneth. 450. Now 500. $500. Beautiful little painting. It's a jewel. 500. 450 is bid and $500. It's going to be 500. Now 550. 550. Would he go 550? 500 and 550. Now 600. Now not so much of a jewel. 600. 600. Any advance on 550 and 600, 600, now 650. 650, I have 600 bid and 650, now 700. 700, now 750. 750, would he go 750? 750, now 800. Beautiful original package. $800, you've got to be 800, 750 and 800. Fair warning, once, twice, 750 buys. Number 503, the buyer, 503. 133. One is a 9-inch Delft plate, and the other is a 10-inch blue Fitzhugh plate. These are not a pair. We've had our experts look at them, and someone give me about $100 for the two of them. Anybody like them for 100? 100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4, now a half. 1 1/2, you've got to be 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. 150's bid and 175. Anybody like to be in for 175? 150's bid and 175. $150. Nate, you bought them, and your number, please. 972. 134. Gorham sterling on copper mixed metal tray. Beautiful. And I should think a couple of $100. I'll take 100 to open. Anybody like them for 100's bid and 1 1/4? Anybody like them for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid 1 1/4, 1 1/2, half and 75. 175, now 200, now 2 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Any advance? 200, 2 1/4. $200 standing. Number 13, the buyer, 13. 135. Country Sheraton lift lid writing desk with drawers. This is kind of shaker inspired. A nice original surface on this. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. $300 and start it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would it go $200? 200, 2 1/4. 200, 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 225? 200's bid 225. You're going to be 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Now a half. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bid 2 1/2. Fair warning. Once, twice, down it goes. 2 1/4 buys. Number 5, the buyer, for $225. Nice buy. Oil on canvas, Marion P. Sloan. This is titled August, and it has provenance of Grand Central Galleries. They were a very well-respected and renowned gallery in New York City years ago. And let's ask 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be $300 to start them. 300 where? Anybody want to be in for 300? Thank you. And 350, would you go? 300, 350, 400, 400, 450, 500, 500, 550, 600, 600, $600. Anyone else for 600? 550's bid and $600. 600. I have 600 seated. 600, 650. Now you can bid 650. I have 600 on Tom. 650. Any advance? Once, twice. Yep. 650, 700, 700, 750. 750. Not going to scare him. 700 and 750. Once, twice. $700, Tommy, you bought it. Nice buy. Number 5, the buyer, 5. Lovely painting. 137. What? Oh, there we go. The little English joint stool, and I think a good one. And bidding starts at 200 and 2 1/4. Would you go? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300. Actually, I'm 350. You've got to be 400. 400, 450. 400 is on the internet. 450, would he go $450? Anybody else for 450? 450? Somebody asked me what did I really mean by joint stool. 450? $400 your way, number? 958. It's legal, it's legal. 138 is a carved American marble eagle right here. Almost folky. Very cool thing. Somebody give me about 500 for it. We should sell it by the pound because it's not light. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 is where? Oops. 150, 175, Jack. Now 200. 175 is bid in 2. You got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 200 on Rob. You've got to be 2 1/4, Jack. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, 250 on Rob, and 275 any advance. 275 now 300. 300, yes, 300 now 350. 350, got to be 350. 300's bidding 350. Would he go 350 now? 400. Robbie, 400 now. 450. 450. Would he go $450? 400 and 450. 450 now. 500. 500 now. 550. 550. Would he go 550? 500's bidding 550. 500 and 550. Once, twice. $500. Buys number 21. The buyer 21. Delivery not included on that. 139 is a Gorham 4.5-pint sterling silver pitcher, and $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. 100's been a quarter, now a half, half, now 75, now two, now 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 300, 350, 350, 400. $400, you're bidding 400, 3 1/2 is bidding 4, you gotta be 4, what do you go $400? 350 is bidding 400, what do you go $400? Anybody else like it for 400? 350 is seated on the floor, and 400, $350, going to the silver vault. Number 9, the buyer, 9. 140, lot 140, 2-door jelly cupboard, kinda nice, and shown in the back of the room. Looks like one door has been cleaned down a little bit. Somebody give me about 300 for it. 300, $200 and get it going. 2 is bidding 2 1/4. 2 is bidding 2 1/4. Got to be 225, 250, 275, 300, 300. You've got to be 300. I've got 275 on the floor, and $300. You got to be 3. What do you go? 300. 275 is bidding 3. What do you go? 275 buys. Number 45. The buyer 45. Nice buy. 141 is a paint decorated towware fuel container shown in the back of the room, beautifully painted. And $300 for it. 200, $100 for it. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 125? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Selling it at $100. Your way, number 901. 142. Georgian silver ladles, one with like a scallop shell bowl. Beautiful ladles. And $300 for this lot. 300, 200 for this lot. Just in case you're getting low on ladles, $100 for this lot. 100 and a quarter and a half, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 and 75 and $200 now. 200, one of you. 175 is bidding 200. $200. Anybody else for 200? 175 is bidding 2. You got to be 2. What do you go? $200. Anybody like it for 200? 200 now. 2 1/4. You've got to be 2 1/4, sir. Are you bidding 225? I've got 200 seated in front. 2 1/4. Once, twice. Fair warning. 200. No, I didn't have you. I had them seated in front. $200. Number 18, the buyer. 18. I'm sorry. 143, 1810 inlaid 4-draw New England chest, original brass and flat bracket feet. And bidding starts at $450 and $500. What do you go? 450's bidding 5. You got to be 5. What got to be 500? Anybody like it for 500? 500, 550. You've got to be 600. $600. Get it back. I've got Leah at 600. Dan, you're out at 650. What do you go? 650. 650. Now 700, Leah. 700. What do you go? 700. 6 1/2 is bidding 7. You got to be 7. What do you go? $700. Anybody else for 700? $650. Buys number 509. 509. 144. Semi-antique Northwest. Now we're going to have rugs for a little while. This one's very cool. It has all these stylized birds in the field. And how much for it? Someone give me about, it has a little edge gouge, selvage gouge, but a beautiful semi-antique rug. $500 for it. $200 to start it. $250 and $275 would go. $250's bid, $275. Anybody like it with $275? Now $300. $300, yes. $300, you're bidding $350, now $400. $350's bidding 4, you're gonna be 4, what do you go $400? Anybody else for $400? 3 1/2 is offered, and $400, what do you go $400? 3 1/2 and $400. Fair warning. $350 your way, number? 3977. 145, Caucasian prayer rug. I love this rug. Beautiful rug. It's got a great palette. It does show a little bit of wear, but what a beautiful rug. I'd say, so I've got a little bit of interest in it. It opens at $300 and $350. What do you go? 300's bidding $350. What do you go? $350. $350 now. $400. $400, you gotta be four, what do you go, $400, 400 now, 450. 400 and 450, you're bidding John, 450, now 500. Get it back at 500, 500, now 550. 550, what do you go, 550, 550, now 600. $600, you gotta be six, what do you go, 600, 600, 650, 650, 650, now 700. 700, you're bidding 700. 650 is bidding $700, you gotta be seven, what do you go, 700, six and a half and 700. 700, 750. 750, what do you go, 750? 750, now 800. $800, you're bidding 800. Seven and a half is bidding eight, what do you go, $800, you gotta be eight, what do you go, $800, seven and a half and 800. Fair warning, once, twice, $750. Tell him we bought a beautiful rug. 404 the buyer, 404. Next lot. 404 was the buyer? I'm sorry, what was the buyer number? John, what was the buyer number? I'm sorry. 404. Okay, 146 Chevron semi-antique area rug, kind of nice. And $300 opens this one, and $350, what do you go? 300 I have, and three and a half, you gotta be $350, what do you go, $350? Anybody else for $350? I've got 300 and $350. 300's bidding $350, what do you go, $350? Anybody like it for $350? Nice palette again, 300 and $350. Beautiful gold guard stripes, 300 and 350. Sold it, $300 to bid card 519, 519. They'll be happy. 147 is the bronze Tiffany and Company harp lamp. The shade is not signed, but I believe it's a period shade, and it is art glass, and they didn't sign them all. Someone give me about $1,000 for it. 1,000, $500 to get it going. 900, 900's bid at 950. What do you go? 900's bid at 950. What do you go? 950 now. 1,000, $1,000 you're bidding 10. You got to be 1,000 now. 1,100, $1,100 you're bidding 1,100. 10 is bidding 11 now. 1,200, $1,200 you got to be 12 now. 1,300, $1,300. What do you go? 13, 13 you've got to be 1,300. 12 is bidding 13. 1,200 is offered, and 1,300. 1,300, 1,400, 1,400, of course, 1,400, now 1,500, back to you for 1,500, 14 is bid, and 15, 15, now 1,600, 1,600, now 1,700, $1,700, what do you go, 17, I've got 16 offered, and $1,700, anyone else for 1,700? I've got 16 on Dan, let there be no mistake, 16 and 1,700, once, twice, $1,600, number 533, the buyer, 533. 148, a pair of reverse painted ancestral portraits. These are elegant, and what a great background color. That vivid apricot color background, and intricately painted and old. These are beautiful. How much for them? Somebody give me about 2,000 for them? 2,000, $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 500 to open, 500, 550, now 600. You've got to be 600, 550's bidding, 60, you got to be six, what do you go, $600? Anybody else like it for 600, 600, 650, 650, 700, 700, 750, 700's bidding, 750, what do you go, 750? Any advance on 700 and 750? Fair warning, 750, now 800, 800, now 850. 800's bid and 850. What do you go? 850. I have $800 offered and 850. What do you go? 850 now. 900. 900 now. 950. 900's bid and 950. What do you go? 950. 900's bid and 950. You're bidding 950. 900's bid and 950. What do you go? $950. Anybody like them for 950? I've got $900 offered and 950. Fair warning. 900 and 950. Once, twice. $900 buys, number 25, the buyer 25. Lot 149, rare inlaid, mahogany inlaid sofa table, about 1820 old, with a side-by-side drawers, and $500 quick for it. $500, $200 for it. Anybody like it for two? Got to be two. What do you go? 200. $100 is where? $100. You've got to be 100. What do you go? $100. 100's bidding. 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2. What do you go? 1 1/2 and 75. 175. $200 now. 200. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. Now 300. Now 350. 350, would you go 350, 300 and 350? Fair warning, $300 your way number, 31 the buyer, 31. 150, Grand Tour bronze of the Borghese Gladiator on a rouge marble base. This is 19th century and beautifully sculpted, and how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it, quick. 500, should be hands in the air at 500. $300 for it, thank you, and 350, would you go? 300 and 350, any advance on 300, 350. 350, would you go 350? Anybody else for 350? I've got $300 offered and 350. Fair warning, 300 and 350. Once, twice, down it goes. $300 your way, Nate, number? 926, 151. Room size ivory Indo-Kashan carpet in immaculate condition. I think maybe shown over here, over here. Someone give me about 500 for it. Indo-Kashan, 20th century, kind of nice though. $300 for it. 300, 200, or we'll see it another day. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two to go 200? We'll pass that lot at 200. 152 is a Baccara area rug, and $300 quick for it. This is a semi-antique rug, nice rug. 300, 200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? Thank you, 2 1/4. 2 is bid and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 200 is bid and 2 1/4 now to half. 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. 250 and 275. Any advance? 250 and 275. Once, twice. $250. Buys number 984. 984. 153. Room size Kashan carpet. That's on the bottom underneath this one on top. And beautiful condition throughout. And evenly worn, you know, but good pile throughout. And $300 quick for it. 300. $300. Anybody like it for three? Got to be three. Would you go 300? $200 and get it going. $200. $100 and start it. $100 on a room size carpet. Sue Mugler will be so proud of me. 100. 100's bid. 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 125. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? $100 your way. Number 8. The buyer 8. 154. Semi-antique Kashan room size. That's the one on top. Unusual size. 1110 by 12.3. And $500 quick for it. 500. 500's bid. 550 where? 500 and 550. Would you go 550? Now 600. $600, 600, now 650. 600, 650, now 700. 700, 700, now 750. 700, 750, now 800. $800, 800, 850. 800's bid and 850, now 900. $900, now 950. 950, now 1,000. $1,000, would you go 1,000, now 1,100. 11, now 1,200. $1,200, 11 is bid, 12, now 1,300. $1,300, would you go 13? 12 and 13, would you go $1,300? Any advance on 1,200 and 1,300? Fair warning, once, twice, $1,200 your way. 986, 986. Okay, what do we got? The early 19th century inlaid 4-drawer Hepplewhite chest. This has a beautiful medial drop, 4 graduated drawers, kind of nice, and $500 quick for it. $500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go $200 to start it and 2 1/4? 200's bid and 2 1/4. Now a half. 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. Now 300. 300 back to you for 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go $350? You got to be 350. I've got 300 on the phones and 350. 300 and 350. Any advance? 300 and 350. Fair warning. 300 and 350. Once, twice. $300. 509. The buyer. 509. 156. 4 palm tree prints dedicated to the royal family. They're having a hell of a time this week, eh? Palms, including coconut palm, banana palm, and there's 4 different species of palms. And $500 for this lot, 500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? 400. Never thought of that. 400, 450, 450. Now 500. 500. Would you go 500? 450 is bid, and 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else like them for 500? 450 and 500. Fair warning, $450. Nate, you bought them, and your number, please. 988. 157. Lot 157 is the McIntyre bow front chest with cookie corners and grapevine carving, and $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? Got to be 300 now for 350. 300 and 350 should be hands in the air. Samuel McIntyre, Salem cabinet maker, bow front chest, beautifully carved. I'm looking for $350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else like it for 350? 300 and 350. 350. Now 400. 350's bid and 400. Thank you. 400. Would you go $400? You got to be 400. 400 now 450. 450. Would you go 450? Now 500. $500. You've got to be 500. 450 and 500. 450 and 500. Fair warning. Should have been a dentist, like pulling teeth. 500. $450. Buys number 31, the buyer, 31. 158. Oil and canvas attributed to Bonaventure Peters. He was a Dutch artist from 1614 to 1682. This has been professionally restored, but it is in ready to hang condition. From the Stockade District in Schenectady, beautiful home, which recently sold over on Front Street. And how much for it? Ships and heavy seas. Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 and start it. $500, $300 and get it going. $300, $200. Anybody like it for $200? Thank you. And $250. Would you go? 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Got to be $225. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? I've got 2 1/2. $275. Nate. $275. Would you go? $275, $250, and $275. Now $300. $300 should be. Oh my goodness. $300. Now $350. $350. $350. $350. Now $400. $400. $350's been in 4. You got to be 4. We got to be $400. Anybody else for 400? I've got 400 now. 450. 400's bidden. 450. Would you go $450? 400's here and 450. Would you go 450? Fair warning. $400 buys number 990. Gave it a run anyway. Okay, 159, 18th or early 19th century walnut Dutch cupboard. This one with the pie shelf. A beautiful 2 sections, original glass, raised panel doors below. Really an exceptional piece of furniture. And it has to open, eliminating underbidders. It opens at $1,200 and $1,250. What do you go? $1,200 and $1,300. $1,200 and $1,300. Anybody else like it for $13? 12 is bid in 13. Would you go $1,300? Anybody like to be in for $1,300? I've got only $1,200 offered and $1,300. $1,300. 13. Now $1,400. Back to you for $1,500. $1,500. Would you go 15? 14 is bid in 15. Fair warning. $1,400 and 15. Once, twice. $1,400 to the order bid. Number 508, the buyer. 508. 160 is 7 800 silver plates, including 6 hand chased by Visinoni Venezia. It's Visinoni Company in Venice, okay? Approximately 50 ounces of 800 silver and $500 quick for those. 500 where? 500 and 550. 550 and 600. 550's bid and $600. Anybody like to be in for 600? 5 1/2 and 600. $550 buys number 933. 161. 23-inch marble pedestal signed A. Morelli, Florence. He was a Florentine sculptor in the late 19th century. And the marble pedestal upon which it sits. And how much for this lot? Someone, I think she's missing a couple of fingertips, but a nice carving. And 500, thank you, and 550, now 600, now 650. Back to you for 650, now 700. You've got to be 750. I'm 800. Would you go 850? I'm 900. Would you go 950? I'm 1,000. Would you go 1,100? I'm $1,000. You're going to be 1,100. The book is out. $1,100 is on the internet. 12, would you got to be 12? Would you go 1,200? 11 is bid in 1,200. 11's bid in $1,200. Any advance on $1,100 and 1,200? 1,200. 1,300. Back to you for 1,300. I've got 12 bid 13. Now 1,400. 1,400. Now 1,500. Back to you for 1,500. 15, now 1,600. 1,600, now 1,700. 1,700, 17, now 1,800. 18, now 1,900. $1,900, would he go 19, now 2,000. $2,000, 19 is bidden 2, we've got to be 2, would he go $2,000? Anyone else for 2,000? $1,900 buys, number? 991. Lot 162 is a 19th century French carriage clock retailed by who? Somebody. A Boston outfit. It is in working condition, has the key with it, and no broken glass, and $300 quick for it. 300, 200 for it. 200, $100 is where? Anybody like it for $100? Nice carriage clock for $100. My goodness, $50. 60 and 70. 60's bidden 70, 70 now 80. 80 now 90, now 100. $100, would he go 100? 90's bidden $100. Anybody like it for 100? 100 now 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter, would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 and a quarter? Now 1 and a half. 1 and a half, you've got to be 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter is bid in 1 and a half. It's not where you start, it's where you end up. 1 and a half. You've got to be 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter buys. Number? 4630. 163. I think pizza's here, folks, if you want to. Don't everybody rush back there, but it's available. Okay, 19th century Dominion of Hudson Valley cupboard, which is made of Koss elements, okay? An 18th century Koss that was refabricated into a Hudson Valley jelly cupboard. Kind of nice. And $500 quick for it. 500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 and start it. 100 and 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, 175. Now 200. 200. Now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Would you go 2 and a half and 275? 275. You got to be 275. Now 300. 300. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. You got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 is offered and 3. You got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like it for 300? 275 buys. Number? 4937. 164. 164. Oil on canvas. This is a 19th century copy of a Rembrandt self-portrait as the Apostle John. The artist is unknown, unless maybe Rembrandt painted 2 of them. No, I'm kidding. Someone give me 500 for it. 500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Got to be 500. 300 for it. $200 for the Rembrandt. Anybody like to be in for 200? How much for Apostle St. John? 200. $100 for it. 100 and 1 and a quarter. Anybody like it for 1 and a quarter? Now a half. 1 and a half. Would you go 1 and a half, Nate? You've got to be 1 and a half. Anybody else? 1 and a half or 175? Now 200. $200. Would you go 2? You got to be 2. Would you go 200? 175. 2. Now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. Now 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Would you go 2 and a half? 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half and 275. 275, 250, and 275. Anyone else for 275? $250. Nate? 926. 165. 5 pieces of sterling silver, including a bun tray, a 10-inch plate, a tray with, and 2 candy bowls. 4 of these pieces are Gorham and so marked, and $300 for this lot. $300 on the sterling silver. Anybody like it for 300? 200? 300, thank you, and 350. Now 400. 400 now 450. Now 500. 500 now 550. 500's here and 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else like it for 550? I have 500 on Nate and 550. Down it goes. $500 your way. Number? 933. 933. 166 is a rosewood banded top sofa table. This one Regency and a lovely table in rosewood, and $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like 250 and 275? 250's bidden 275. Anybody like it for 275? 250's bidden 275. 250's bidden 275. Where's my sofa table buyer? 250 and 275. $250 your way. Number? 4335. 167. Preparing to write. I love this painting. Beautiful interior. Looks like he's getting ready to sit down for a dissertation, and 300, maybe preparing some sort of a eulogy. $300 for it. 300 should be $300, beautifully painted. $300, $200 and get it going. 200, thank you, and 2 1/4. 200 is bidden, 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? Fair warning. Once, twice, $200 your way. Number 13, the buyer. 13. 168, sterling silver chocolate pot and the muffineer. And $300 for this lot. $200 for it. $200 for the sterling silver muffineer. 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 200, 2 1/4 on the floor, and 250, 275. Now 300, one of you. Now 350. Now 350. Would you go 350? I've got 300 and 350. You've got to be 350. 300 and 350. Once, twice. $300. You're going your way. Number 4968. 169 is a Japanese bronze dragon vase. Now it has been drilled to make it into a lamp, but they've reversed it now and taken it's in this cabinet right over here, Garrett. Lot 169, the Japanese bronze vase. Big, has nice presence. And $300 quick for it. 300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 and start it, and now 1/4. 100 bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Anybody like over 1 1/2 and 75? 175. You're bidding 175, 150 on the floor, and 175. Would you go 175, Jack? 175. Now 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. You're bidding 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? $200 buys. Number 31, the buyer. 31. 170. 23 pieces of Georgian flatware. Even the blades on the knives are sterling and so marked. And it's about 22 ounces, and $400 quick for it. 400. $200 for it. 300, thank you, and 350. Would you go? 300 is bidding 350. Would you go 350? Now 400. 350 is bidding 4. You got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else like it for 400? I've got 350 bid and 400. Fair warning. Once, twice. 350 buys, Jack. 18. Thank you, sir. 18. 171. Grecian design American mahogany card table. This is oversized. 42 inches wide when it's open. A beautiful table, 29 inches tall. Reverse curled foot and a cannon barrel stem, and $500 quick for it. Magnificent mahogany in the top of this. $500, $300 for it. 300 and 350. 300 is bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else like it for 350? I've got only $300 offered and 350. Under them, 350. Now 400. $400. You're going to be 4. Would you go $400? Anyone else for 400? I've got 350 bid and 400. Once, twice. Great table. $350 to number 28. 28, the buyer. 172, 19th century. This is Knight of Mephisto, which is it's like a satanic worship sort of deal. Look it up, Knight of Mephisto. There's lots of information on the internet about it. It is signed indistinctly. We could not make out the signature. And the painting is going to need some conservation, but a lovely subject. And I mean, how often can people come over the house? You say, oh, that's the Knight of Mephisto, and then you can enlighten them. Someone give me $1,000 for it. 500 for it. Anybody like it for 5? $300 and go. 300. My goodness, $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like it for $100? $100. What do you go? $100. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 125. 125. $100 buys. Dave, you bought it. Number 926. 173. Pair of knife blade andirons with urn finials, and these have the brass front plate, which covers the tenon joint, and $500 for these. $500, $200 for these knife blade andirons. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $200 should be. Any interest at 200? $100 for them. $100. Anybody like to be in for 100? 100's bidding 1 1/4.
Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. You've got to be 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175 now. 175 now 200. Now 200. We got $1,100 for a pair of these in the last sale. Looking for $200, 175 and 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Way back, you're out at 2 1/4. Would you go 225, 200, and 2 1/4? $200. Thanks for the help. Number 954. 954. 174. American School, South Street, Seaport. It is got a Edward Deschaux blind stamp on the back. He was a New York artist supply company. It is an unsigned work, but a lovely, lovely painting. Beautiful sky. Almost could be a Joseph Headley. And somebody give me 500 for it. 500. Anybody like to be in for 5? Going to be 5. Would you go $300 for it? Anybody like to be in for 300? $200 for it. Thank you. 2 1/4. 250. 275. Now 300. 300. 275 has been 300. Now 350. Now 400. $400. You got to be 4. Would you go 400? 400. Now 450. Now 500. $500. Would you go 500? 450 has been 5. You got to be 5. You got to be $500. Any interest at 500? Fair warning. Once, twice. $450. Stephen. Number 13, the buyer. 13. 175 is a set of 8 New York City Girondo saber leg chairs, and I should think $1,000. Anybody like them for $1,000? 1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 for them. $500 for the 8 of them. Anybody like to be in for 500? $300 for the 8. 300's bidding. 400's bidding. 450 now 500. $500. Would you go 500? I've got 4.5 on the floor, and $500. You got to be 5. Would you go 500? 450's bidding 5. Would you got to be 5? Would you got to be 5? Would you go $500? $450. Jeremiah, your number, please. 10. 10. Thank you. Pair of watercolor landscapes by Harry Knox Smith. These are dedicated to his wife in the back. They're atypical for the artist. Henry Knox Smith did not paint landscapes very much, but there's a very nice little note on the back. It says that he had a wonderful time painting them for her. And $500 for these. Anybody like to be in for 500? I've got 200 to open and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anybody like them for 225? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? I've got 200 bidding 2 1/4. Fair warning, 200 and 2 1/4. $200 buys. Number 521, the buyer. 521. 177 is a Gorham Toll sterling silver plates, miscellaneous sterling bowls, and $500 for this lot. 30 ounces of sterling. $500. Anybody like 300? 450 and 500. 450 is bid and 500. Would you go 500? 4.5 and 5. You got to be 5. Would you go 500? 450 and 500. 450 buys. Number 933. 178. Engraving of George Washington after John Trumbull. This is an early engraving, probably the first decade of the 18th century. And it is in its original period frame with stars all around it. And I should think 500 wouldn't be too much to ask. 300 to go. 300 and start it. What is it? 450. I've got 550. Would you go 600? 600. Now 650. 600's bidding. 650. Would you go 650? Now 700. 700. Now 750. Back to you for 750, Jeremiah. 750. Now 800. 800. Now 850. Now 900. 900. Now 950. Now 1000. 1100. 1200. 1300. 1400. 1300 is bidding 14. Would you go $1,400? Anybody else for 1400? New fire. 1500. 1500. 15. Yes. 15. 1600. Back to you for 1600. 16. Now 1700. $1,700. You're bidding 17. 17. Now 1800. 1800. $1,800. Would you go 18? 17. 1800. 1900. 1900. 18 is bid in 19. Anyone else for 19? 1900. Now 2000. Back to you for 2000, Dan. $2,000, you've got to be 2,000. 2250. 2000's bid in 2250. Fair warning. $2,000 buys. Number 509, the buyer. 509. 179. Continental 19th century Secrétaire Habitant. Walnut burl veneers and an inlaid interior. Quite nice. Missing one escutcheon, but that's about the only fault I could come up with on it. And $500 quick for it. 500. $500. $300 and set it in. Three, you got to be three. Would you go $200 and get it and start me? 200. $100 is where? $100 on a Secrétaire Habitant. 200. Thank you. And 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Got to be 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? $200 your way. Number 4335. 180. 180 is a full-length portrait of a young lad, shown over the oil on canvas, over the mantle over here, and $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? Got to be three. What do you go? 300. $200 to start it. $200 is where? Anybody like it for 200? Full-length portrait. Beautiful carpet in the interior here. I'm looking for $200. Anybody like it for $100? $100. Passing this lot at 100. 181. 18th century Porringer tap table. Porringer top tap table. Nicely shaped. I think it's probably Rhode Island or southeastern Connecticut, possibly Newport. About 1760 old, and a little bit of interest in this. It opens at 600 and 650. What do you go? 600 is bidding 650. What do you go? $650 at 650. Now 700. 700. 750. 750. What do you go? 750. 750. Now 800. 800. 850. 850. Back to you for 850. 850. Now 900. Now 950. 950. What do you go? 950. 950. Now $1,000. 950 and 1,000. What do you go? $1,000. Anybody else for 1,000? 950 is bid and $1,000. Anybody else like it for $1,000? 950 and 1,000. Fair warning. 950 and $1,000. Once, twice. 950 to the phone. 506, the buyer. 506. 182. There are 22 19th or 18th century coins. Silver and English sterling spoons, including 3 or 4 with like a basket of flowers embossed in them. A beautiful set of 6 English ones in a gold wash, and $500 on this lot. $500, $200 on the lot. $200. Anybody like them for 200? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Now a half. You got to be 1 1/2, half and 175. I've got 200. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Down they go. 2 1/4. Number 18, the buyer. 18. 183 is a slip decorated redware dish with a bird on a branch. I was told that this is probably New Jersey redware because of the stylized bird, indicative of Jersey's redware. And $1,000 quick for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5? 500? 750. Now 800. 750's bid and $800 is going to be 8. What do you go? 800 now 850. 800 850 now 900 now 950. 950 950 I have ahead of you. You've got to be $1,000. $1,000. I have 1,000 on the internet. You've got to be 1,100. 1,100. 1,200. You've got to be 1,200. I've got 11 on the phones. 12. Now 1,300. Back to you for 13, John. 13. I have 13 ahead of you. You've got to be 1,400, Dave. 1,400. What do you go? 14. Now 1,500. $1,500. You're bidding 15. Now 1,600. $1,600. What do you go? 16. 15 is bidding. 16. What do you go? $1,600. Any advance on 1,500 and 1,600. Fair warning. 15 and 16. Once, twice. $1,500 to the phones. Number 535. 535. And thank him, John. 184 is the New York Federal reeded leg candle stand. Typical little ball feet. Lovely clover-shaped top. and $500 quick for it. $500. $300 for this candle stand. Anybody like to be in for $300? $200 and start it. $150, thank you, and $175, and now $200. You've got to be $200. $175 is bidden $200, now two and a quarter, now $2.50. Back to you for $2.50. Would you go $250? Now $275. $275, you're going to be $275, now $300. Back to you for $300. You're bidding $300, now $350. $350, you're bidding $350. I've got $300 bidding $350. You've got to bid $350, now $400. Back to you for $400. $350 is bidding $400, now $450. $450, would you go $450? Anybody else for $450? I've got $400 on the phones, and $450, would you go $450? Fair warning. $400, Dan, you won the race. Number 509, the buyer, 509. 185, Valley Landscape, signed G.A. Doe. Considerable interest in this at modest levels. The bidding has to start at $1,300, and $1,400, would you go? 13 is bidden $1,400. Anybody like it for 14? 13 is bidden $1,400. Anybody like to be in for 14? Would you go $1,400? Anybody like to be in for 14? 14. Now, I'm 15. Would you go 1,600? 16. Now 1,700. 16 is bidden $1,700. It's on the floor now at $1,600 and $1,700. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,600, nice painting, number 40, the buyer, 40. 186 is the Ripple Trim Stick Barometer, Peterborough, New Hampshire. A rare barometer, that Ripple Trim. How much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it? $500 should be easy money at 5. You got to be 5. What do you go 500? $300 to start it. $300. Anybody like to be in for 300? My goodness, $200 and get it going. 200 where? Anybody like it for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 for a stick barometer. Hundreds bidding. 1 1/4. 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? 1 1/4. Now a half. You got to be 150. Would you go 150? 175. 175, Dan. 175. Now 200. 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. You've got to be 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/2. 2 1/2, Dave. 2 1/2. Robbie, 2 1/2. 250, would you go 250? Now 275. Back to you for 275. 250, 275, now 300. 300, would you go 3? Got to be 3, would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 300, once, twice. $275 buys it. Number 509, the buyer, 509. 187, 19th century stick barometer. This one is by Spooner. That was a Boston maker. And for this, we've got a little bit of interest. We've got 300 to open and 350. Would you go? 300 is bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? Now 400. You've got to be 450. 450. Would you go 450? And now I'm 500. Would you go 550? You've got to be 550. 550. I'm 600. Would you go 650? You've got to be 650. 650. The book is out. 650 is bidding 6 and 700. 650 is bidding $700. You got to be 7. Would you go $700? Anybody else from 700? 700. Now 750. See, they like the Boston ones much better than the New Hampshire one. I've got 700 bidding 750. 700 is against you, David. It's 750. Now it's against you. 800. You've got to be 800. 750 is on the phones and $800. You got to be 8. Would you go $800? 750 is bid and 800. Fair warning. Once, twice, $750 owns it. Number 509, the buyer, 509. 188, Zedekiah Belknap, Portrait of a Young Woman, oil on panel. This is a beautifully rendered painting and a very, very well-respected American portraiture folk artist. How much for it? Someone give me $3,000 for it? $3,000. Anybody like to be in for 3? You got to be 3. Would you go 3,000? 2,000? 2,000? $1,000. Anybody like it for 1,000? Would you go $1,000? Anybody want it for 1,000? 500 then? 500 and 550. Now 600. Back to 600. Now 650. 700. 700. You've got to be 700. 750. 750. 800. $800. You've got to be 800. 7.5 is offered. And 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else for 800? 850. 850. 900. 900. Would you go 900? 850's bid 900. 950. 950, 1000, 1000, 1000, 1100, 1100, 1200. Back to you for 1200. 11 is bidden, $1,200, now 1300. $1,300, she says no. $1,300 is going to be 13. What do you go, $1,300? Anybody else for 1,300? I've got only $1,200 offered, and $1,300, you've got to be 13. 12 and 13, fair warning, 1,200 and 1,300, once, twice, down it goes, $1,200 to the internet, number 958, 958. 189 is the Hudson Valley Duckfoot side chair, pretty nice. And $300 is bid, and $350, would you go? 300 is bid, and $350, would you go? $350, anybody? 350, 400, you've got to be 450. 450, we got to be 450, would you go? 450, now 500, the book is out. $500, you got to be five, we got to be 500, now 550. The internet's in. 550, would you go? 550, would you go? $550, you got to be 550. 500 and 550, once, twice, down it goes. $500 to David, number 4898. 4898. 190 is a Federal two-section mirror in original gilding, a beautiful mirror. I'm trying to remember where we hung it now. Oh, it's behind me, okay? A beautiful mirror, original gilding and original backboards, and $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 where? $500 for it. 500. 300 then. 300's bidden. 350, would you go? 300's bidden. 350, would you go? $350. Anybody else like it for 350? 350, 400, you've got to be, matter of fact, I'm 450, would you go 500? $500, you've got to be 500. Just weeding out the underbidders. $500, would you go 500? It's certainly worth it. 500, 500, fair warning. Once, twice, $450 to bid card number one. One, the buyer. 191, oil on board. This is Carl Jens. He was a California artist, California coastline. Bidding starts at $350 and $400. Would you go? 350 is bidding, four. You got to be four. Would you go? $400 and 400. I'm 500. Would you go 550? Tom, 550. 550. Now 600. 550 is bidding. $600. Anyone else for 600? I've got 5.5 offered and 6. Would you go $600? Anybody like it for 6? 550 buys. Number 5, is it? 5, the buyer. 192, I love this powder horn. 1776, Jacob Van Voort, with river scene, boats, buildings. I think it's probably Schenectady or that area. This was found just north of Schenectady by the consignor's great-grandfather in a field. Out walking the fields one day, and there it was. He brought it home because he thought it was a good thing, and so do I. It's a terrific powder horn, beautifully inscribed, and I should think $1,000, but I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like to bid? 500's bid and 550. Would you go? 500's bid and 550. Would you go? 550 now 600, 600 now 650. Back to you for 650, Dan. 650. Would you go? 650, 650. I have 650 ahead of you. Would you go 700? One of you? 700 now 750. I've got 7 ahead of you. Would you go 750? 750, now 800, now 850. 850, would you go $850? 850, now 900, now 950. 950, would you go 950? Now 1,000, now 1,100. 1,100, 1,100, 1,200. 1,200, it's nice to find a real one. 1,200, 1,300, 1,300. 1,200's bidden. 13, would you go $1,300? Anybody else for 13? I've got $1,200 offered and 1,300. Fair warning. Once, twice. I'm glad you got it. Nice buy. $1,200. Number 14, the buyer. 14. 193. Hudson River School Landscape, signed C.K. Collins, 1871. He was a second-tier Hudson River School guy. And $500 quick for it. 500. You gotta be 5. You gotta be 5. Would you go to $300 to start it? 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like it with $300? $200 and get it going. And 2 1/4 and a half, half and 75. 275. Now 300. Now 350. Now 350. Would you go 350? Now 400. Now 450. 450. Now 500. Now 500. 450's bid. 500. Now 550. 500 is bid and 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? 500 and 550. 550. Now 600. 600. Would you go 600? 5.5 is offered, and 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else for 600? $550 to number 40, the buyer. 40. 194. Tumbling double bin tea caddy with tumbling blocks inlaid, and it's the inlay on this is terrific. I should think 600, but I'll take 300 to open. Anybody like it for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? $200. $200. Any interest in this? 200. I have 100 offered and 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. 175. One of you. 175. Now 200. 200. One of you. 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. You got to be 275. 275. Now 300. Now 350. 300. 350. Would you go $350? You got to be 350. 300's bidding 350. 300's bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? I have only $300 offered and 350. Fair warning. 300 and 350. Once, twice. $300 buys. Number 25. The buyer 25. 195. Hudson Valley 18th century duck foot side chair. Kind of nice. And $500 for this one. 500. $200 for this one. 200. 150 is bid. 175 would you go? 150 is bid. 175. Anybody like to be in for 175? 175. Now 200. $200 is going to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 and 2. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 buys. Number 9, the buyer. Number 9. 196 is a Revolutionary War eagle hilted sword with original bluing. It is missing the hand grip, but a terrific sword. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. I'll take 200 to open. 200's, 300's bid and 350. I've got 400. Would you go 450? 400's bid and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? 450. Now 500. The book is out. 450's bid and 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else like it for 500? 450's bid and 500. 500. Are you bidding? 500, 450, and 500. $450 buys it. Number 509, the buyer. 509. 197 is a single bin inlaid tea caddy, kind of nice, and $300 for it. $100 you can get it going. 100 where? Anybody like it for that? $100. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody 1 1/4, 1 1/2? Anybody like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175 now. 150 and 175, and 175 now 200. $200. 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. We're going to be 2 1/4. 200's bid and 225. Anybody like it for 225? 200 and 225. Fair warning. $200. Your weight number? 1007. 1007. 198. This is Professor James Cooper. It is a portrait of him. 18th century, oil on panel. Quite nice. And $300 quick for it. 300 where? Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be $200 for it. $200 for it. 200 is bid and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, you've got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Fair warning. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys. Number 1002. 1002, the buyer. 199. 18th century paint decorated shoe foot blanket chest. Nice paint on this. Remembrance of Patria was a book written by the late Rod Blackburn. And he's got page 270 and 71. He's got a similar chest, probably the same cabinet maker, photographed. So somebody give me $1,000 for it. 500 for it. Any interest at 5? Got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 to start it. Anybody like it at 300? $200. 200's bid and 2 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Would you go 225 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2? Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/2 and 75. And now 300. 300. It's against you at 275 and $300. Would you go 300? Now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? I have $300 offered and 350. 300 and 350. Once, twice, Down it goes, $300. Your way, Nate, number? 921. Lot 200. Two swords, a brass-handled French cutlass and a British Revolutionary War sword, officer's sword. And $300 for this lot. Anybody like to be in for 300 and 350? 300 and 350, 350 now 400, 350 and 400. Would he go 400 now 450? 400 and 450 now 500. 450 and 500. Would it 500 now 550? 550 now 600. 600. 550's bidding $600. Would he go $600? Anybody like it for 600? 5.5 is bidding 6. Would he go? 550 and 600. Sold at $550. Your way, number? 1009. Next lot, 201. Civil War non-regulation officer's sword. This is a wonderful hand carriage, which has a eagle and USA emblazoned in it. Very nice. Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for the Civil War relic. Anybody like to be in for 500? $300 and start it. And 350 and 400 and 450 and 500, 550, 600, 600, 550's bid and $600. Any advance? 550 and $600. Are you certain? $600. Anybody else for 600? 5.5 and 600. 550's bid and 600. Once, twice. Down it goes. $550 to 8675. 8675. There's a song in there somewhere, isn't it? Okay, oh, this is a wonderful gun. It is a side hammer over and under. You've got a rifle and a muzzle loading shotgun. And it is in magnificent condition with a beautiful stock. And bidding has to start at 400 and 450 with 550 and 600. 550 and $600. Anybody like it for 600? 5.5 and 6. Would he go 600? 600 now 650. 650 now 700. $700. Would he go 700? Now 750. Now 800. Back to you for 800. 750's bid and $800. Would he go 800? 7.5 is bid and 8. Would he go $800? Now 850. 850 now 900. $900. Would he go 900? 850's bid and 900. 850's offered. $900. You've got to be 900 now 950. Now 1,000. Where we should have started. $1,000. Would he go 1,000? $1,000, you got to be 10. Would he go 1,000? Now 1,100. 1,100 now 1,200. $1,200, you're bidding 12. Now 1,300. $1,300, you've got to be 13. 12 is bidding. 13, you've got to be 1,300. Anyone else for 1,300? I have $1,200 offered and 1,300. Once, twice. $1,200 buys. Number 1011. 1011. Officer's Fusel lightweight rifle by T. Ketland, Birmingham, 18th century, flintlock, 46-inch barrel. Bidding has to start at $750 and $800. Would he go? 750's bidding. $800. You got to be. Would he go $800? Anybody else for 800? 750's bidding. $800. Would he go $800? Anybody like to be in for 8? Would he go $800? Anybody like it for 800? No, 850. 850. Anyone? Anybody like to be in for 850? I have 800 bid and 850. 800 and 850. Once, twice. $800 buys. Number 4968. I had multiple left bids on that 675 and 700, and that's why it had to open at 750. Two shot flasks. Both with measuring pour spouts. Kind of nice. $300 for this lot. $100 for this lot. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $150 for it? Anybody like to be in for 60? Now 70. $70. Would you go 70? 60's bidding $70. Anybody else for 70? 60 is bid and 70. $60 your way. Number 4860. Okay. 205. 18th century flintlock marked N French. 41-inch barrel. And I don't know where will we start at? 500 for it? 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? You got to be 3. Would you go 200? I have 300 now 350. 350 now 400. Now 450. 400 is bidden. I'm looking for 450. Any advance? 450 now 500. 500. Would you go 500? 4.5 is bidden 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? $450. Buys it number, is it 18, Bob? Rob, 21. 18 is Jack, sorry. Okay. 18th century Coachman's flintlock blunderbuss. It's marked something on the lock plate, 15-inch barrel. This is good when you got a whole bunch of people coming at you. Someone give me about, I've got 800, 850, 900, 950. I got 950 to start and $1,000. Where do you go? 950's bidding $1,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? 950's bidding $1,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? 950 buys. Bid card 25. The buyer 25. 207 short barrel British Coachman shotgun flintlock with brass bindings. 29-inch barrel, little short barrel. And $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. 350 would 400 and 450. 450 now 500. 500, 550. 500 is bidding 550. We got to be 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else like it for 550? 500 and 550. Fair warning. $500 down it goes. Number 4968. 208. Muzzle loading flintlock Fowler, 35-inch barrel, and $500 quick for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? Got to be three. What do you go? 300, 200. Anybody like it for 200? Thank you. And 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Got to be 225. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Got to be 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? $200 away it goes. Number 4971. 209. 19th century cherry birdcage tea table, Queen Anne foot, and $500 for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like a 18th century tea table for $300? $200 and set it in. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go to $100 and go? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. 1 1/4. $100, Dan, number 8, is it 8? 8, the buyer, 210, lot 210. That's all right. Inlaid sliding lid jewelry casket with multiple drawers. This is very cool. The whole top slides to open to reveal place to keep your jewels. And $500 quick for it. 500, $200 for it. Any 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? Half and 75. Now 300. $300. What do you go? 3. Got to be 3. What do you go? 300. 300. Now 350. Now 400. Back to you for 400, Leah. 400. Are you bidding 400? Got to be 4. What do you go? 400. 350 is bid and 400. Fair warning. 350 and 400. $350 your way. Number 4961. 211. American coin silver 3-piece set marked J.B. Jones. He was a Boston silversmith, 1782 to 1854. This is probably 1830-ish, 1820. And I should think $1,000, easy money. Anybody like it for $1,000? 500 and go. 500 and 550 and 600. $600 is going to be 6. Would you go 600? 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 950, 1,000, 1,100. 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, only hurts a little while. 1,400, 1,400, same advice. 1,400, 1,300 is bid and 1,400. Would you go 14? Anyone else for 1,400? I have 1,300 bid and 1,400. Fair warning. $1,300 buys it. Number 18. 18 the buyer. 212. 212 is a New Jersey tall case clock with reeded panels, brass works, and a moon phase dial. Beautiful clock. Solid cherry case. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it? Easy money to start. $500 is going to be 5. Would you go 500? Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 500. $300 to start. $300. Anybody like that clock for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? 300? No interest? I think we better pass that for $300. You went into somebody's house and you said, give you 300 for your great-grandmother's clock, you'd be thrown out on your ear. So I'm going to pass that lot at 300. American Federal Period Pedestal Sofa Table. This with a reeded urn, side-by-side drawers, and false drawers on the other side. Nice condition, just a little bit of a dull finish. And I should think $500, but I'll take 3 to open. $300 is bid, and 3 and a half, would you go? 300 is bid, and 3 and a half, it's gotta be $350, would you go $350? Anybody else for $350? I've got $300 offered in the order bid, and $350. $300 sold to number 534, the buyer 534. 214 is a rare 18th century embroidered bed cover. This is mounted. The provenance on this is sterling. It is none other than Sam Harrop of Sheffield, Massachusetts. This has wear and discoloration, but you would expect it to be since it's 18th century. And $500 quick for it. $500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would it go $300, $200 to start it? $200. Anybody like it for $200? $100. My goodness. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. $100, you own it. Your number, please. 45. Thank you. 45. 215. 2 framed documents. One with Bridgman provenance. Bridgman is he's the flag guy, you know. A very, very good dealer. Does like the Winter Antique Show. And then payment slips from both the Civil and the Revolutionary War. And $300 for this lot on the ephemera. $300, $200, $100 for them. $100 from them both. Anybody like to be in for 100? Would he go $100? $50 for them both. 50, thank you, and 60, gotta be 60. Would he go $60? Anybody else for 60? Now 70, 70 now 80, 80 now 90. $90, you gotta be 90. Would he go $90? Now 100, 100 and 1 1/4. 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/4? Anybody else for 1 1/4? $100, way back, number 3, the buyer, 3. 216. 216 is an inlaid double bin tea caddy again. This one, nice inlay on this. Very lovely. Beautiful escutcheon. And $300 for it. $300, $200, $100 for it. Everybody's got 100. Somebody give me 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I've got 1 1/4 here, 1 1/2, 175 now. 175. Anyone else for 175? 150's bidding 175. Now 200. 200. Now 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Got to be 225. Now 250. 2 1/4's bidding 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys. Number. What is it? 1004. 217. This is an engraving after Caravaggio by J.R. Anderley. It is the lute player, and it's shown on top of that chest on chest next to Josh over there. Josh is probably the hardest working and most underpaid individual. Someone give me $1,000 for it, $500 for it. Anybody like to be $500? $200 and get it going. 200's bidding 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding 2 1/4. Now a half. 2 1/2 and 275. 275 and 300 and 350. 400 now. $400. Would you go 400? 3 1/2 and 4. Got to be 4. Would you go 400? 400, 450. 450 now 500. 500. Would you go 500? 4 1/2 and 500. Would you go 500? 450 and 500. Once, twice. $450. Nate, your number, please. 1017. 218. Mahogany bow front chest with fluted quarter columns on OG bracket feet and original brass. Beautiful chest of drawers. It opens at $550 and $600. Would you go? $550's bidding 6. Would you go $600? Anybody like to be in for 600? Now $650. 600's bidding $650. Would you go $650? Anybody else for $650? I've got only $600 offered and $650. Would you go $650? $600 buys. Number 509, the buyer, 509. 219, period banjo clock in a presentation case. Kind of nice. Bidding has to start at $250 and $275. $275. Now $300. You've got to be $350. $300's here and $350. Would you go $350? Now $400. Book is out. $400. You got to be $4. Would you go $400, Leah? $400. Now $450. $450. Now $500. Back to you for $500. $500. You're bidding $500. $450's bid and $500. Fair warning. Once, twice. $450 to the internet. Number
4813.
4813. 220 iron harpoon spear. This was meant to be shot out of a gun for whaling, and $200 for it. $100 for the harpoon spear. $100, $50 for it. 50 where? Anybody like it for 50? 20, 20, thank you, and 30. 20 is bid, and 30, gotta be 30, now 40, gotta be 40, now 50. $50, gotta be 50. $40, I sold it to you, Rob. Number 18, is it 21? 21, sorry. 221, tatting by the window, signed C. Moats, and we can't make out the rest of it. I've got a couple of left bids on this. It opens at $275 and $300. Would he go? $275 is bidding 3. Would he go $300? Anybody like it for $300? $275 is bidding 3. Would he go $300? Anybody like to be in for $300? $300. Fair warning. Once, twice. $275 buys. Number 519, the buyer. 519. 222. Early 19th century inlaid mahogany desk. 2 sections with blind doors on the top. I love the lion's head pulls. It's a beautiful piece of furniture. Sheraton old, about 1820. And I should think $1,000, but I'll take $500 to open. Anybody like it for $500? $300 to open. My goodness, $300. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go $200 and start at 200? Thank you. 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Now a half. 2 1/2 and 275. 275. Would you go 275? 250 is bidding 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? 250 and 275. $250. Your way number? 987. Very nice. 223. Early War of 1812. Saber and leather scabbard. You never find the scabbards on these. Fabulous, fabulous eagle-hilted saber from the War of 1812. And how much for it? Someone give me $500 for it? $450 is bid, and $500, $500, $550. $550, would you go $550? I've got $550, $600, $650. $650, would you go $650? I've got $650, now $700, sir. $700, 6 1/2 and 7, gotta be 7, would you go $700? Any $700, now $750. $750, would you go $750? 700 is bidding $750. Just in case you want to get back in, I'm watching you. $750, would you go $750? Anybody else for $750? I've got $700 and $750. Once, twice. Down it goes. $700 to the internet. Number 1002. Lot 224, Swiss, 19th century portrait of an angelic young lady. This is by Deschwanden. First name Melchior. Quite a name. Quite a handle there. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $1,000. $500 for it. Anybody like it for $500? Who likes it for $200? $200. Anybody like to start it for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go $200? $100 and get it going. $100 is where? Any 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Got to be 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Wow. $100 buys. Number 925. 925. 225. Applewood slant lid desk with OG bracket feet. This is a nice desk. Beautifully, vigorously grained applewood. You don't find them in apple very often. I'm very confident that it's probably a New York State desk. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $500 for it. $500. Got to be 5. Would you go $500? $300 to start it. $300. Anybody like it for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go $200 for it? Anybody like to be in for $200? $200. Anybody like to be in for $200? Bidding 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go $225? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding 2 1/4. Now a half. Half and $275. $275. You got to be $275. Now $300. Now $350. Back to you for $350. $350. Now $400. $400. Would you go $400? $400. Now $450. $450. Would you go $450? Now $500. $500. Would you go $500? 4 1/2 and $500. Fair warning. $450 and $500. Down it goes. $450. Number 987. 987. 226. 3 early foot warmers. These are tin and wood. The largest is 7 by 10 inches by 8 3/4. Kind of nice. Kind of oversized. They fill these with embers and ride around. They used them as a foot warmer in a buggy or sleigh. in the 19th century. So somebody give me about 300 for them, 300 for all three of them. Anybody like to be in for 300, 200, $100 for them? $100 for all three. We've got to be $100, $50 for all three. $50, 50 and 60 and 70. 70, you've got to be 70. Would you go $70? I've got 60 on the floor and $70. Would you go 70? 70 now 80. $80 now 90. $90. Would you go 90? 80 and 90. $80. Buys number 45. The buyer 45. 227. 18th century polychrome and magnesium decorated stein with a pewter lid. It is intact and very nice condition. How much for it? Someone give me 800 for it, 500, $300, 200, 200, $100 is where? $100 for an 18th century. Hundreds bidding, 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding, 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding, 1 1/4. You're missing on this. 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 150. Would you go 150? 150, 175, 175, 150, 175. $150 to number 5, the buyer 5. 228. 228. Dutch School Interior, signed R. Van Bouchard. This is just what he painted as well. Typical scene, mother and child in an interior, and $300 quick for it. 300. Put your hands in the air at 3. Got to be 3. Would you go $200? Got to be 200. 200. Anybody like it for 200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like that painting for $100? 100. Thank you. 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? $100 owns it. Number 40, the buyer 40. 229. Diminutive 4-drawer English commode. 2 side-by-side drawers over 2 full drawers. Very nice wood on this and original brass, as I recall. And $500 quick for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be $200 and get it going. $200. Anybody like it? 200, $100 and get it on the road. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 125. Would you go 125? Now 150. 150. 175. 175. It's a delicious size. 175. Now 200. 200. Now 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Got to be 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Now 250, 250, would you go 250, 2 1/4, 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys, number 903, and I thank both of you. 230, 2-gallon cobalt decorated salt glazed crock from Poughkeepsie, New York, and bidding starts at $60 and $70. Would you go? 60 I haven't, 70 now, 80 now, 90 now, 100, 1 1/4. 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/4? Anybody else for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4, now a half. 1 1/2, would you go 150? Anybody else for 150? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys, number 903. 231. Portrait of an officer attributed to Henry Rayburn, British, 1756 to 1823. So this is probably a Revolutionary War officer that got his portrait painted by Rayburn. And let's see, I should think $1,000, but I'll take 500. 500, would you go 5? Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 500. $300 to start it. 300, $200 for it. My goodness, 250. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? Now a half. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. He bidding 2 1/2. 275. Now 300. Now $300. Got to be 3. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. 3 now 350. 350. Would you go 350? 300's bidding 350. Another $50 in your young life. My goodness. 350. Now 400. 400. Would you go 400? 350's bidding 4. Got to be 4. Would you go 400? 400. Now 450. 400's bidding 450. Always good to be sure. 400 and 450. $400. Away it goes, Nate. Your number, please. 1002. 232. State of Maine. Grain painted. Those are actually hanging shelves. We have them displayed sitting on it, but that's all grain painted underneath it as well. Hanging shelves and a little slant lid country desk, country Sheraton, and $500 quick for it. 500, $200 and get it going. 2 would go 200. Anybody like it for 2? You got to be 2 would go 200. $100 and start it. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? And now a half, 1 1/2, 175, 150. Who's in now? Rob, are you in it for 150? 150, 175. Now 200, 200, 175 and 2. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 buys. Number 987. 233. 2 cast iron garden rabbits, kind of like these. And I've got a opening bid of 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Would you go? 2 1/4 is bidding. 2 1/2 is going to be $250. And 250, 275. 250 is bidding. 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? 250 is bidding. 275. Fair warning. 275. Now 300. $300. You got to be 3. Would you go $300? You got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? Now 350. 300 is bidding. 350. Would you go 350? Now 400. $400. You're bidding 400. 350 is bidding. 4. You got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 350 and 400. Once, twice. $350. Away it goes. Number 1008. 234. Let's see. Oh, needlework sampler. This is on a green field, green background. A lovely sampler. And somebody give me about 400 for it. 400 is bidding. 450. Would you go? 400 is bidding. 450. It's amazing. You just asked and they raised their hand. 450. 500. $500 now. 450 is bidding. $500 is going to be 5. Would you go 500? Now 550. 500 is bidding. 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? Good early date on this. 500 and 550. $500 your way. Number 921. 921. 235 is an 18th century Windsor sackback armchair in old black with bulbous turnings. Neat as a pin. How much for it? Somebody give me 500. $200 for it. 200 is bidding. 2 1/4. 200 is bidding. 2 1/4. Now a half. You got to be 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Half and 75. 275. Now 300. $300. You got to be 3. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. You got to be $300. Anybody else for 300? 275 is bidding. 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else like it for 300? 275 and 300. 275 buys. Number 25. The buyer 25. 236, 1851 watercolor portrait of a woman in profile. Pretty nice. Charles Cherry, signed. 1851, and $500 for it. 500, 300, 200's bidding. 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding. 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. 275. You got to be 275. 250's bidding. 275. Anybody else for 275? Fair warning. 250 and 275. $250 buys it. Number 519. The buyer 519. 237. 2 salt glazed jugs, ovoid by N. White, and a Ballard, Burlington, Vermont. And bidding starts at 150 for these two and 175. I have one. Bidding has to start at 175. Would you go 200? 170, 200. Now 2 1/4. 200's bidding. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else 2 1/4? Now a half. 2 1/2 and 275. 275. I got 250 behind you. 275. Would you go 275, Nate? You got to be 275, 250, 275. 250 buys. Number 14. The buyer 14. 238. Spring Landscape by Albert Inslee. Kind of nice. And $500 for it. 500. What is it? 800. Okay. 800. 850. 800 and 850. Would you go $850? Anyone else for 850? 800's bidding. 850. 800's bidding. 850. Would you go $850? Anybody else for 850? It was the only thing she wanted. She waited all day and got blown out. 850. $800 buys. Number 4812. 4812. 239 cast iron horse hitching post, kind of nice, and $1,000 worth for it. 500 for it. 500. $300 to start it. 300. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? Well, $200 then. My goodness. 150. 175. Now 200. 200. Now 2 1/4. One of you. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 275. 275. Now 300. 350. Now 400. 400. 400? Wrong answer. 400? 400, yes? 400? 400, 450? 450, would you go 450? 450 now, 500? 500? 450's bid and $500 is going to be 5. Would you go 500? Anybody else for 500? 450's bid and 500. $450 to the internet number. 4978. 240 Boston Classical Drop Leaf Bag Table. Bag frame is still present, but they put a bottom in it to make it a 3-drawer stand, okay? A beautiful wood in this and ready to go condition. Somebody give me $1,000 for it, 500 for it. $300 and start it, 300. $200, Boston, 1820 old. 200's bidding 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275 now. 275 now, 300. Back to you for 300. Would you go 300 now? 350. 350. Would you go $350? Going to be 350 now. 400. Dan, get it back at 400. 400 now. 450. 400's bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? 400 and 450. Would you go 450? Fair warning. 400 and 450. Down it goes. $400 to 509. The buyer 509. How are you feeling, John? Are you of good voice? Good. Group of sterling silver, including Jensen, Steve, Kirk, Anderson, and Whiting. About 14 ounces, all kinds of different odd shapes and sizes. And $300 for this lot. 200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? $100 and get it going. 100's bidding 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. Now 200, 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4. Going to be 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anyone else for 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275. 275. $250 buys. Number 36, the buyer 36. 242 watercolor by Adrianus Johannes Groenwagen. Milking Time. This is beautifully painted. It's up rather high on the wall. And I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would go to 500. 300 to open. 200 to open. Anybody like it for 200? I have 100 bidding. 1 1/4. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 175. Now 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Tom. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. Now 300. 300. 275 is bidding 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? $275. And number 5. Number 5 the buyer. Hudson Valley Shoefoot Hutch Table in Victorian paint, missing the pegs. So we've got a dowel in there. Works fine. And $500 quick for it. 500. 300. $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? 200's bidding 2 1/4. You've got to be 2 1/2. Would you go 250? 250. Would you go $250? Anybody else for 250? 2 1/4's bidding 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys. Number 508. The buyer 508. Folks, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. John Wilt, please, who shouldn't be foreign to you. John does a very, very good job for us.
Thanks, Russ. Okay, moving on to lot 244, a Mediterranean fishing boat, signed William Ward, 1911 and 2000, and how much for it? A couple $100, $300 to open it up, $200 and go, 200 I have, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275 now, 275, 275, and 300, 300 and 300, 3 1/2, would you go? 3 1/2, Ken? Yes? 350, I'm looking for 350, 350 and 400 now. 400, am I doing increments correctly? I have 400 and 450 now. 450, would you go 450? I have 400 down in front, looking for $450. 400 bidding 450. Anybody want to go 450? Are there any advances to $450? Fair warning, once, twice. $400 buys down in front. 4892 is the buyer. 4892, selling lot 245, a diminutive English 3-door bachelor's chest, kind of nice size, and how much for it? $500 open it up, 500 and go, 300, $200 and go, 200. Are you bidding 2? 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 in the back of the room, and 275, 275 and $300 now. 300, would you go 300, 300 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 400 now, and 400, would you go 400? Looking for 400 and 400 and 450, 450 and 500, 450 and 500 now, looking for $500 and 550. 550, would you go 550 and $600 now, and 600, would you go 600? 600 and 650 calls you back. 650, would you go 650? 650, $700. 700, would you go 7 and 750? 750 now, would you go 750? Looking for 750. I have $700 in the back of the room, looking for $750. Any advances to 750 once? 750 twice. $700 buys in the back of the room. 509, 509. 246, unsigned portrait of a young woman, oil on panel, nicely executed, looks like a charming lady. And how much for it? A couple of $300 to open it up, 300, 300, $200 a go, 200, $100 is where. Anybody interested in 100? I have 100 and 1 1/4 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, yes, 175. 175 now, would you go 175? Looking for 175. I have 150 bidding 175. Looking for 175 once, 175 twice, $150 buys in the back of the room. Number 531. 531. You know, I don't have one of those sales on it, but that's okay. 247, the lemon top andirons, roughly 16 inches tall, 18 inches deep. Winter's coming, and 500 for them, 500, 300, $200 and go. Thank you so much. $200. Anybody interested at $100, $100? I have $100 and 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4, would you go 125? Any advances from 100 to 1 1/4? Looking for 125. Anybody like to be interested at $125? Certainly under the money for the lemon top andirons. 125 once, twice, 125 now, and 150. 150, would you go 150? Anybody want to go 150? 150, fair warning at 150. Anybody want to go 150? $125 buys down in front in the number? 1022. 1022. Put my glasses on and bear with me for just a quick moment. All right, 248 is the Empire card table, 29 inches tall, 36 wide, 18 inches deep, 36 inches altogether, opened up. Nice Empire card table, and $600 for it. 500, $200 to start the bidding. Anybody interested at $200? Anybody want to go $200? We'll open it up for $200. Anybody interested at $100 then? $100, certainly under the money. At $100, anybody interested at $100? I have 101 1/4 now. 100 bidding 125. Anybody want to go 125? 100 bidding 1 1/4. Anybody want to go 1 1/4 and 1 1/2? 1 1/2 now. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Still well under the money at 150. Would you go 150? Looking for 150. Anybody want to go 1 1/2? 1 1/2. Fair warning. Once, twice. 125 buys down in front in the number. 1023. Selling lot 249. Sheep in a landscape. Albert J. I'm not even going to take a shot at that. Perusian? Looks like some kind of Norwegian type of name. Oil on canvas. And how much for it? $500 to open it up. 500 is where? Anybody interested at 500? Anybody want to go 500? $200 and get the bidding going. Anybody interested at 200? Anybody want to go 200 now? 200 on the oil painting. Anybody want to go 200? $100 to start the bidding. $100 should be $100. Anybody want to go $100? 100 I have, and 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4. Any advances to a 1 1/4? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175 now. 175. Would you go 175? I'm looking for 175. Anybody want to go 170? I have 150 on the floor. 175 and $200, and 2 1/4 calls you back at 2 1/4. 2 1/4 now. I have 200 live on the floor. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. 275 now. Would you go 275? 275. Anybody want to go 275? Fair warning at 275. 275 and 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 now. Anybody want to go 3 1/4? Looking for 325. Anybody want to go 325? 325 once, twice. $300 buys in the room. Number 40. Thank you. Lot 250. George III Sterling marrow spoon and meat skewer. Interesting collection of utensils there. And how much for them? 500, $200 to start the bidding. I don't know where you'll get another pair of these. $100 is where? $100, if you really got to get that marrow out, you need the $100. $100 is where it certainly should be at $100. $100, I have 1 1/4 now, 1 1/4 now. 100, bidding 125. Any advances from 100 to 125? Looking for 125. Fair warning at 125. My goodness, 125 once, twice. $100 buys, down your way, and the number 18. The buyer is 18. Selling lot 251 now. 19th century European school. The Flirtation in the Parlor. Wonderful genre scene there. And how much for it? A couple of $400 to open it up. $400 is where? $200 to start the bidding. $200. Anybody interested at $200? $100 to get it going. Anybody interested at $100? $100. Certainly under the money at $100. I have 100 and 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4. Anybody want to go 1 1/4? I have 100 bidding 125. Looking for 125. Anybody want to go 125? Any advances from 100 to 125? Fair warning, $125. Once, twice. Looks like $100 buys it down in front. 1023. 1023 is a buyer. 252 rosewood cabinet with grilled doors under a drawer. And how much for it? $1,000 to open it up. 500 to get it going. Anybody interested at 500? Anybody want to go 500? 300, $200 to start the bidding. 200 I have and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 now? 2 1/2, 2 1/2. I have you at 225. Looking for 250. Anybody want to go 250? 250. I have 225 on the 250 and 275 and 300 now. 300. Would you go 300? 300. I have 275 bidding 3. Anybody want to go 300? I have 275 and 300 and 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 3 1/2. Now would you go 3 1/2? 325 bidding 3 1/2 once, 3 1/2 twice. 3 1/4 buys in the room. And your number, please, ma'am? I'm sorry. 43. Oh, no, I had the person on the floor here. At number 35. Sorry about that. Okay, selling lot 253. 2 Venetian scenes, signed J. Buford. Oil on board, 8x10 is the size. Nice early frames to go along with them. And how much for them? A couple of $100 to open them up. $200 is where? Anybody want to go $200 on the pair of paintings? $200. Anybody want to open it up for $100 for both of them? $100. I have them 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/2 now. Would you go 1 1/2? Looking for 150. Anybody want to go 150? I have 125 bidding 150. Anybody want to go 150? 150 and 175. 175 now. 175. Anybody want to go 175? Yeah. 175 and 200. Who said yeah? 175 and 200, 200 now, 200, anybody 200 and 2 1/4, say yeah again. 200 and 2, yeah, are you serious? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 now. Would you go 2 1/2? I have 225, 275 now. 275, would you go 275? Anybody want to go 275? I have 250 bidding 275. Anybody want to go 275 once, twice? $250 buys, and the number? 1024. Selling lot 254, the China trade box with label, and nicely decorated box. And how much for it? A couple of $300 to open it up. 200. $100 is where to start the bidding. 100 I have and 1 1/4, sir. Would you go 1 1/4 and 1 1/2? 1 1/2 now. 1 1/2 and 1 1/2 over here. 175. 175 I have them on the floor over here. 175. Either one you want to be 200. 200 I have here and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 now. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody interested at $250? I have 225 on the floor. $250 once, twice. 2 1/4 buys to the side of the room. Number 5, buyer number 5. Oh, I missed an absentee there. Shit. Excuse me. 255, 19th century American school river scene on New York City. It's oil on canvas, nicely executed. And how much for it? $300 to open it up. $300 is where? $200 to start the bidding. Anybody want to go 200? 200 is where? Anybody want to go 200? $100 to start the bidding. 100 I have and 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4 and 1 1/2? 1 1/2, 175. 175 now. 175. 150 bidding 175. Anybody want to go 175? 175. 150 bidding 175 once. 175 and 200 now. 200. Would you go 200? Anybody want to go 200? Looking for $200. Anybody advances to 200? I have 175 bidding 2. 175 bidding 2. 175 buys. Down in front in the number? 1026. Selling lot 256, the Mahogany Empire Center Table. 29 inches tall, kind of nice early empire table, gutsy mahogany, and 500 for it. 500 is where anybody want to go 500 to open it up. 300 and go, 300. $200 to start the bidding, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. 200 bidding 225. Anybody want to go 225? 225 looking for 225. Anyone want to go 225? 225 and 250 now. 250, would you go 250 looking for $250? Anybody want to go 250? 225 bidding 250, 250 and 275. 275 over here now and $300. Either one, you want to go 300? 300. Anybody want to go 300 now? 275 live on the floor. Looking for $300. 300, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 now. 3 1/4, you got 350, 3 1/4, 350, 375. Anybody want to go 375? I have 350, looking for 375 once, 375 twice, 350 buys, and the number? 4978. 4978. Selling lot 257. I think these things are pretty cool. I'm going to try and bid on them myself. So, a couple of $400 for them, $300, $200, $500 and $550, $500 and $550. Anybody want to go $550, $600 now, $600 to $650, $650. Would you go $650? Anybody want to go $650? $600 and $650. Anybody want to go $650? I have $600 bidding $650.
You wanted to bid on, didn't you?
I did at one point. Things have changed. I have $650. I'm looking for $700 now. $700, 700 and 750. 750, anybody want to go 750? 750, anybody want to go 750? I have $700, looking for $750 on the globes. 750 once, 750 twice, $700 buys. Down in front, number 1027, about 258. 12 pieces of mercury glass, and including the compote and the fruit and all you see in the image together to go for one money, and $200 for it, $200 to start it off, $200 and go. Anybody interested at 200, 200, 200? My goodness, $100 to start the bidding, $100 and 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/4 and down 1 1/4 and 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 175 now. 175, would you go 175, 150 bidding 175, looking for 175. Anybody interested at 175? Fair warning at 175 once. 175 now, and 200 calls you back at 200. Would you go 200? I have 175 bidding 200. Anybody like to go $200? Looking for 200? 200. Fair warning, 200. 175 buys, and the number 1027. Selling lot 259. A pair of oil on board Gene Magazzini on the Appian Way in San Giammano. At noon to beat. And how much for them? 500 to open them up? 500? 300? $200 is where. $200 to start the bidding, certainly should be at 200. Anybody interested at 200? Looking for $200 to open it up? $100 and go? $100. Anybody interested at 100? 1 1/4 now. 100 I have bidding and looking for 125 in advance to 125. Anybody want to go 125, 125, and 150? 150 now. 150, would you go 150? I have 125, 150, 150. Would you like to go 150, 175? 175, close your back. Would you go 175? 175, I have $150 bidding 175. Anybody like to advance to 175? Fair warning at 175. $150 buys. The number? 1023. Lot 259, pair of classic Parian statues, and Copeland and Crystal, and $500 to open them up, $500 and go. Anybody interested at 500, 300, $200 to start the bidding, $200 on the Parian figures, $200, $100 is where, $100 to open it up. Anybody interested at $100? My goodness, $100, should I keep going? $100, $50 to get it going? $50 on the Parian figures, $50, $50 and $60, $50 and $60, $60 and $70, $70 now. Would you go $70? Yes, $70 and $80 now. $80, let's get on even money. $80, anybody want to go 80? 80 and 90, 90 now, 90. It's $10, $90, $90, $100, 100. Would you go 100? Would you go $100? $100 and 1 1/4 now, and 1 1/4. We can start the aggressive bidding at any moment. 1 1/4. 100 bidding 125. Anybody want to go 125? I have 100 at even money looking for 125. Any advances to 125? Once? Twice? $100 buys. And the number? 3014, lot 261,
That's a good bunch.
late 18th century,
Good early wall box.
a nice early wall box, the bun tray, pair of chestnut urns, all that together. We're just looking for one money to buy all of it, and $500 for all that and go. $500, $500 and go. Anybody want to go 500, 300, $200 to start the bidding? 200, I have in 2 1/4. 200 bidding 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 now. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody want to go 2 1/2? Anybody want to go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 bidding 250, 2 1/2 and 275. 275 now. Would you go 275? 275 and 300. $300 looking for $300. I have 275 bidding 3. Anybody like to go $300 and 350? 350 now. Would you go 350? 350. Fair warning at 350 once. 350. Anybody interested at 350? 350. Looking for 350. Anybody want to go 350 once? Twice? $300. Buys down the front. Number 921. Selling lot 262.
Beautiful little table.
Beautiful little diminutive 18th century cherry drop leaf table. Nice, a nice size. And $500 to open it up. $500. $300. $200 is where. Anybody want to go 200? $200. Anybody want to go $200? $100 to start the bidding. 100 and 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/2 now. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/2. Anybody want to go 1 1/2? 1 1/2 and 175 and $200 and 200 now and 200. Would you go 200? I have 175 bidding 2. Anybody want to go 2? I have 175 bidding 2. Anybody want to go 2? I have $200 over here and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Anybody want to go 2 1/2? 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is here. And 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275 and 275. That's out. 275. I have 250 over here looking for 275. Any advances to 275? I have $250 bidding 275 and 300. 300 now. Would you go 300? Looking for 300. Would you like to go 300? 275 bidding 3. I don't know where you'll find another. 275 bidding 3 once. 275, 300 and 350. 350, 350. That might scare them off. 350 now. Would you go 350? Would you go 350? Anybody like to go 350? I have $300 on the floor looking for $350 once, twice. $300 buys this way. Number 31, lot 263, and French landscape by George Rene Sinicki, and $1,000 for it. $500 to start the bidding. Nice sign oil on canvas. Looking for 500 to open it up. 300. $200 to start the bidding. $200, 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275 and 300 and 300 now. Would you go to 300? I have 275 bidding 3. Anybody like to go 300? Look for $300. Anybody want 300 and 3 1/2? 3 1/2 now. Would you go 3 1/2? Looking 3 1/2 and 400 and 400 and 400. Still under the money at 400. Would you go 400? Any advance to 400? I have 350 from 400 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 now. Would you go 4 1/2? 4 1/2 and 500 and 500 now. Would you go 500? Anybody like to go 500? Fair warning at 500. Anybody interested at $500? I have 450 bidding 500 once. 500 twice, 450 buys in the front here, and the number? 974, selling lot 264. The 3-section mahogany Hepa white dining table looks like it's 2 DN tables, and it opens up to be 75 inches long. It's a banquet-sized table it'll open up to, and how much for it? $1,000 to open it up? $1,000? $500 to start the bidding. $500 is where? $500. Anybody interested at 500, 300, 300? You know, holidays are coming. $200. 200 I have in 2 1/4. 200 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 275 now. And 275. Would you go 275? 2 1/2 bidding 275. Would you go 275? I have $250 looking for 275. Any advances to 275? Still certainly under the money at 275. Anybody interested at 275? $250 buys. Number 1029, selling lot 265. Another group of Americana accessories, a rush light.
With the yellow bellows.
Yeah, it was in the back case with the yellow bellows. There's a lamp, the pewter plate, the mirror, all that early Americana together to go one money, and $500 to open it up. $500 on that nice collection, those little jagged stuff. 500, 300, $200 on all of it. $200 is where, certainly should be. $200. Anybody want to go $100 to start the bidding? 100 I have in the back. You have to be 1.25 and 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, and 175 now. 175, 175, either one of you 175. I have 150 looking for 175. Any advances to 175? I have 150 in the center aisle. Looking for 175 once, 175 twice. $150 buys your way, sir. Your number, please? 21. 21. Selling lot 266. 19th century oil on canvas, the country village, wonderfully executed. It looks like around here. It certainly does.
Yeah, I love the clothesline.
And $1,000 to open it up, $500 to get it going, $200 to start the bidding, 200 and 2.25 and 2.5 and 2.5 now and 2.5 and 275 and 300 now and 300 and 3.5 and 375. Would you go 375? That's 3.5 and 375. Anybody want to go 375 and $400 now? $400. Anybody want to go 400 and 4.5? 4.5 now. 4.5. 400 and 4.5. Anybody want to go 450? Looking for 450. I have 400 bidding 450. Are there any advances to $450? Fair warning at 450. 450. I have 400 bidding $450. Looking for $450. And $400 buys it, and the buyer is 521. 521. Lot 267. The stretcher-based tab table. It's got a nice early old surface on it and nice turnings, and 500 to open it up. 500. $200 to start the bidding on the early tab table. Certainly should be 200 and 2.25. 2.25. I have 200, 2.25. You have to be 2.25. Anybody want to go 2.25? 2.25 and 2.5 and 275 now. 275, 275. Anybody want to go 275? 275. Anybody want to go 275 and 300 and 3.5 now? You have to be 3.5. Would you go $350? Looking for $350. I have 300, 350 and 400 now. $400. Anybody interested at 400? Looking for 400. Anybody interested at 400? 400, 350 bidding 4. Anybody want to go $400? Fair warning at 400. I have $350 looking for 400 once, 400 twice, $350 buys in the front. 3903, lot 268. 268 is an American 19th century gilt frame looking glass. A Eglamizé panel, original plate and backboard, kind of nice state of preservation, neat as a pin. And how much for it? $500 to open it up. $500 on the early looking glass. Looking for $500 to open it up. Anybody interested at 500? As shown in the back of the room, $500. $200 to start the bidding on the early looking glass. $200. Anybody interested at 200? 200. My goodness, 200. Anybody want to go 200? $100 to start the bidding. Anybody need it? Now, here we go. 100 and 1.25, 1.25 and 1.5, 175 now, 175, 175. Would you go 175? I have 150 over here, 175. Anybody want to go 175? Looking for $175. Anybody interested at 175? I have 150 bidding 175 once, 175 twice, $150 buys down in front. 997. Lot 269, the bench grade custom brace black Windsor chair. And it's branded with JWG on the seat, the maker's brand, and 500 on the continuous arm. $100 to start the bidding, a nice continuous arm Windsor. $100 to start the bidding, certainly should be. It'll keep you off the floor. $100. Anybody interested at $100? $100 I have in 1.25 now. 100 and 1.25, 1.25, 1.25, 1.5. 1.5 now, 1.5. Anybody want to go 1.5? I have 1.25 bidding 1.5, looking for $150. Certainly under the money at 150. Anybody want to advance to 150 on the Windsor chair? Looking for $150. 1.25 buys, and the number 28. 28. Selling lot 270. The thoroughbred with a jockey.
This is all relined.
Oil on canvas. It has been relined. A
In-paint the crack allure.
little bit of in-painting apparently is necessary. And 500 for it. A thoroughbred with jockey. 500 to open it up. 500. Anybody want to go 500? 500. $200 to start the bidding. 200 and 2.25, 2.25, 2.5 now. 2.5. 2.5. Would you go 2.5? Anybody want to go 2.5? $250. I have 225 bidding 250 and 300 and 350. Would you go 350 now? 350, 350. Would you go 350? I have $300 over here and 350 and 400 now. $400. Would you like to go 400? Anybody interested at $400? I have 350 bidding $400. Looking for $400 on the jockey oil on canvas. Looking for 400. 350 buys down in front. 4714. 4714. Yeah, I'll do one more. 19th century Louis Philippe 4-drawer marble top commode, and
Beautiful piece of furniture.
a nice, beautiful piece of furniture.
Has the original key with it, all the locks work.
No kidding. Original key with it and all the locks work. A rare find to have that all together. And how much for it? $2,000? $1,000 is where? Anybody interested at $1,000? $500 to start the bidding. $500 and go to anybody interested at 500, 500, anybody go 500, $300 to start the bidding, 300, anybody interested at $300, $200 to let it go, 200 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half, and 2 and a half and 275, and 275 and 300 now, 300, 300, would you go 300, 300 and 350, and 350, 350, still under the money. Well under the money, and 350, 300, bidding 350. Anybody like to go 350? Looking for $350? Anybody with 350 over here and 400? 400, just you both down at 400. Would you go 400? 400 and 4.5. 4.5 now, 4.5. Would you go 4.5? Looking for 4.5 and $500. 500 now. Would you go 5? Looking for 5. Anybody want to go 5? 450, bidding 5. Looking for 500. Anybody want to go 500? Fair warning at 500. Looking for 500 once. 500 twice. 450 buys this way again. It's a lot, or buyer number 31. Thanks for your patience, everybody, and once again, Mr. Russell Carlson.
Nice job, John. Okay, 19th century looking glass with an Eglamise panel. This one looks like almost like a theatrical sort of reverse painting. Original backboard on this. Neat as a pin, and $500 for it. $200 and get it going too. Would you go 200? $100 and start it. Hundreds bid 1 1/4. Anybody like over 1 1/4? Now a half. Half and 75. 150's bidding 175. We got to be 175. Would you go 175? 150, 175. 150, 175. $150. Away it goes. Number 997. 273. 273 is. Return of the War Party. This is signed B.R. Garvin. That's Barbara Garvin. She's a contemporary artist, but she does this painting really should be sold in Santa Fe. It's a terrific Western scene. And I've got 500 to open and 550. What do you go? 500 is bidding 550 now. $600. You got to be 6. What do you go? 600. 600 now. 650. 600 is bidding 650 now. 700. 700. 750. 700's bidding 750. We're gonna be 750. Would you go 750? Anybody like to be in for 750? Now 800. $800 now 850. 800's bidding 850. Would you go 850? Now 900. Now 950. 900's bidding 950. Could be 950. 900's bidding 950. Would you go 950? Now 1000. $1,000. You got to be 10. Would you go 1000? 950's bidding 10. Would you go $1,000? Anybody like it for 1,000? 950's bidding $1,000. You got to be $1,000. Anybody like it for 1,000? 950's bidding 1,000. Would you go? Anybody want to be in for $1,000? 950's bidding 1,000. 950's bidding 1,000. Fair warning. Once, twice. $950 buys it. Number 4823. 274. Sheraton drop arm lolling chair. Now, one of the arms is a little weak, but I'm sure it could be stiffened up. And $500 for it. 500. Beautiful, graceful chair. $200 for it. Anybody like me in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 and get it going. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. $100 your way. Number 4504. Next lot. 275. Early lithograph map of New York City by Joseph Lang, Fulton Street, after a map by James Lynn. So how much for it? Nicely toned. $300 for it. $100 is where? $100. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Now a half. You're going to be 1 1/2. Half and 75. 175 now. 200.
$200, you gotta be two, would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 is bidden, two, gotta be two, would you go 200? 175 and two, $175 your way, number? 1015, 276. 76 is the English chest, George III, mahogany chest on chest, shown over there. Beautiful piece of furniture, and $1,000 worth for it. $1,500 and get it going. Five, you gotta be five, you gotta be five. Would you go $300 and start it? 300. It's heavy, Jackie. 300. You haven't bought anything you can't fit in the car yet. 300. $200 for it. 200. Thank you. 2 1/4. Two is bidden. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. You got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 75. 275 now. 275. I have 300. Back to you for 300. You got to be three. What do you go? 300 now. 350. 300 and 350. What do you go? $350. You got to be 350. 300 and 350. Anyone else? 350 now. 400 now. 450. 400 now. 450. What do you go? 450. I've got 400 on Dan and 450 now. 500. Back to you for 500, Dan. 500 now. 550. 500 and 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody else for 550? 500 is bidden. 550. What do you go? 550. Anybody like it for 550? Fair warning. Once, twice, down it goes. $500 to 509. 509 the buyer. 277 is a 19th century Eagle weather vane, original directionals. This has an overcoat, but where it's exfoliated a little bit, you can see beautiful green verdigris patina underneath that overcoat of paint. Somebody give me about 500 for it. $500 gonna be five. Would you go 500? $300 and start it. $300 gonna be three. Would you go 300? Anybody like to be in for 300? $300, $200, my goodness, and 250. Would you go? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275. 275 now. 250 is bidden. 275. Anyone else for 275? 250 and 275. Would you go 275? 275. Fair warning. 250 and 275. Well under the money. 275 now. 300. 300 now. 350. 300 now. 350. Would you go $350? You got to be 350. 300 and 350. Anybody else like it for 350? Fair warning. Eagle weather vane for 300 and 350. 300 is gone. Number 1033. Hand-colored print after George Innes. This is signed George Innes. Near Leeds, New York, which is right down the road here. And it is signed by Innes. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go 200? $100. 100 where? 100's bid 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid 1 1/4 now. 100's bid 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? $100 buys. Number 36. The buyer 36. 279. Hudson Valley Dutch 18th century wood box in all green paint. Kind of nice. And $300 quick for it. 300. Yes, 300. 350. 300 and 350. Now 400. 400. Now 450. 450. Now 500. Now 550. Now 600. Now 650. Now 700. 700. 750. 750. What do you go 750? 700's bidden. 750. Now 800. 800. Where will you put your firewood? $800. You've got to be 800. I've got 750 bid and $800. Anyone else for 800? 800. Yes, 800. Now 850. 850. What do you go? 850. I've got 800 offered and 850. You've got to be 850. 800 and 850. Hammers up. 850. 900. You tried. 900. I'm on your side. $900. It's got to be 900. 850's bid and $900. Anyone else for 900? Fair warning. Once, twice. $850 to the internet. Number? 957. 957. All right. What do we have here? Oh, the Howard Johnson lamplighter weather vane. Very cool. Very. These went on the inns, on the Howard Johnson motor lodges, remember? So this, I'll leave the light on for you, was originally thought of by Howard Johnson. Somebody give me about 500 for it. 500. $300 for it. 300's bid and 350. 350 now 400.
$400, you gotta be 4, what do you go, $400? Anybody else, 400 now, 450. 400 and 450, what do you go, $450? Anybody like it for 450, 400 and 450? 400's bid and 450, once, twice, down it goes. $400 your way, number? 4937. 281. George III Chippendale swing leg guard table. These legs swing out, and so you end up with a leg in all four corners of the table. It's a double swing leg, and kind of nice. Somebody give me 300 for it? $200 for it. 200's bid. 2 1/4 would you go? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. Got to be 2 1/4. Anybody 2 1/4 now? A half. Going to be half and 275. 275 would you go? 275. 250. 275 now. 300. 300 now. 350. 350 would you go? 350. 300 and 350 now. 400. $400. You got to be 4. Would you go? $400. Anybody else for 400? 350's bid and 400. Fair warning. $350 buys, number 509. 509 the buyer. 282. Tonalist Meadow by Albert Inslee. Oil on canvas in a juicy frame. Yum yum. Somebody give me 300 for it. $200. Thank you. 300's bid. 3 1/4 would you go? 300. 350 now. 400. 400. 450. 500. 500. 550 now. 600. $600 is going to be 600. 5 1/2 is bid, and 6 would you go? $600. Anybody else for 600 now? 650. 650 now. 700. Ken. $700. Back to the phones for 700. Now 750. 750. Would you go? $750. Anybody else for 750? 700. 750. Now 800. Ken. $800. You've got to be 800. 800 now. 850. 800's bid. 850. Would you go? $850. Anybody else for 850? Now 900. 900. Ken. 900. You've got to be 900 now. 950. 950. Would you go? $950. You're going to be 950. 900 and 950. 900 and 950. Once, twice, 950. $1,000. $1,000. Ken. 1,000. 1,000. Now 1,100. Back to you for 1,100. 1,000's bid and $1,100. Anybody else? 11 now. 12. $1,200. You're going to be 12. Would you go? 1,200. 11 is bid and 12. Would you go? $1,200. Ken. $1,200. You're going to be 10. Would you? 1,200. 1,200. Fair warning. 1,200. Now 1,300. 1,300. 12 is bid and 13. You got to be 13. Would you go? $1,300. Anybody else for 13? Fair warning. Once, twice. 1,300. 1,400. Back to you for 1,400. $1,400. You got to be 14. Would you go? 1,400. 1,300's bid and $1,400. You've got to be 14. You said that before. 1,400. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,300 through the internet number. 4812. 4812. 283. 283 is a wood and wire architectural finch cage. Kind of neat. Somebody give me 300 for it. 200. $100 for it. Anybody like to be in $100? If you get 2 finches, you usually end up with about 30 of them. $100. $50 for it. 50, thank you. And 70, 60, would you go? 50 and 60, would you go? $60. Anybody like it for 60? 50's bid 60, would you go? $60. Anybody like to be in for $60? 50 and bid 60. 60 now. 70. $70. You got to be 70. Would you go? 70 now. 80. $80. You got to be 80. 70 and 80. Anybody else for 80? $70 buys, number 21. 21 the buyer. 284. 18th century Long Island blanket chest. This is dated on the back 1764. Now there is a mate to this one, which is pictured in Long Island is My Nation, which is a very good reference book. This one, and they both are dated in a similar manner. 1764 on the back of it, a real antique, folks. And somebody give me about 500 for it. 500 original snipe hinges. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go? 300? $200. $200. $100 for it. My goodness. 100's bid and 1 1/4. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Got to be 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. 1 1/4. Would you go? 1 1/4. Anybody else for 1 1/4? Boy, I miss Kathy Seibel being around. 1 1/4, $100 buys, number 45, thank you, 45 the buyer. 285, reclining French boy. Somebody said that there's speculation that he has fallen out of the tree because there's a broken branch next to him. So that could be, in fact, anybody, provenance is Stefan Gallery. Very nice. Octave Tassert, 1800 to 1874, with his birth and death dates, and somebody give me 500 for it. $200 on the boy reclining. Anybody like to be in for 200? 150, thank you. 175 then. Anybody like it for 175? Now 200. 200, now 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. 2 1/2, would you go 2 1/2 and 275? 275, would you go 275? 250's bidden, 275. Anyone else for 275? Now 300. $300, gotta be 3, would you go $300? Gotta be 300, now 350. 300 and 350. 300's bid and 350. Fair warning. Once, twice. $300 buys, number 4109. 286. Late 18th century blanket chest, an original red surface on a bracket base. I think this is probably Pennsylvania. A beautiful 6-board blanket box, an old surface, and $300 quick for it. 300 should be hands in the air at 300. My goodness, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 and start it. $100 is where. Anybody like to be in for $100? A fine blanket chest like that for $100. Anybody like it for 100? Oh, you'll find room for it. $100. 100 where? Anybody like to be in for $100? You got to be $150 and go. 50 and 60 and 70, 70 and 80, 80 and 90. $90. You got to be 90. Would you go $90? 80 and $90. Anybody like it for 90? $80 is bid. $90. Anybody like it for 90? $80 buys, number 25 the buyer. Next item, 287. 19th century oil and canvas. This is a vista through the trees, kind of nice, showing a river scene in the background. And $100 quick for it, down low. Should be hands all over it, $100. Just trying to move it along. 100's bid and 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Anybody like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/2 and 175. 175 and 200. Would you like to be 200? 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. 275 and 300. And $300 is going to be 3. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. Fair warning. 275 and $300. Down it goes. 275 buys, number 989. Let's see. 288. Early Hudson Valley grain painted costs. Now, a little scruffy. They cut a hole in the back so the TV could be in there. And there's repairs to the doors, but it's real. It is 1720, 1740. Some people thought Long Island, and some people thought Jersey. Other people thought Hudson Valley. So we're not uncertain as to its point of origin, but a terrific cost. Wonderful, a generous size. And bidding has to start at $800 and $900. Would you go? 800 and 850. Would you go $850? 850, 900, 950. 1000, 1100, 1200, 1300, 1400. $1,400. Anybody else for 14? I've got $1,300 bid in 14. You've got to be 1,400. 13 is bid in 14. Would you go $1,400? Anybody else for 1,400? $1,300 is bid in 1,400. Fair warning, 1,300 and 1,400. Once, twice, $1,300 buys. Number 7, the buyer, 7. 289, 2-period side chairs, William and Mary with paintbrush feet. And a William and Mary, they're, block and turned legs with paintbrush feet. And the other one is a Durand chair. And $300 for these two. 300, 200 for the 2 early chairs. Anybody like them for 200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like the 2 chairs for $100? $50 is where? $50. Anybody like them for 50? You got to be 50. Would you go 50 and 60? 50 and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like them for 60? 50's bid in 60. Would you go? $50 your way, number 60, now 70, 60 and 70. Give our initiating bidder an opportunity to retort. $70, gonna be 70, sold. $60 buys it, number? 3721. 290. English Leadsware Blue Feather Edge Covered Dish. This is lovely, a beautiful piece. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 200 for it? $100 for it. $100. Anybody like it for $100? My goodness, 100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. 125, it's gonna be 125. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 125. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Nice early English Leadsware. 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. What do you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bid and 1 1/2. It's gonna be 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Any 1 1/2 and 175. Thanks for the help, Robbie. 175, 150, 175. Sold it. $150. Your way number? 1039. 1039. 291. Pair of 19th century oil on canvases, character studies. One of them looks like he might have little horns, a little devil. And the other, it looks like a minstrel. And $300 for those, $100 for them. Anybody like to be in it for $100? $50 for them. 50, thank you, and 60, what do you go? 50 and 60, what do you go? $60. Anybody like them for 60? $50 is offered and $60. $50 and number 8. Buyer 8. 292. Pennsylvania tilt-top birdcage candle stand, suppressed ball in the shaft. Nice stand. Beautiful stance. I found nothing wrong with it. And $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go $100 and start it? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2 and 175? 175, 150, 175. Anyone else for 175? 150's bid and 175. 175 now 200. 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? You got to be 225. 250 now. 250 now 275. Back to you for 275. 250 and 275. Now 300. Now 300. Now 350. Now 350. You've got to be 350. 300's bid and 350. Now 400. $400 now 450. 450. Just tell him it's his turn. 450 now 500. 500. What do you go 500? 450's bid and 5. You got to be 5. What do you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 450 and 500. Fair warning. Once, twice. Hammers up. $450 buys. 509 the buyer. 509. 293. Large folio Lake George after R.B. Hubbard. This is a beautiful scenic large folio print. 1865 this dates from. And I should think $500 for it. $500 for a Lake George print. Anybody like to be in for 5? Going to be $300 to start it. 300 is where? $200 is where? Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. What do you go 200? $100 and get it going. $100. 100's bid, 1 1/4. 1 1/4 got to be 125. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Now 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. 150's bid and 175. Anyone else for 175? 150's bid and 175. Fair warning, 150 and 175. Down it goes, $150 your way, number? 1040. 1040. 1810 birch inlaid Hepa white chest, nice one. And I've got 200 to open and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 now a half. You're going to be 2 1/2. Half and 75. 275 now 300. 300 now 350. 350. 300's bid and 350. You got to be $350. Anybody else for 350? I've got 300 bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else like it for 350? Fair warning. 350. $300 buys, number 534. The buyer 534. Next lot 295. Semi-antique Persian mat, kind of nice. And we've got some nice rugs coming up. Don't run off. And $300 quick for it. $100 is where? $50 for the nice table mat. Anybody like to be in $50? $20 and go. 20 and 30 and 40. 40, would you go $40? You got to be 40. Would you go $40? 40 now 50. 50, you got to be 50. Would you go $50? Anybody else for 50? $40 your way, Nate, number? 1041. 296. Semi-antique Saruk mat. And somebody give me 300 for it, 300. I've got 100 to open and 1.25, where'd you go? 100's bidding 1.25, anybody like it for 1.25? 1.25 now, 1.5, you're gonna be 1.5. 1.5 is here and 175. 150, 175, anybody else for 175? 150's bidding 175. Fair warning, 175. $150 to number 515, the buyer, 515. 297, mahogany sarcophagan form tea caddy, and $300 for it. Would you go 300? Beautiful mahogany, $200 and start it. $200 is where? Anybody like it for two? Got to be two. $100. Hundreds bidding 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? Now a half. 1.5 and 175. 175. You got to be 175. 150. 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150 and 175. 150 buys number 903. 298. Queen Anne mahogany pad foot Pembroke table with a medial brace. I believe an Englishman, but what a lovely table, really. Old repair to the top edge of one of those legs, but a masterfully done repair. A real cabinet maker job, not something that I would have done at home. Somebody give me 500 for it. 500, $200 for it. 200's bidding 2.25. 200's bidding 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Anybody like it for 2.25? 200's bidding 225. Anybody like to be in for 2.25? 2 is bidding 2.25. 2.25. Once, twice. $200 goes. Number 3903. 299. Boxing print. Tom King and Jem Mace for the English Championship in 1863. Someone give me about 500 for it. Nice large folio print. Nicely framed. 500, $300 and get it going. Got to be 3. Would you go $200 and start it? 200's bidding 2.25. 2.25, 2.5. 2.5 and 75. 275 now. 250's bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? 250 and 275. Fair warning. $250. Your way number? 1042. 300. And the Afshar area rug. Nice rug. And this opens at 200 and 2.25. 200's bidding 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Anybody like it for 2.25? 2.25. Now 2.5. I've got 2.5 and 275. 275. 275. Anyone else for 275? I've got 250 bidding 275. Fair warning. 250 and 275. $250 buys number 470. 470. Next lot 301. The Kaleem area rug. Kind of nice, 49 by 81 inches, nice large size, and good age on this, nice condition. And $400 quick for it, 400, 300, $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? $100 is where? 100's bidding 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, 1.25 is bidding 1.5. Anybody else like it for 1.5, 1.25, 1.5? 1.25 buys, number 1041, 302. Persian long rug. 105 inches long, pretty nice. Somebody give me 500 for it. 500, 300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3, 2, $100 to start it? Anybody like to be in for $100? Yeah, yes. 100's bid 1.25, 1.25, 1.5. You got to be 1.5. 1.25's bid 1.5. Anybody else for 1.5? 1.25 buys number 38. 38, the buyer. 303. Caucasian scatter rug, kind of nice. And $400 for it. This is like a Turkoman, I think. 400, $200 for it. Anybody like it for 2? Got to be 2. Would it go 200? $100 and start it. $100 and set it in. Anybody like 100's bid and 1.25? Anybody like it for 150? 150, you've got to be 1.5. 150, 175. Now 200. Back to you for 200. 175 is bidding 2. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 is bidding $200. Anybody like it for 200? 175 buys. Nate, number? 980. 980. 304. Lilihan area rug. Nice condition on this, and $500 quick for it. 500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 and start it. $100. Anybody like it for $100? My goodness, 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody want to be for a quarter? Now a half. 1.5 and 175. 175 now $200. Got to be 2 to go 200. 200 now 2.25. 2.25. Would you go 2.25? 200's bidding 2.25. 2.5. Anybody like it for 2.5? 2.25 is bid in 2.5. Fair warning, 2.5. 2.25 buys, number 1041. 1041. 1041. 1041. 305. Indo-Persian long rug with 5 medallions. It's like a Hariz family rug. And $500 quick for it. $500, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for $200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like it for $100? What do you go? $100. Anybody want it for $100? $50. My goodness, $50 to start it. What do you go? 50. Anybody want to be in for $50? Going to be 50. What do you go? 50 now. 60. 50 and 60. What do you go? $60. Anybody like it for 60? $50. Thank you for coming. 44. 44. Afghan small rug, kind of nice, and $100 quick for it. 100 where? Anybody like to be in for 100? $100. $50 to start it. 50, you gotta be 50. What do you go? $50. Anybody like it for 50? $20 and go, and 30. We gotta be 30. What do you go? 30, 20, and 30. $20 and number 8, the buyer. 8, 307. 307 Hamadan mat, and $100 quick for it. $100. Anybody like it for 100? Well, $50 then. $50 gonna be 50. Would you go 50? 50. No interest. 40. 30. 30. Thank you. And 40. Would you go? 30 and 40. Anybody like it for 40? 40 with the hammer. $50 gonna be 50. $40 your way, Nate. Number? 1041. 308. Indo-Hariz gallery carpet. Oh, this was, I guess, the one I was thinking of. Someone give me about 300 for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? 100's bidding 125. You're gonna be 1.25. Anybody want to be in for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. You know it's priced right because you know who's bidding on it. $100 buys, number 38. 38. 309. 309 Caucasian design area rug, kind of nice, and I've got $100 to open and 1.25. Would you go? Well, 1.25 now a half. You're gonna be 1.5 is in the book, and 175. 175. 175 now 200 is in the book. 200 and 2.25. 200's bidding 2.25. Anybody else for 2.25? Are you all done and through? 2.25. $200 to buy to bid card 536. The buyer 536. 310. Country Road, signed W. Ray Blakelock or Blacklock. Oil on board. I think it's a British artist. And $300 for it. 200. $100 for it. 100's bid. 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? Now a half. 1.5. Would you go 1.5? 1.25's bid in 1.5. Once. 150. 175. 175. Would you go 175? 150. 175. Yes. 175. Now 200. $200 going to be 200. Now 2.25. 2.25. $200 buys, number 4109. 311. 19th century Amari Jardinier, and I've got 100 to open and 1.25. Now 1.5. Anybody like it for 1.5? 1.25, 1.5, and 175. 150's bid in 175. Anybody else for 175? 150, 175. $150 buys, number 534. The buyer 534. Next item. 312 Louis XV style 20th century ormolu mounted tall clock. And the bidding has to start at $500 and $550. What? 500. What did you say? 500. 500. I've got 500. You've got to be 550. 550. 600. 600. 650. 700. 750. 800. 850. 850. 800's been 850. Would you go 850? Now 900. 900 now 950. 950 now 1000. 1000 now 1100. 1100. 1000's bid 1100 now 1200. 1300. 1400. 13 is bid 14 now 1500. 15 now 1600. $1,600. 16 now 1700. 17 now 1800. $1,800 now 1900. 1900 now 2000. 2000. 19 is bidding $2,000. You're going to be two to go $2,000. $1,900 is offered in $2,000. Anybody else like it for $2,000? $1,900 is bidding $2,000. Anybody like to be in for $2,000? Fair warning. Once, twice. Sold it for $1,900. 1045. 1045. Okay, there's a lovely little stand. Regency 2-drawer work table. One of those drawers has like, it looks like 2 drawers. It's like a double drawer face, but it's a 2-drawer stand, one a deep drawer, and beautiful cross stretchers. And I would think $500 for it. 500, 300, 200's bidding, 250, what do you go? 200's bidding, 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. Back to you for 275. 275. Now the book is in for 300. You've got to be 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 370, or actually 400. You've got to be 400. 350's bidding. $400. What do you go? 400. 400. Now 450. 400 is bidding. 450. What do you go? $450. Anybody else for 450? I have 450 on the internet. You've got to be 500 now. 500 and 550. 500 and 550. What do you go? $550. It's got to be 550. 500 and 550. 550. Now 600. Back to you for 600, Dan. $600. You're bidding 600. 550's bidding. $600. You're bidding 600. Yes. 600. Now 650. 600 and 650. Now 700. Back to you for 700. 650's bidding. $700. 700. You've got to be 700. 700. Now 750. 700 and 750. What do you go? 750. I've got 700 bidding. 750. Any interest at 750? 750. Now 800. $800. You're going to be $800. 800. Now 850. 850. You're bidding 850. I've got $800 offered and 850. Fair warning. Hammers up. 800 and 850. Once, twice, and sold. $800 to 509. 509, the buyer. 314, French inlaid ebonized oval planter. Kind of nice. For a very fancy home. And $300 quick for it. $100 to start it. Anybody like to be in for 100? $100 and get it going. Would you go $100? Anybody like to be in for $100? Well, $50 then. $50. Anybody like it for 50? 50 and 60 and 70 and 80, 90. $90. You've got to be 90. Would you go $90? Anybody else for 90? 80 is bidding. $90. Anybody like it for 90? $80. Buys number 28. The buyer 28. Demi-lune window. A nice half-round window shown down here in front, and $500 for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? You got to be 3. Would you go 300? $200 for it. $200 for that beautiful window. Anybody like over $100? 100's bidding. 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is bidding. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2? Anybody else for 1 1/2? Well, 1 1/4 is bidding. 1 1/2. Fair warning. 150. 175. 175. 175. Yes. 175. Now 200. $200. Got to be 200. 175 and 2. You got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anyone else for 200? Oh, you'll be glad you did. $175. Number 10, the buyer. 10. 316 is the marble fountain shown outside. Marble fountain is outside. It is weathered, but it is an outdoor fountain. It's a garden fountain. So, and it has been, shows some amount of restoration, but it's, I think, a terrific object. Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 500? $500. Got to be 5. Got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300. 250 is bid, and 275. 275 now 300. $300 going to be 300 now 350. 350 now 400. 400. 350 is bid, and 400 now 450. 450, you're going to be 450. Would you go $450? You're going to be 450. 450, would you go 450? Now 500. $500, would you go 5? 4.5 is bidding 5. 500, now 550. 550, would you go $550? You're going to be 550. Now 600. $600, would you go 600? 5.5 and 6. 600, now 650. 650, would you go 650? 600 and 650. Selling the marble fountain for only $600 and 650. Fair warning. Once, twice, 650. Now 700. $700 is gonna be 700, 6.5 and 7. 650's bid and 700, now 750, now 800. $800, you're gonna be 800, 7.5 is bid, and 8, would you go 800, 850, 900. $900, would you go 9, 800, 900, I have 850 offered, 900, 900, fair warning, 850 and 900, once, twice, $850 buys, number 40, the buyer, 40. 317, assembled set of over 210 pieces of Haviland Limoges from an attorney's home in Schenectady County. And $300 for it. $300 for all of that Haviland Limoges. $300. And I promise we'll help you pack it. $300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I was kidding. 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. What do you go 1 1/2 and 175? 175 now 200. $200, you've got to be 200. 175 and 2. What do you go? $200. Got to be 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. What do you go? 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Fair warning. Once. 250, 275, 275, now 300. $300, what do you go? 300, 275 has been 3, you gotta be 3, what do you go? 300. Fair warning, once, twice, $275 number. 28, isn't it? 18, sorry. 18, 318, Walton's Marionettes. This is a 1930s lithographic poster by Emile Pino, depicting Josephine Baker, Harold Lloyd, and others, signed in the signature cartouche lower right. And how much for it? Someone give me about $400 for it. Anybody like to be in for 4? Got to be 4. Would you go 300? $200 and get it going. 200's bid and 2 1/4. 200's bid 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2 and 1/2 and 75. 275. You're going to be 275, 250's bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? 250's bidding 275. What do you go? 275, 250, 275. Once, twice, $250. Away it goes. Number 1047. Next lot. The Orange Room Tea Room and Gift Shop. The Orange Tea Room and Gift Shop sign, and a couple of $100 for it. 200, $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for $100? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Now a half. Well, 1 1/2 at 175. 150's bidding. See it, Joyce. 150's bidding 175. Anyone else for 175? Take care. 175. $150 in the internet number. 1048. 320. Chippendale style wingback chair. Old, but probably only centennial old, and $300 for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. 150 and 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150's bidding 175. What do you go 175? Anybody that want to be in for 175? $150 your way. Number 4959. 59. Okay. 321 solid walnut 6-drawer Empire tall chest. A beautiful 1845 solid walnut. Beautiful piece of furniture in first finish, untouched and all original. And how much for it? Someone give me 1,000 for it. 500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. What do you go? 500. $300 and start it. 300's bidding. 350. 350. Now 400. 350's bidding 4. You got to be 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody else for 400? 400. 450. 450. I have 4. I'm looking for 450. 450. I've got 400 on 8. 450. 450. Now 500. 500. What do you go? 500. 500. Now 550. 500 and 550. What do you go? 550. 500 is bidding 550. What do you go? $550 is going to be 550. 550. 500 and 550. Once. 550 twice. 550. Okay. So, anybody got any good stories? 550. Now 600. $600. You've got to be 600. 5.5 is offered, and 6. What do you go? $600. Anyone else for 600? 550 and 600, fair warning. Yes? 600, 650, 650. Would you like to bid 650? I have $600 offered and 650, fair warning. $600, away it goes to Nate. Your number, please. What is it? 1049, thank you. 322, Goose Girl, European Cityscape, watercolor, unsigned, but a beauty. And $300 for it. Lovely little painting. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go to $100 and get it started? $100 for that. Anybody like it for $150? 50, 60, 70, 60, 70, now 80. $80, you're going to be 80. Would you go $80? Anybody else for $80? 70 is 80, now 90. 90, now 100. $100, you've got to be 190 and 100. Would you go $100? Yep. 100 and 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 1 1/4 is bid, and 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2 and 175? Now 200. $200, you got to be 2. Would you go $200? 175 and 2. Fair warning. Once, twice. 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. You've got to be 2 1/2. Any interest at 250? 250. Fair warning. Too late. 2 1/4 buys number 31. 323. I didn't want a tantrum being thrown, so all right. 323. This is a nice easel, a really nice easel, and I don't have much to. I got 175 to open, and $200. Would it go? 175 has been 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? 175 has been 200. Now 2 1/4, and you've got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? I have ahead of you now. 275, 250, 275. Now 300. 300, get them back at 300, now 350. 350, Leah, get them back at 3. I have 350 ahead of you, now 400, one of you. 400, 400, now 450. 450, 450, now 500. 500, would you go 500? 450's bid and 500, now 550. 550, would you go $550? You've got 550, now 600. $600, would you go 600? 550's bid and 600, now 650. 600 is bid and 650. Would you go 650? Now $700. $700. You got to be 700. Would you go 700? 650 is bid and $700. Anyone else for 700? $650. Buys number 4630. 224 rather. 4 classical style double branch sconces, and $300 for these. 300. 200. $100 for these. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 125, 125, 150, 150, 175. Now 200. $200 is going to be 2. Would you go 200? You got to be 200 now. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? 2 is bid and 2 1/4. 2 1/4. $200 buys. 509. The buyer 509. 325. 4 mahogany Chippendale chairs with pierced splats, square legs. The 2 sides match one of the armchairs, but the other armchair is mismatched, okay? So $300 for the lot, $300 for all of them. 4 nice Chippendale, including 2 arms, $300. $200 for them all. $200, $50 a piece. Chippendale armchairs. Well, $100 then. $100. Anybody like it for 100? How about 50? $50. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. 1 1/4. You got me in this mess. 1 1/4. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody else for 1 1/4? $100, Daphne, and number 18, the buyer, 18. Folk Art Oil on Panel by Mose Tolliver. That's me. It's a self-portrait. He was crippled and is a folk artist of quite a bit renown. And I should think $1,500, but I'll take $1,000 to open. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $1,000. $500 for it. $650 and $700. $650's bid and got to be $700. $700 now. $750 now. $800. $800, what do you go, 800, 850 now. 850, what do you go, $850, you gotta be 850, 800 and 850. 800 is bidden, 850, what do you go, $850, anybody else for 850? I've got only $800 offered in 850, 800 and 850. Once, twice, fair warning, 800 and 850. Down it goes, $800. 1052. 327, two pieces of folk art, a dachshund and a rifle cane. Now, there was a guy by the name of William Ivory. He lived in Catskill, New York. African American, born in, I think, like Mississippi, if I'm not mistaken. Relocated to Catskill, New York, and he used to make folk art, and this is one of his. He passed away in 2002, 20 years ago. So somebody give me about $300 for the two pieces. $300, $200. Anybody like them for two? Got to be two. Would you go $200? $100 for them both. Hundreds bidding, 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding, 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to bid for 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidding, 1 1/2. Anybody else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Fair warning. $125 to number 21. 21, the buyer. 328. English, 19th century walnut game table. Beautiful wood in this. Lovely form. Straight as a gate. Wonderful condition. How much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. 500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 200? $100 is bidding. 1 1/4. Would you go? 100's bidding. 1 1/4. Now a half and 75. 175. You got to be 175. 175. Now 200. You've got to be 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bidding. 2 1/2. It's open to the floor. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidding. 2 1/2. Fair warning. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. $225 to 521, is it? 521, thank you. 329, 19th century oval carved wooden frame mirror with fully developed flowers, original glass, and $300 quick for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? Got to be $200. Anybody like it for 200? Who's got $100 to open? 100's bidding, 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding, 1 1/4. Would you go 125? 125, yes. 125. Anyone else for 125? $100 buys. Number 8, the buyer. 8. 330. Queen Anne birdcage tea table, 34-inch diameter, kind of nice, and $500 for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? Got to be three. Would you go 300? $200 for it. 200, $100, my goodness, and a quarter, would you go? 100's bidding, 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding, 1 1/4. $100 your way, Nate, number? 949. 949. And Woodstock Forest Scene, signed Louise M. Camp. Louise was a student of John Carlson's, a renowned Woodstock artist, and she was a good artist in her own right. Someone give me $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go $200? Anybody like to be in for 200? $100. I've got actually 150 ahead of you. Would you go 175? 175. Now 200. 175 is 200. Now 2 1/4. 200's bidding. 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bidding. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? And now 275. 275. 250. 275. Any advance? 250 and 275. Fair warning. 250 and 275. Down it goes. $250. 4614. 332. Four pair. Is that right? Yeah, 4 pair of push-up candlesticks. These are all like 1830 old. I remember we used to sell these 1 pair at a time. They'd always bring 100 or 100 1/4. Now we're selling 4 pair at a time. And we're hoping that they'll bring 100 or 1 1/4. Who's got a $50 bill to start them? 50, thank you, and 60, would you go? 50 and 60, would you go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? 50's bidding, 60, would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? Now 70, you've got to be 70, would you go $70? 60, 70, now 80. $80, you've got to be 80, would you go $80? Anybody else for 80? 70 and 80. 80, now 90. $90 is gonna be 90, would you go $90? Anybody like it for 90? New fire, now $100, one of you. $100, anybody like it for 100? Now one and a quarter? 100, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a half, what do you go 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter is bid in 1 and a half. 1 and a half with the hammer, 175. 175, now 200. $200, what do you go 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning, once, twice, $175. Buys number 3-1. I sold it to you 3 times, so I don't know. Okay. Hey, Josh? What do we have? 333, 10 transfer decorated Mocklin ware pieces, including Brighton, Littlehampton, Alloway, Herne Bay, and Hastings, and a couple of $100 for it. 100 ware. Who's got $100? 50 is bid in 60. Would it go 60? Now 70. Now 80. 80 now 100. 1 and a quarter. 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter is bid in 1 and a half for all of it. Anybody like it for 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter. 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter buys. Number 21. The buyer 21. Okay, what do we got? 334, Japanese bronze charger with a flying crane decoration, 18-inch diameter, shown in the cabinet here with the flanking in between the candlesticks. And $300, quick for those, 300. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 for that charger. Anybody like it for $100? $50, 60, 50 and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 50 and 60. $50 your way. Number 18. 18 the buyer. 335. A pair of Samson porcelain jar lamps on custom bases, fashioned into lamps, and $300 for those. 300 where? Anybody like to be in for 300? 200? 100 is bid in 1 and a quarter. Anybody like them for 1 and a quarter? Now a half and 175. 175. Now 200 and 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half and 75. 275 now. 250 is bid and 275. Anyone else for 275? 250 and 275. Fair warning. 275. And 300 and 350. Back to you for 350. And the book is out. 350 is bid and 400. 350 and 4. Anybody else for 400? $350. Nate? $945. Pair of coastal scenes by C.G. Johnston, 1885. Oil on canvas, kind of nice. And I'll get a little low bid on this, but let's see if we can find something higher. Somebody give me $100 to open them? 100 where? Anybody like to be in for $100? $50 to open them. 50. I've got 75. Would you go $80? Make it 80. Put me back on even money at $80 and $90. You've got to be 90. Would you go $90? Anybody else for 90? 80 is bid at 90. You've got to be $90. You've got to be $90. Anybody else for 90? $80 buys. Number 989. 337 is the 18th century Delft punch bowl with polychrome decoration and interior lines. And you don't have to worry about damaging this because it's already cracked. Somebody give me $100 for it. 100's bid. 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter. 1 and a half. Anybody like it for 1 and a half? And 75. 175. Anyone like it for 175? 150. 175. 150 buys. Number 954. A few more lots until we get into that modern stuff. I'm dying to see what it's going to bring. Okay, Regency inlaid mahogany game table. Very graceful legs on this. Nice inlay. Pretty one. Someone give me about 500 for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? You got to be 3. What do you go? $200. 200, $100. $100. Good game table for $100. My goodness. 100. 100. Any interest? Passing it slot at 100. Okay. Cast iron eagle and eaglets bank. Kind of neat. Mama eagle feeds the babies. And somebody give me about 300 for it. 300, thank you. And 350, would it go? 300 is bid and 350. Would it go $350? 350, now 400. $400 going to be 4. Would it go $400? Anybody like it for 4? 350 is bid and 4. Going to be 4. Would it go 400? Fair warning. 400, now 450. 450, now 500, 500, 500, 450's bid and $500. Anybody else for 500, 450, and 500? $450. 21. That bank accepts Bitcoin, you know. Put, let's see, wrought iron arts and crafts, low table and chairs shown over here. And $500 quick for it. 500, 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would it go to $100 and get it on the road? $100, 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. We're going to be 1 1/4. Would you go 125? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Going to be 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Fair warning, 125. Daphne, see, you shouldn't leave. $100 buys, number 18, the buyer, 18. 19th century books, including memoirs of Ulysses S. Grant, the history of Albany and Schenectady counties, etc. And a couple of $100 for those. $100 for all the books. Anybody like to be in for $100? 50, thank you, and 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 1 1/4 is bidded, 1 1/2. Anybody else for 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2? 1 1/4 buys, number 35, the buyer, 35. 342, set of, now we're into the modern stuff. Set of 6 Hans Wagner Danish modern teakwood chairs, and they are really nice. They're in nice condition, they're sturdy. How much for them? Somebody give me $1,000? 1,000 is bid, and 1,100, would he go? 11 now, 12. 12 now, 13. $1,300 is gonna be 13, would he go 1,300? 13 now, 1,400. 14, gotta be 14, would he go 14 now, 1,500. 1,500 now, 1,600. $1,600 is going to be 16. 16 now, 1,700. Feel free to jump in anytime. 1,700. 17 now, 1,800. $1,800 you're going to be 18. Would you go 1,800? 1,700 is bidding $1,800. Anybody 18 now, 1,900. $1,900 would you go 19? 18 is bidding 19 now, 2,000. $2,000. Is that a yes, Jeremiah? 2,000. $2,000 is going to be 2,000. 2,000, now 2,250. 2,250, you've got to be 2,250. 2,000 is bid, and 2,250, now 2,500. $2,500, would you go 2,500? 2,750, oh, I'm sorry, 2,250 is offered, and 2,500. Fair warning, 2,250 and 2,500, now 2,750. 2,750, would you go 2,750? 2,500 is bid, and 2,750, now 3,000. $3,000, you gotta be 3, what do you go, 3,000? $3,000, you bidding 3,000, 2,750's bid and 3,000. Any interest at 3,000? Fair warning, 2,750 and 3,000, once, twice, down they go. 2,750 buys, number 1058, thank you. 343, this is the Louise Nevelson sculpture for American book covers. Now, Ann Spinelli lived in Tannersville. She lived on Fifth Avenue, but then when she moved to Tannersville, she won this, and she passed away this past spring. God rest her soul. And her sister has consigned this to us, along with some other things from the house. It is a 1980 Cubist monochromatic wood sculpture by the famous Louise Nevelson. Her works can fetch literally fortunes. But somebody give me $1,000 to open. Anybody like it for 1,000? 6,500, like I said. 6,500 and 67, let's see, 6,500 and $7,000. $7,000, would you go 7,000? 6,500's bidding $7,000. Anybody else for 7,000? 6,500's bidding $7,000. Anybody else for 7,000? 7,000? I should have paid much more attention in shop class. 6,500 and 7,000. Fair warning. Once, twice, sold it. 6,500 buys. 1060. 344 is a 1964 Artemide Nesso lamp by Giancarlo Mattioli, and $500 for it. 500, $300 for it. 300's bidding, 350, where do you go? 300 I have, and 350, where do you go? 3.5. Anybody like it for 3.5? 300's bidding, 3.5, it's gonna be 350, where do you go? $350. Anybody else for 350? 300 and 350. Sold it. $300 buys, number? 1061. 345, set of 5 Kukapuro model 419 dining chairs, and $500 for those. 500, $300 for them. $200, thank you, and 2.25. You've got to be 2.25. You got to be 2.25 now. 2.5, 2.5 and 275. 275 now. 300, 300 now. 350, 350 now. 400 now. 450, 450. What do you go? 450. I have $400 offered and 450, 400 and 450 once, 450 twice. Sold it. $400 buys number. Your number. 22, the buyer, 22. Thank you, Alma. This is the Agam print, signed lower right in white ink. Nice one. And I should think $1,000 for it, but I'll take $500 to open. Any, $850, $900. $850's bid at $900. Would he go 9? Anybody like to be in for $900? $850's bid at $900. Anybody else like it for $900? $850 and $900. $850. I guess that's enough in your number. 3132, 247, 347, sorry. Vintage Raymond Loewy. This is a sliding lid desk. The top drawer slides. It is orange and red and white. And bidding has to start at $1,600 and $1,700. Where do you go? 1,600 is bidding $1,700. Anybody like it for 1,700? 16 is bidding 17. Where do you go? 17. Well, the drawer, it's complete. It just needs to be reattached. Oh, somebody went to pull on the false drawer front and it popped off, but it's undamaged. It's not cracked. Self-sticking tape is what's used. That's what's used to. So where am I? Asking $1,700. You're going to be 17, 16, and 17. Any advance on 1,600 and 1,700? Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's who's in at 1,600 and 1,700. Substantially more of a left bid. That's why she was cautioning me. $1,600 to bid card 441. 441. 348 is a pair of vintage chrome tube desk lamps by Ingo, I don't know, circa 1960. Mauer? What is it? We don't know. Oh, Mauer, yeah. I went to school with Richie Mauer. But this was designed by Ingo. Ingo is no relation to Richie. Somebody give me about 500 for it. 500 for the pair of them. Anybody like to be in for 5? 300's bidding 350. Would he go 300 and 350? Anybody like to be in for 350? 300 and 350. Would he go 350? 350 now. 400. 350's bidding 400. You've got to be 400, 3.5, and 4. You've got to be 4. Would he go $400? Anyone else for 400? $350. Your way number? 1068. 349. This is the chest by Raymond Loewy. White, red, and orange. And I should think a couple of thousand, but I'll take, let's open it at 500. I've got 750. Would you go 800? 750 is here, and 800. Now 850. 800 and 850. Would you go $850? Anybody else for 850? I have $800 offered and 850. Would you go 850? Now 900. 900 now 950. 900 and 950. Would you go $950? Anyone else for 950? Now 1,000. $1,000. You've got to be 10. Would you go $1,000? Anybody with 1,000? Now 1,100. $1,100. You've got to be 1,100. $1,100. Anybody else for 1,100? 1,000's bidding $1,100. Anybody else like it for 1,100? 10 is bidding 1,100. Fair warning. 1,100. Now 1,200. 11 is bidding 1,200. Would you go 1,200? 11 is bidding 1,200. Any advance on $1,100 on 1,200? Fair warning. Fair warning. Fair warning. Fair warning. Yep. 1,200. Now 1,300. $1,300, you've got to be 13. What do you go, $1,300? Anybody else for 13? Fair warning. 1,300, hammer is up. $1,200 buys it, number 1068. 350, amethyst geode. This has an old repair near the top, and I've got 150 to open and 175. What do you go? 175 and $200. 175 has been 2, now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. These guys who are mineral experts ought to be after this. 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys. Number 991. 351. This is the Nautilus fossil, Cleo Niciris, and it is a big one. You see little ones, but you don't see this size. Bidding has to start at $350 and 400. Would you go? 400. I've got 500. Would you go 550? 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? 550. Now 600. $600. The book is out. $600. Anybody like to be in for 600? 550's bid and 600. Fair warning. $550 your way. Number 991. 352. 352 is the table and coffee table. These were made for Hammi of Finland. Mid-century coffee table. The flower table is, I think, fiberglass and shows old repairs. But it had a little bit of interest. It opens at 175 and 200. Would you go 200? Anybody like it for 200? Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 225? 200's bid in 2 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 2 is bid in 2 1/4. Fair warning. 2 1/4. $200 your way. Number 1062. 353. Vintage Swiss-made Max Bill 9-light floor lamp, circa 1960, atomic style Boule opal glass shades, and $500 I would think would be easy money for this. And I have 6. Would you go 650? I have 600 bid, 650. Now 700. Book is out. 650's bidding $700. Anybody like it for 700? 6 1/2 and 7. Would you go $700? Anybody like it for 700? 650 and 700. Once, twice, down it goes. $650 to number 995. And 354 is the petrified sequoia from Calamity Butte, Oregon. And bidding starts at 100 and 1 1/4. Would you go? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Fair what? 125, 150. 150. Would you go 150? Anybody else for 150? 100 1/4 is bidding 100 1/2. 100 1/2. 100 1/4 buys. Number 4973. 354. I'm sorry, 355 is the vintage white Saturnus table by Kukapuro for Hammi, again of Finland, and $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it, thank you, and 350. Would you go 300 and 350? Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? 300 and 350. $300. Elma, thank you. Number 22, the buyer, 22. 356. 356 is Silurian period. This is a crinoid plaque, and I think that they were actually animals. They look like plants, but they were actually animals. And $300 for it. 300. $200. $200. Anybody like it for 200? $100. $100 for the plaque. Anybody like it for $50 and get it going? 50. Would you go $50? 50 and 60. You got to be $60. Anybody like it for 60? Now 70. 70 now 80. $80. You've got to be 80. Would you go $80? Anybody else for 80? 80 now 90. $90. We're going to be 90 now 100. $100. Would you go 100? 100. 1 1/4. 1 1/4. We're going to be 125. Thanks for the help. 100. 1 1/4. $100 to the internet. Number 4973. Next lot. Okay, 2 mirrors. One is by Narciso, by Sergio Mazza for Artemide. It is polished chrome, 24 inches in diameter. And then there's a red one labeled Collection Salcanto, Italy. Somebody give me about 300 for the two mirrors. Two modern mirrors. Anybody like them for 300, 200? $100 from the book. 150, 175, and now 200. $200. Anybody like it for two? Got to be two. What do you go? $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? 175 and two. $175. Buys number 1068. Devonian polished plaque. Somebody said that these came from a specific location, like Greece or someplace. I'm not sure. Someone give me about 500 for them. 500, $300. Anybody like it for three? Got to be three. What do you go? 200. $100. Where? Anybody like it for $100? You've got to be 100. What do you go? $100. $50. $50. Anybody like it for 50? Now 60. You've got to be 60. What do you go? $60. Anybody 60? $60. Fair warning. 60. Now 70. Now 80. $80. You've got to be 80. What do you go? $80. Anybody 80? Now 90. 90. Now 100. $100. What do you go? 190 and 100. What do you go? $100. Fair warning. 1 1/4. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. You've got to be 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is bid in 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Fair warning. 1 1/4 buys. Number 28. The buyer. 28. 359. Mountain Landscape, signed George L. Cook or George E. Cook. I think it's George E. Cook after looking at it under a loop. Somebody give me 300 for it. He was a Berkshire County artist, I think. 300, 200, $100 for it. 100's bid in 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 125, 150 now, 150, 175. 175, you gotta be 175, 175 now, 200, 200. You've got to be 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275. 275, what do you go? 275 now, 300, 300 now, 350. 350, what do you go? 350, 300, 350 now, 400. $400, what do you go? Four, got to be four. What do you go? $400, got to be 400. 350's bid on 400. 350 and 400. Once, twice. $350, Leah. You bought it. Your number, please. Number. The number, please, Leah. 504. Thank you. 504, the buyer. Leah, your voice has changed. 360 is a pair of vintage labeled Danish modern armchairs, teak wood, and they are numbered, and with serviceable upholstery, kind of nice. And $300 for those. Anybody like them at three? Got to be 200, 300. Thank you. And 350 now, 400. 400 now, 450 now, 500. $500. What do you go? 500 for 500 now, 550. 500 and 550 now, 600. 550's bid in six. What do you go? 600 now, 650. 600 and 650 now, 700. 700 now, 750. 700's bid 750 now, 800. $800. You've got to be 800. 750's bid in 8. What do you go? $800. Anybody else for 800? 750's bid in 800. Fair warning. Once, twice, three times. $750. They're gone to number 1062. 361. 9 chrome and cream colored upholstery mid-century dining chairs, or yeah, I think they were dining chairs. And $1,000 for those. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? Well, 500 then. $500 for all of them. Anybody like to be in for 5? Gonna be 5. What do you go? 500. $300 and get them going. 300. Anybody like those chairs for 300? Well, do you like them for 200 then? $200. Anybody like to be in for 2? We've got to be 2. What do you go? 200. $100 is where? $100. Anybody like them for $100? What do you go? $100. Anybody like them for $50? $50. You got to be 50. What do you go? $50. Anybody like them for 50? They hate them. They hate these chairs. $50. $40. $40. Thank you. And 50. What do you go? 40 and 50. Anybody else for $50? $40. Way back, number 4. 44. 44. Okay, Raymond Loewy bed. The bed has 2 attached side stands. interior lighting, storage compartments, kind of a cool bed. And bidding has to start at $450 and 500, what do you go? 450's bid and $500 gotta be five, what do you go 500, anybody like it for 500? $500 gotta be five, what do you go 500, 500, now 550, you've gotta be 600. $600 gotta be six, what do you go 600, six, and I'm 650, you've gotta be 700. $700, I'm out. 700 is in, and 750, what do you go? Anybody else for 750? Fair warnings, 750, now 800. $800, you're bidding 800, 7.5 and 8, it's gotta be 8, what do you go 800? 750's bid at 800. 800 with the hammer, 850, they're not here. 850, 850, 800, 850, 900. $900, you gotta be nine. Would you go 900 and 850's bid at 900? Anyone else for 900? 900, fair warning. $850 buys number. 1068. You had more? Yeah. Too late. No, that's all right. All right, French hunting prints from a home in Athens. These are kind of cool. There are 4 19th century French hunting prints and $300 for this lot. $100 for the lot. 100's bid. 1 1/4. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody else for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 125. 100 on 25, 150. 150 on 175. 175 now 200. $200. Would you go 200? 175 and 2. Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $175. Your way number? 1073. Inlaid cherry 4-drawer Chippendale chest from my lovely home in Slingerlands. She consigned it to me about a year ago. She'll be glad to. We finally sold it. It's nicely inlaid on the top. Has a beautiful fruitwood inlay with a fan or something. Somebody give me 500 for it. $300. Nothing the matter with a Chippendale chest for $300. Anybody want to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go $200 and start it in 250? 200 and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Now a half. 2 1/2. Got to be 2 1/2 and 275. Now 300. Now 300. $300. You got to be 3. 300. Amazing. Chippendale. Looking for 300. Plastic. We got to sold it. What is that? 275. 1030. 1030. The buyer. Federal period fireplace mantle. Kind of nice. That is the little one. That's the one in the back of the room, I think. And $500 for it. 500, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 and start it. 100's bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 and 175. Now 200, 200, $200. Got to be 2. Would you go 200? Anybody else for 200? $200. Anybody like it for 200? 170, 200. Now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Got to be 200. Would you go 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2? Anyone else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys number 28. 28 the buyer. Another federal fireplace mantle shown over here, and $800 quick for it. 800, 500, $300 and get it going. 3, we got to be 3. We got to be $200 to start it. 200, $100 is where 100 and a quarter and a half, 1 1/2, a half and 175. Now 200, $200. You've got to be 2. Would you go 200? Anybody else for 200? That's your money at 175. And $200. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? Anybody? He's anxious to bid again. 200. Sold it. 175 to number 10. Number 10. Mason's Ironstone pitcher and bowl set. And I've got bidding starts at $50 and 60. What do you go? 50 I have and 60. What do you go? $60. Anybody else like it for $60? 50 is bid and $60. Anybody like it for 60? 50 and 60. Fair warning. $60. Yes? 60. Yeah. $60. $50 buys. Number 419 the buyer. 419. 368 pair of cast stone patio pots. And $200 quick for these. 200, 100 for them. Jack, heavy, Jack. 150, 175 for the patio pots, 175, now 200. 200, I've got 200, would you go 2 1/4? I have 2 1/4 on the young lady in the back, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4's been in 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275 now. 275, now 300. $300, you've got to be 3, would you go $300? Anybody else for 3? 275 buys, number 35. Quick hammer, but it's late in the day and the internet has bought enough. Custom Camelback Chippendale sofa, very comfortable sofa and beautifully made. It's just that it's out of period, but a lovely sofa. And somebody give me 500 for it, 500, 300 for it, 200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? $100 and get it going. This is the last item. If you haven't bought anything today, this would be a good time to jump in. $100, $50. Anybody like it for $50? It's gonna be 50. Would you go 50? You could probably arrange delivery and everything. 50, 40, $20. 20 is bid, and 30, would you go? 20 and 30, you gotta be 30, would you go $30? $20 your way. Number 10, the buyer, 10. And I thank you very much, folks, and had a nice day with you.